Okay, we are going to call to order the Town of Telluride Town Council meeting. It is Tuesday, July 1st, 2025. It is 10:02 a.m. We are in person in Rebecca Hall at 113 West Columbia Avenue in Telluride and also online. Next item is roll call, and starting to my right.
11.
Geneva Shawnette.
Ian Fee.
Ashley Von Sprecken.
In and right.
And myself, Teddy Erico. That brings us to agenda item number 1, work sessions. 1A, 2025 Town of Telluride Community Survey results. And we have Lindsay Mills online to present.
Hi, gang. Thank you so much. So this is our second year pursuing our community survey and our first year with year-over-year results as a result of that second year. So want to just kind of dive in. This is going to be our overview. We're going to go through the survey administration overview, look through our key findings, take a look at our custom categories, and then discuss next steps and answer any questions that you all might have. Given that this is our second year, this is kind of a brief overview of survey administration. We went with the National Research Center again at Polco. Polco is our polling service. A lot of folks in the community have been engaging with Polco, our survey platform, for a variety of feedback forms, surveys, and then this survey in particular. The survey was open from March 7th through April 23rd this year. We opened a couple weeks late just because of some mailing corrections that we needed to make and making sure that we were triple checking our list. We received 446 responses, which was a 17% response rate. So the results are statistically accurate, which is great. We're looking at a plus or minus 4.6% margin of error for all respondents at a 95% confidence level. The survey was issued in both English and Spanish, both written and digital. It was submitted in the mail. Folks received a postcard first with a QR code to jump to the online version, and then the physical form to fill out was delivered a week later. So that was in English and Spanish, and you could toggle between the two online. All respondents live within the town of Telluride. Out-of-town responses were excluded from full analysis. And then you'll see that the data in the actual full report, which you received in the packet, is compared against national benchmarks. And this is over 500 communities, including some of our mountain communities specifically, and then a custom cohort of similar resort communities. Trend data, we're going to see changes from the 2024 survey that are noted, but we have a statistical significance for those items for differences greater than 6.5%. So when we're seeing major changes in a response year over year, we're going to call those out in our key findings. So in our key findings, we'll look at our highest performing areas, our lowest performing areas, year over year change, quality versus importance analysis, and then some other notable ratings as well. So diving into Telluride and the overall quality of life, Telluride is a place to live was rated at 78% of respondents saying that it's excellent or good. This is pretty similar to national and custom benchmarks, but it is down from 84% in 2024. Quality of life overall went up 1 percentage point for excellent or good to 81%. The likelihood to recommend living in Telluride went up as well, 2% to 65% for very or somewhat likely to recommend living in Telluride. The likelihood of remaining in Telluride for the next 5 years was flat year over year. So 78% of respondents said that they'll remain. And then the overall image of reputation of Telluride has dropped 6% from 76% in 2024 to 70% responding it's excellent or good in 2025. Key findings in our highest performing areas were very similar to last year. Public safety is very, very high, consistently receiving high marks across the board, often above national and custom comparisons. So this is a big shout out to our marshals department and all the work that they've been doing to engage the community, ensure that they're available, and increasing safety measures throughout the town of Telluride. 97% of respondents reported feeling safe downtown during the day. 90% said they feel safe from property crime, and 97% say they feel safe from violent crime. Additionally, the natural environment and parks and recreation were two of our other highest performing areas. Folks have positive impressions of water resources, air quality, and preservation of our natural areas. So shout outs to Open Space, Parks and Rec, and our Public Works Department that are all working in our natural environment areas. And then Parks and Recreation, as always, received really, really high positive marks. Over 8 in 10 respondents, so over 80% of respondents gave positive marks across the board. 93% said that they really approve of availability of walking trails. 91% said they love the overall quality of our parks, and 87% see all of our recreation opportunities very favorably. One other thing that was called out in our report was that as it pertains to inclusivity and engagement, residents are finding that they really value opportunities to participate in social events and activities and general community matters, scoring above national comparisons. So no surprise to us, the community loves to be involved, loves to have activities and things to do, and loves to be involved in the public process. So this was a big call out just above our national benchmark scores and our community benchmarks. This was a big zone for Telluride respondents. Our lowest performing areas, the biggest concerns are going to look at affordability and also community design, specifically as it relates to housing. Our cost of living, 1% of respondents said it's excellent or good. This is significantly lower than the national and custom benchmarks, and something that was called out as a high concern in our report. Availability of affordable quality food, only 14% said that it's excellent or good. Again, much lower than national and custom benchmarks. And then finally, the availability of affordable quality healthcare, only 22% ranked this at excellent or good. So again, these three call outs are significantly below national and custom benchmarks. So affordability is going to be one of the larger takeaways from this year's survey. And then community design, mostly we're seeing responses as it pertains to housing, scoring below the national and custom benchmarks. Many items continue to score below in comparison communities as well. So we're seeing this across similar communities like mountain communities that they are benchmarking us against. And again, housing is a crisis across many mountain communities. So this is, again, not necessarily a surprise, but something to keep on our radars. 12% of folks said that our variety of housing options is excellent or good. Only 9% said the availability of affordable quality housing was excellent or good. Overall quality of new development, 30% rated this as excellent or good, which is actually a bit higher than last year. And then well-planned residential growth, 25% rated this as excellent or good. The areas of greatest change year over year. So again, this is that 6.5% change, either increase or decrease. These are the major call outs. And we'll go into a chart that graphs this in just a minute as well. But our upward trends are things that improved year over year, are treating all residents fairly from a government perspective. Our governance is looking more fair and favorable towards all of our residents. And then overall health is also increasing 6.5% or more. Our downward trends, things that decreased year over year, 6.5% or more. Overall economic health of Telluride, feelings of safety from fire, flood, or other natural disaster. And this was our biggest leap. 70% last year said that they felt safe, where 51% are saying that they feel safe from fire, flood, or natural disaster. So this emergency plan and protocol piece could be a major focus as a takeaway here. We also saw downward trends in employment opportunities, shopping opportunities, preservation of the historical or cultural character of the community, street cleaning, crime prevention, overall ratings of the federal government, and impact of the economy on family income over the next 6 months. So these are the areas where we're seeing downward trends that are pretty significant year over year. Then we take a look at the quality versus importance. This turns into a gap analysis where we're seeing how we're rating.
What radio, Ben?
Oh, sorry.
Nope, that wasn't from us.
Okay, cool. Okay, fantastic. So this analysis really highlights where folks are seeing high importance but low quality, or seeing low importance but very high quality. So helping us kind of realign our focus and really see, and this visual I think is the best way to really look at this. When looking at a gap analysis, you're seeing in green the percent of quality that's rated by our residents. versus the yellow, which is their ranking of importance of this matter. And then our gap, which is our importance versus quality. So this will be the difference between the two. When you're seeing the gap rise above 0%, this identifies our areas of concern. When you're seeing the gap below 0%, this indicates that our quality is higher than the residents are ranking the importance. Does that make sense? Okay, great. So our four categories that have a positive gap, areas for improvement for our quality when the importance is ranked very high are going to be our economy section, utilities, health and wellness, and inclusivity and engagement. And you can dive a bit deeper into this in the full report, and we can look through that together if we want today. This can become interactive as well, so we can really dive in and see what's looking interesting here. But as you're seeing, those three categories on the far right are these categories where we're seeing our highest marks. So we're seeing a really high quality of ranking when our importance is actually lower than the quality. So this gap analysis really helps you identify what we may want to focus on next. Next, we'll dive into governance and engagement, which I think pertains very closely directly to the work that you guys are doing on the town council level and the work we're doing in the communications division as well. But overall confidence in the Telluride government, this is flat year over year. So this blue indicates that we were 33% excellent or good last year, 33% again this year. Value of services for taxes paid, 40% excellent or good, which is down from 45% last year. Overall direction that Telluride is taking went up 3 percentage points from last year to 30% with 27% in 2024. Informing residents about issues went up 3% to excellent or good, up to 51% of respondents ranking that. And then treating all residents fairly. Again, this is one of our key notes where we saw that 6.5% or more increase. So we saw a 7% increase year over year to excellent or good. So people are seeing that there's more fair treatment from the town government. And this is maybe better displayed here. All of our benchmark notes for governance and engagement are highlighted here. You can see our year over year 2024 to 2025. If the line is black in the 2025 zone, it was flat year over year. Red, we had a decrease there. Green, we saw an increase. And you'll see the same thing in our national benchmark versus our custom benchmarks. And that change year over year, again, is indicated there in color. So we're seeing a pretty significant increase in governance and engagement in feedback on that. So moving from, maybe fair or poor up to excellent or good. And this is also significant as well, because when you're looking at the percentage of respondents that are moving in that direction, we're seeing some significant increases across the board. Okay, and then we'll dive into our custom categories. We pulled a couple questions off this year that we already worked towards in the last year, one of which was some of our green initiatives. And then we had some capital improvements as well on our 2024 survey that were not identified on this year's survey. So our big custom categories are going to be economic development and diversity of businesses. So thinking about the things that could be done in Telluride to promote economic development, how would you prioritize each of the following? The majority of folks are saying that community events are pretty important, but when looking at these charts, high is this darkest color on the left side, medium is their ranking of importance in the middle, and then if it's low importance, it's going to be in that lighter peach color. So again, folks are kind of medium across the board on everything when it comes to economic development, but when comparing all 7 of our categories, we're seeing that infrastructure, transportation, and community events are the most important to folks when it comes to economic development. And then diving into business diversity, this was really helping folks think about what we need in the business community, which can then move on to help inform what folks are looking for as far as commercial space, as far as additional services. And the majority of folks are saying that they need to see non-chain casual dining. This is an overwhelming majority for the most important thing that respondents would like to see in our business diversity. Non-chain casual, they'd like to actually see fewer fine dining opportunities and potentially fewer boutique retail. Hardware is about the same. And then as we dive into clothing and grocery, we're seeing that folks are happy with our clothing retail. They'd like to maybe see about the same on chain grocery or more. And actually, folks are saying they'd like to see more specialty grocery as well. Live music venues were also another category that folks are like would like to see more or about the same of in the coming years. And then our final category for the business diversity really touches on services and activities. Folks overwhelmingly are looking for activities and gyms in our commercial businesses. Personal services, they're very comfortable. Professional services, they're completely comfortable or would like to see fewer. And then maintenance, maybe a little bit more. So moving on to key takeaways, next steps in our discussion. We're really strong in safety, natural resources, recreation, and walkability. The things that we should focus on in the coming years are affordability, housing, transparent governance, and inclusive planning. Overall, residents really still see that Telluride's a good place to live, but they're increasingly concerned about remaining here long term. The big takeaways for us are that the survey results provide a very clear mandate to address affordability and housing options as critical priorities. We need to investigate the significant decrease in feelings of safety from natural disasters and develop strategies to address this concern. We also should take a look at downward trends in economic health, employment, and shopping opportunities to understand really the underlying causes and potential interventions. Is this really a local government issue, or are we seeing something larger at play here? And then finally, we want to continue to leverage our strengths in safety, natural environment, and parks and recreation, and make sure that those marks remain high year over year to come. As for next steps for the survey overall, we're going to share results with the community. We'll be pushing out a news release and releasing the final report more formally. While it is available online for the council packet today, we will be really pushing that out to the public to make sure that folks have this on hand and are able to really take it in, digest the information that's within, and understand what the respondents are saying and the importance of being involved in this survey in the future. We're going to incorporate data into strategic planning. We're moving into our 2026 budgeting season, and all of the department heads have this full report on hand and are using the details and feedback here to help inform their goals for 2026. We're going to focus on engagement. We're focusing on housing equity and livability priorities when it comes to our engagement moving forward. And we'll continue tracking progress with future surveys and resident feedback channels. Our goal is to continue this survey for 5 years so we can create a 5-year benchmark and really be able to analyze how the 5-year work is fluxing over time and how the feedback really changes the direction and how directional change in government then impacts the feedback loop. That is all I have for you guys today. I'm happy to go back to any slides. We can deep dive into the report if we want to pull that up at any point. But I'm available for any questions or feedback, ideas, or direction forward.
Great. Lindsay, thank you very much. What a great report. Great job. Any questions from council for Lindsay? Ashley?
I have questions. I will say I feel like I haven't had a lot of time to kind of sit with all of this data, but I have some very specific questions that I'm hoping you can answer.
Fire away.
So in the section, it's up towards the beginning where it's talking about methods, and then it says analyzing the data. It breaks it up by age, Hispanic origin, housing, tenure, and then there are 3 columns. Those columns aren't labeled. And I think what it is comparing the demographics of who replied to the actual survey versus demographics from the census. But there are 3, I just don't know what those 3 columns are. Just knowing that could be really helpful, especially because things like, let's use the biggest discrepancy, which was the ones around age. I don't know if 9% is representative of what the census says the percentage of our population is, or if that was the percentage of the respondents versus 22% versus 25%.
You're totally right. We are missing a header row there. So I will have to get with our Polko team and get that updated, and I will follow up with you as soon as I have that.
Great. The reason why I want to know that is because, the breakdown of these ages, you mentioned at the beginning of the survey that there was 17% of our population responded to it, which while it sounds like it might be statistically significant, isn't a huge percentage of our population. And depending on what these three columns end up being, whether it's census versus respondents, for instance, the age 55
Okay.
and plus, it says 59% could be.
Ashley, let me actually stop you real quick because actually it's not any of the things we're talking about. I just pulled up our 2024 report. Column 1 is our unweighted response. So there is a weight that is applied to each of these categories to ensure that the groups are represented based on the population. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So column 1 is unweighted. So that is without any weight applied. Column 2 is weighted. So it shows you that 18 to 34-year-olds are going to have additional weight because the population size has to be representative in the statistical group. So as we're looking at the actual responses, we're taking the responses of 18 to 34-year-olds, even though only 10% of the responses were from that age group, and weighting it to represent the full population. Does that make sense?
Yep. What's the third column?
Okay, and then third column is our target. And that detail, let me pull that actual definition. I want to make sure I'm stating this correctly. So the targets then come from the 2020 census and the 2024. Let's make sure that's right. Okay, yep. So the target is coming from the 2020 census and the 2023 American Community Survey for our 2025 survey.
Okay, great. That is much more informative for the information.
Absolutely. So the target, again, is that representation of our census population and based on the American Community Survey. And we're weighting those categories based on that information, despite the respondents not exactly representing the population as the census defines. Does that make sense? Okay.
Yeah, I think my biggest comment is like I said, 17%, while it might be statistically significant, doesn't feel like a lot of our community. And then especially when you're getting down, we're not a huge community. So 17% is, you're talking about hundreds of people, 100 of people.
100
So
400.
it's like, so just, I was just, the point being, now that I understand the weighting and all of that stuff, for the under 18 to 34 group, if you have one or two people that replied one way or another, it's going to pull that data just because, especially then if you're weighting it and on and on. So, I think that while I appreciate this information, I think that we really need to figure out if there's a way for us to engage more people.
And this
That would
is our
probably be
second
it.
year of the survey, so I do still believe that this is new, which is why we're looking at that 5-year target to really make sure that we are continuing to increase engagement year over year. 2,667 households received the survey. And those households could have multiple respondents within, but 2,667 people is the target there. So we have 17% responding, and that weighting adjusts for the responses of that population. So this is statistically accurate because we received enough responses, and then weighting those responses, then
But you understand what I'm saying is that you might be weighting a few people's opinions that are skewed one way or the other. I understand how the weighting works,
Okay.
but the point being that because we're so small, if you only have, I don't know what 9% of 17% of 2,700 is, but it's not a lot. So like when you're talking about only maybe 20 people, and then you're weighting that, it's still only 20 people's opinion. It's a few people have a difference. I'm just saying the more. Yeah, 32 people.
That's just the nature of surveys. I think I think you're making a good point, and what I hope we can pivot it to is what should be our goal for next year for participation, and how do we get there?
Right.
And I think that I agree because I think with exactly what Ashley said, it is accurate. I mean, this is accurate, but it is also a really long survey. I mean, it is, I mean, I think when I opened it, I like took a big sigh and like then filled it out. And so I think there some sort of incentivization or frankly us begging people might be really helpful just to get that number from 17% to,
I think we.
you know,
did
ideally something like,
Clark's
yeah. Like
Gift card.
Yeah.
Didn't we do a Clark's gift card on this one, Lindsay?
No, I think you're thinking of the
Resident survey.
resident, yeah,
mistaken.
our tenant housing
So
survey.
many surveys.
I know.
What's
And
what-
yeah, this is again our big piece that we're trying to figure out the balance of is, you know, when is proper survey time? And when reflecting on the year of 2024, we want to get as close to the holidays as possible without having survey exhaustion. So there is a fine line and we are still learning. And yes, there's absolutely some incentives that we can put into play here. And the goal really is sincerely to continue increasing this. We have seen an increase in responses year over year, but it's not from hundreds to thousands. So yes, I agree that an increased response rate would be beneficial, but I do think that comes with education around the fact that this survey is valid. It's not spam. It's also not a scam, and it's not something that we're, you know, trying to take advantage of anyone with. We're really trying to gain feedback from the community. And I think that once we hit that 5-year mark, this will be really comfortably in rotation and folks will be prepared to see this coming out from us.
Great. Lana?
And I just wanted to comment, just for anyone listening, like I agree that I would love a larger sample size, but a 70% sample size is like pretty good for statistics. Like that's not a bad response rate. So I just want to make that clear to anyone listening. But it's always great to get more responses. The thing that I also wanted to say was I think when we're looking at our demographic, I would love to see more inclusive gender categories. I just think if we're looking to be inclusive, that feels important.
Absolutely. Thank you.
What's the legal or not legality, but best practices for a survey like this? Is it possible for us to like hire some people to go give surveys and be like pounding the pavement kind of thing, or does that tend to skew based on who talks to them and that
Like census style.
Right.
well, census style, or I'm thinking of elections. So I'm thinking, you know, someone out there getting signatures or going to community events or going to the farmer's market and having a booth set up. But I'm just wondering if that kind of throws off the who's going to be filling out the form based on who those people are, or I don't know.
Well, I think there's
Because I
something.
think if this is a thing we could throw money at, I think we should.
Right.
Like hiring people to engage, to literally
Especially for
engage
using it to make decisions.
for the community, or if we see, oh, look, our young 18 to 34-year-old population is really not responding, let's try and target and get more responses from them.
Yeah.
I would love to do that, but I don't know, I don't remember all of the ethics and the, you know,
Well, and to the
how
oh,
that
sorry.
works with stats.
And it's weighted. So like even, you
Yeah.
know, even to there can be a balance of those pieces.
I think that there's a way to be able to look at it, you know, to balance it using this study, you know, and using the survey. I mean, one of the call outs specifically was for community events. And so perhaps that's what we are doing, is that we are hosting specific community events where this survey is there, and that is a part of the experience. And that's something that, you know, people are coming in knowing that that's one of the things, that's one of our takeaways. Their takeaway may be, I don't know, a raffle for something, but like our takeaway is that we want them to be filling out this survey. I think the other component to it is I think that once people start to see that we are truly making decisions and that we're reacting to this survey with call outs to do specific things, that will incentivize them to participate because they are going to actually see government at work. And I do think that that is, you know, it ties into a couple of those key, sort of the key components that I kind of highlighted from the study, like the first being, I would like to understand a little bit more when at responses saying that we're struggling a bit with preserving our culture and historic character, like what that actually means, like whether it is our culture, which I think is very different than our historic character. You know, again, like having a group where we're able to say, you know, what does this actually mean to you? What are we looking for? What are we trying to improve upon? I think one of the other call outs, I mean, really it all kind of comes down to like affordability, cost of living, I think general contentment with the community, which I think is interesting in this study or this survey, is that I don't feel like they're completely in alignment either. I think that people are really happy living, it seems, when they respond, living here. However, the affordability and cost of living, which we have always understood to be key markers in people's struggle here, seem to be the things that they're most concerned about. And so I kind of looked really specifically at the line where we were looking at the decrease in contentment with the value of services for taxes paid to Telluride. You know, what I would like to see based on that feedback from the public is that we do put together a public working group where we can get some feedback as to what our community wants to see in regards to whether it's you know, whatever it could potentially be, the things that we can really do and we can frame when we're in budget season to support the people that are paying taxes, what it is that they're really truly looking for, like whether it's like utilization, lower fees for whatever it could be, something with Parks and Rec, or whether it's something specific to parking or any of those things. But I think having a public working group where we're actually getting feedback in words and not necessarily numbers could be really helpful. And I think the same thing for our businesses as well. We obviously do have a business, these, you know, bi-monthly business meetings, but I would like to go in very specifically and target what those services are that they feel are not in, that they're not seeing a value for, and be able to like start to create strategies to address those needs.
Dan?
Yeah, thanks. A lot to respond to here. I think to Geneva's point on finding other ways to engage, I'm definitely on board. I think we do have to recognize that whatever medium we pick is going to have its own sort of bias within there. Obviously, sending somebody to the farmer's market is going to get a very different set of respondents if compared to sending somebody to Shandoka to knock on doors. Those are going to be very different demographics. I think Lindsay's points are true about this is a good number of respondents and we should feel pretty good about the data set we have here. I think that this does give us a lot of information. That doesn't mean there isn't room for improvement still. A couple of things I did want to note specifically, the number of people that responded that didn't have English as their primary language was 0%. And we know there were those people in our community. So we are missing that demographic currently. So definitely want to work there. And then, yeah, I mean, there's a lot to respond to. I think to what you're saying, I don't know that I really want a working group on this. I don't think it's that complicated. People want cheaper rent, cheaper groceries, cheaper restaurants. Those are hard questions of how do we do them, but Parks and Rec fees are such a small percentage of anyone's annual budget. Rent, groceries, food, that's what we got to target. So I hear what you're saying. I'm not trying to attack you. I'm sorry, I'm coming across strong. Okay, you had a look on your face. You had a look on your face.
That does not be strong whatsoever. No, I mean, I think that all of that, and then sorry, I kind of brushed that aside because I do think that that's a much bigger thing that we do need to tackle. Absolutely. But very specifically, like the line, and honestly, that's the feedback that I've heard consistently since the last election, is that everybody is really feeling a pinch in regards to the taxes that they're paying. And when we're seeing that they're not seeing value alignment with the taxes that are paid to the town of Telluride, that to me feels like an easier thing to like get granular on and address and solve versus the affordability. I think we need to do all of that. Absolutely. You know that we've had that conversation a zillion times. But I think that when we, like as a government, we can look at like if people don't feel like the taxes that they're paying, they're getting the right value for, I think we can address and come up with strategies for that while working towards solutions for those bigger, more like global issues that we're facing.
I mean, I'm willing to listen. I feel just a little committed, surveyed, working groups out at times. And I think that some of that responsibility just lies here with us. So I'm definitely willing to listen to things like that. I'm happy to hear that feedback always, of course. But I don't know that it feels truly necessary to me, but yeah, that's what I have for now. I'll pass the mic.
Quickly jump in and just kind of also add that the town is about to launch our master planning process, which while some of this might be a little bit more detailed and nuanced, but I think there's a balance between a lot of things you're saying and that process as well.
Yep. And just to add before I go to the public, because it is a work session, there's things that we can control a lot easier than others. Do you want to add something, Ellen, before I go to the public?
Might be saying what I was going to add, so you finish.
Okay, yeah, just, basically there's, things that we can control, like within our rental housing that we can always continue to look at to make sure we're being better. But things like groceries and fine dining versus casual dining, it's going to be really tough for us to handle unless, we start looking at, deed restricted commercial models in a grand scale. And one, does that concept work for us? And two, how long is that going to take? So we have to kind of figure out that balance a little bit.
I think that we do have an opportunity to address that exact topic with Southwest Area Plan and Carhen. And I think that, to me, that gives me the confidence to like, oh yes, we should investigate figuring out some sort of social food hall situation or things that we've discussed, but we've never really like had a from the ground up design process. And it's something that happens in other places. So
Yeah, you bet.
there's lots of part.
And that is kind of what I wanted to speak to. Casual dining and specialty grocery stores. That's something that I know a little bit about. It is really hard to make it work in this town. And some of those factors are a little out of our control, and I don't really know what the fix is there. I almost feel like maybe instead of thinking about the traditional like business model of restaurants, maybe we look towards partnering with someone like the Fresh Food Hub or like a nonprofit model where we can actually like, subsidize those things that we are consistently being asked for. Because it's really hard to do casual dining in this town when next door you have people, charging 8 times what your dishes are. It's really hard to get your employees to stay there because they're not making as much money. You're paying the same amount for food. So I think there's a bigger problem there. And I don't know that the solution is in just like a regular entrepreneur. I think we might need to think outside the box a little bit.
Definitely. Ashley, one last point, and then I'm going to shut down council comments and go to the public.
Shutting down our comments. Okay. Yeah, so I have 2 things kind of on the same vein. One, I can't find it in here, Lindsay, but I saw it when we were going through the presentation. There was a question about, do you like the direction that the town is going? And I can't find it now. I've scrolled through a million times. And that was particularly low, but that doesn't really give us any information because different people have a lot of different opinions about what the direction of the town is. Some people might feel like, for instance, that there's too many events. Some people might feel like there's not enough variety of events. Some people might feel like there's too much development. Some people might feel like there's not enough development. So kind of like if we could find a way to have, I don't know if it's follow-up questions to say what is your concern or what direction don't you like or something like that with these type of questions, it would be really helpful. That's kind of similar to, in my opinion, to the question of specialty grocery stores. A specialty grocery store, I might be I love making Asian food and I would love for there to be a specific Asian market. So my reply to that question might be very different from Mian, who loves, she loves Mexican food and she wants a specialty Latin grocery store. It's the difference is yeah, we might be up here wanting 7 different specialty stores, or maybe there's one that's there's 7 things. I just am trying to figure out, especially for us when we're making decisions of what is it, how do we then take this information and actually get down to what people want versus are we just dealing with a whole bunch of different opinions about how people are reading a specific question? I don't know if that makes any sense, but
Yeah.
it's tough because we don't know what they mean.
Yeah, and so just to touch on a couple details of this survey in particular, first, just something that's been helping me in searching this Adobe PDF is Control F. If you search direction, it'll pull you right to it. But the overall direction the town of Telluride is taking is in the governance section of the benchmark survey. So these are survey questions that we don't change, that we are not able to edit because we want to be able to compare benchmarks nationally and custom benchmarks with creative communities. So when we're looking at the mountain communities and that specific custom benchmark, we want to make sure we have apples to apples, not apples to oranges. So there,
I guess my point is, could you do
everything-
like apples to apples, but then like we have also apples and apples, but we're going to talk about the different varieties of apples. Do you get what I'm saying? Like add a
yeah,
custom
and I think
question.
I'm touching, sorry, I'm trying to touch on all the questions you asked. So first, I am just touching on the governance question, ranking Telluride overall. So that increased, or the direction that Telluride is going overall. So that question in particular, we're not able to customize. When you're talking about the specialty grocers, I think if you get to a point as a council that you'd like the more granular information about exactly what kind of specialty grocer, if council will govern that in a deed restricted capacity and what have you, I think that would be a more specific survey outside of our annual community survey. So when thinking about this survey in particular, we're really looking at the 10,000-foot level, and this can help guide what you're looking to gain more detail on in a later survey that we can run anytime outside of our regular cadence. So when we're getting a little more specific, those custom questions, we do have a character limit. We have a page limit we're able to put in. And if we're going to get too granular, then we're losing that page limit when it's already kind of a long, maybe overwhelming survey. So just to kind of frame those general questions that are in the benchmark, we don't edit, we don't change, so we can compare apples to apples in other communities. And then the custom questions are where we can get a little more granular, but we do have a page limit.
And I think just to Lindsay's point and to Mean's point of concisiveness within the survey, we can add custom questions. Like Lindsay mentioned, I think that one is at the top of, the overall direction Telluride is taking. And then we do kind of have those subsections to maybe give additional insights of where those pieces that you're kind of alluding to, of kind of the sentiments of what needs to be improved or not improved, kind of can dig into those subsections. But I do hear how that is a big overreaching question and not as granular. So we can kind of look into that a little bit too.
And you have to kind of wait for the results to come out to know which ones you
Mhm.
need to dive down on, right? You can't just pick and choose before you know what the answers are, or it's going to be a 100-page survey because you're going to do it on every topic. So, but it's definitely which ones do we want to figure out to get more information on, and how do we do that? This is a work session. Anybody in the room that wants to chime in on this topic? Seeing none, are there any hands raised online? Tiffany? Okay. Any last comments for Lindsay before we move on? Seeing none, Lindsay, thank you very much for the presentation. We appreciate it. Great job.
Thank you.
And
guys.
that brings us to work session 1B. That's a discussion regarding the 2024 ICC code adoption. And we have Kristen, Tommy, and Sam here to present.
Thank you very much for having us here this morning. I am Kristen Clothier, the Historic Preservation and Planning Director, as you know, and I'm joined by Sam Samuelson, our building official, and Tommy Steinke, our building inspector. And as you all know, one of your 2025 Town Council goals and objectives, number 3A1, is to adopt the 2024 International Code Council Building Codes and 2023 National Electric Code. We are going to, for this work session, break it into two parts. Part 1 is our code updates amendments, and staff will provide an update on proposed code updates and amendments aligned with the 2025 Town Council goals and objectives. I will say that our staff in our building division has been working incredibly hard to go through all of the proposed updates, to develop the amendments that you saw in the packet. And I want to express my appreciation for the time that they've invested. This is an every 6-year process. And so we're in that 6-year cycle currently. The work session is intended to be a high-level overview and discussion. Following this work session, we are, as staff, going to finalize the ordinance, and the first reading will take place on August 12th at your town council meeting so that we stay on schedule for adoption before the end of 2025. I'll just point out a few notes. As you all know, adoption of code updates and amendments, it will not preclude future consideration of adoption of additional relevant and feasible codes, amendments, and policies. So in addition, building and energy code updates are just a few of the 52 strategies outlined in the Climate Action Plan. And code updates do not address, for example, the retrofitting of existing housing stock or other policy-based solutions. So we've broken this work session into 2 parts so that we can get at some of those additional items as well. So part 2 is going to focus on the Climate Action Plan and next steps. And Darren Graber will be stepping up for that part of this session. He's our sustainability and grants manager. And as part of that piece of the session, we will introduce how code updates align with the town's broader climate action plan, identify areas where further town council guidance and discussion is needed, and seek direction from town council on additional strategies outlined in the climate action plan as a next step towards implementation. So bringing us back to that part 1 overview of code updates and amendments, the proposed ordinance repeals and reenacts Articles 1 through 10 and enacts new Articles 11 through 13 of Chapter 15 of the Telluride Municipal Code building regulations for the purposes of adopting the following. You saw all of these in your packet, but I'll just mention them so that the public is also looped in. Adoption of the International Building Code 2024, International Residential Code 2024, International Existing Building Code 2024, National Electrical Code 2023, International Plumbing Code 2024, International Fire Code, the 2018, International Mechanical Code 2024, Fuel and Gas Code 2024, the International Energy and Conservation Code 2024, Colorado Model Electric Ready and Solar Ready Code 2023, International Property Maintenance Code 2024, International Swimming Pool and Spa Code 2024, and the International Code Council Performance Code for Buildings and Facilities 2024. So as we bring forth the ordinance, it is to adopt all 13, including, elevating our whole code package from where we are today to, in most cases, the 2024 editions. I will now tag in Tommy, who is going to go over some of the updates and just flag some of the key items in your packet of updates for this year.
Yeah, Building Inspector Tommy. So essentially, most of our amendments we went through were a lot of policies that we've been enforcing in the past. It's just getting them into the documents just for future reference. We just kind of point out a few major ones. So previously, Sam could touch on this, but we went to council about sprinklers.
Yeah, last time for the 18 code, we came to council and 75% of the jurisdictions in the country do not include the fire sprinkler part of the international codes, and they're an integral part. So I was a little nervous bringing this to council because I wanted it to be included, and council not only wanted it included, they wanted it added on to. In other words, they wanted it for additions as well, which I thought was great. To my knowledge, we're certainly the only one in Colorado, if not in the country, that does that. Part of it is a historic district, a lot of wood, proximity, buildings to each other. Although a wonderful fire department, a lot of volunteers, takes them longer to get to that station to get to a fire than it would if they were all at the station. So that's what we did in 18, and what we came up with 1,000 square foot additions triggered the whole structure to be fire sprinkler. After working with it for 6 years, we found out that alterations, remodels were also a big deal with respect to fire. The fire department has ordinances that say that if you have over 50% of the structures being remodeled, then you have to fire sprinkler. Hard to really figure that out. So what we've proposed for council is we've dropped 1,000 square feet to 750 square feet. That way it catches more buildings and there's not that people designing to 980 square feet. And we've added alterations. So that, again, this is nobody that I know of in the country does this, but council brought it up last time and we were able to get it in. And I think that the fire department would very much appreciate this. And I think it makes a lot of sense for this community. So I think that's why that's there.
Then just some other notable changes that you guys may hear about. There's also a policy we've had. We've been trying to get more and more mechanical ventilation because the code allows for natural ventilation of windows, but where we are in the climate most of the year, most people don't open windows. So we've seen a lot of moisture damage, a lot of properties. We're trying to enforce more of the mechanical ventilation, fans getting air moving. So that's up there. This is a newer one, Colorado Electric and Solar Ready, which is a state requirement, which is moving the state more towards an electrification process. So essentially it provides when you have a boiler, you have to have the space, the power for it to be transferred into electric if it were to in the future. So it's not requiring electric heating. It is providing that steps toward it in the slow process and making sure that a homeowner did want to do it, that they have the ability to in the future. And also things for solar panels, making sure you have the spaces and EV chargers as well. And then we've also gone through just kind of updated our master list of required inspections for contractors to make it a little clearer. And also one thing that's not listed on here that we're actually meeting with the fire department on is the wildfire urban interface code, which is, they just came out with a new draft of that and how that's going to impact town, which that'll be handled at a different time, but that'll be something you'll be seeing coming up shortly as well.
Can you just expand? Can you go back a little bit? Sorry. I feel like number 2 is awesome. Can you just expand a little bit on specific requirements for that? So are we just talking conduit so that you could run power, or are we talking about having enough power on the building to support or like a big enough panel?
So it depends. So there's new structures. They make sure that you have enough power for that in the future. But essentially on a lot of renovations, if you're swapping out a boiler, they want to make sure you come in, you have the plugs, you have the space in the circuit breaker. So it's a lot of preemptive work, which a lot of contractors struggle with because you could try to plan it, but if you're not actually putting the equipment in, there's a chance that what you put in doesn't do anything for you. But I think it's just a step in that direction of getting people thinking that there should be the ability to do electric heat in the future if that was.
So, and I'm supportive of this, but I'm just thinking, so if somebody's boiler goes out, this may trigger, they need a whole new electrical panel.
I think there's less requirements on replacements of boilers. It's mainly focused around new structures that when you're doing it, there are some preclusions for like major renovations and they have some definitions in there, but it's less if you're doing a boiler swap, you're gonna have to go through all of that. It's more for the larger project.
More for like a remodel.
And this is also a state requirement that they've put on local jurisdictions if we update codes.
Is there a reason we wouldn't just require electric heating on new structures?
So that is something that has been discussed. There's a lot of questions about electrification in the town. So we've actually been meeting with a cohort of the regional building officials in the area, looking at those kind of things. There's obviously, it depends. There's some things in the climate action plan that mention appetite for all electric. I think we just haven't really gone through the effects that would have on the construction industry and whether we haven't reached out to the contractors, the architects, as far as if that's something they want to do. But there's always a possibility. And this is something that I believe Crested Butte has done something similar in the past or fairly recently. I don't know if any other areas that we know of have done that, but it is something that is in debates around the state.
Yeah, I mean, I would be curious in exploring that. It seems like if we're going to require the infrastructure for electric heat, why not just
Uh-huh.
have them use, like, it's like,
Correct.
it's only like half getting us there. And if anything, it's using up more resources to like create their infrastructure without actually having the carbon footprint savings. So, to me, that feels sort of like a half-baked measure that I would be supportive of exploring.
Yep. And that's also
further.
to Chris's point in the presentation of what we're doing here does not preclude future work. This is us meeting state requirements, also allowing us to get our codes adopted by the end of the year. But those things are never off the table. If you guys are interested in going on that, it could be handled separately or continued on.
And I won't jump in too far because I know Darren's going to speak about this in his section. So I'll hold my comments until that later part
Mhm.
to tie into that and our previous conversations and where we are in those discussions.
Mhm. But the overall thought of it is the state's trying to get the industry going more toward in that direction and providing these opportunities. So they're trying to work in that direction. Yeah, so that's good there. And then we're gonna start kind of transferring over to Darren's point of energy code, but our energy code update is kind of a significant change. We're going from 2018 to the 2024 IECC, which I just kind of listed a few of the major changes. It's blower door tests. So essentially how we handle energy here is on new projects, new buildings, we have consultants come in and it's essentially energy simulation. They determine how much energy the building's going to use based off the structure by using ResNet or similar softwares like that. So that's how we handle it. So the requirements in this is essentially making buildings tighter, going from 3 air changes per hour to 2.5. And then this ERI score is essentially how they do that rating. So with this change, it's going from 61 as the minimum or the maximum number down to 53. That's assuming no solar panels. That's roughly a 13% decrease in energy usage in new homes.
Lower is better.
Correct, lower is better. And this is looking at new homes, major renovations, not really anything with renovations. Some things with additional duct testing and things like that. Ventilations by ERVs, which is what we talked about already. And then there's some additional efficiency requirement point systems, depending on the project, which go into some more specific items. It's kind of we could get into the details more, but it's kind of a high level what's changing in the energy code. And that's just kind of a chart of showing how the energy codes over the year have increased percentages. And these are some rough numbers of roughly percentages because we've gone over the 2021 and now we're at the 2024. So we've adopted both of those essentially.
We just sort of briefly looked up. The only other community in Colorado that's gone to 2024 is Boulder.
Do a brief.
Again, I mean,
Not-
most, we still have a lot of, and on the western slope, very few or even close.
Okay, and then this is kind of then also tying into what Darren will be getting into. But these are just some things that essentially we've taken our similar amendments that we've had in the past. So we're above and beyond our model codes, and this kind of a list of those things. We have our temp fees. Currently, we are keeping it at the temp fee cost that we have been at. Obviously, right now we're not planning on increasing those fees. That's how we've included this amendment. We have things like timers and sensors, which a lot of those things we were above and beyond the code, and now coming to the 2024 code, a lot of those things are actually being included in, which shows that we've been on the right track for a lot of these things. We collect green building fees, which is essentially 20% of the building fee that not exactly sure on where the money goes to. Just from my end, I don't deal with that. That's something that not many people do. We have a voluntary materials recovery program, which for construction debris, it is voluntary currently, but that's what we've been incorporating. Things like Energy Star ratings on appliances, and then renewable energy credits. We have new homes purchasing those from SMPA. They're called green blocks, essentially renewable energy credits. So those are things we go above and beyond typical energy code as of.
So I think in terms of sort of next steps, I don't know if we want to do questions pertaining just to the building code updates, or if you'd like us to do the part 2 of the work session and then all be available for questions later. But what we are envisioning, as Tommy and Sam have mentioned, and as I started with, is this first part of the work session is talking about adopting what we need to adopt to meet town council's identified goal and objectives for adoption this year. It's in our 6-year cycle. And then there's unlimited opportunity to look further, explore other additional elements that you may consider in the future. Darren is going to speak to feasibility analyses and ways that we may get the data that we need to make decisions to explore some of the other options within that climate action plan. So this is the first part. I don't know if you want questions now or if you'd like to move on to the second piece of this.
Unless somebody has an objection, I would like to ask questions now while it's
Sure.
fresh, because then I think it's just more time for us to forget as new information we're trying to absorb.
Sounds good.
Ashley?
My questions are about specifically the fire suppression stuff. I think that it's great that we are kind of ahead of the curve and that we have, support from the fire department on all of that. My concern is that the reason why we might be one of the only communities that's doing it is because it's expensive. I'm also concerned that reducing the square footage down to 750 square feet, that's a very small space. And we just went through a survey where people were talking about cost of like living and affordability and stuff like that. And when we're talking about these very small spaces, I'm wondering how burdensome this might be on somebody that's, remodeling a small space versus, we're not this, obviously somebody who's doing a 5,000 square foot home, that would already be captured within our current policy. So I just wanted to understand kind of like why we were feeling the need to take it down to that small of a square footage, and then what your feelings are on what kind of financial burden that would put on our property owners.
Well, thank you. I mean, obviously, you're entirely correct. Why only 25% of the communities nationwide, just go with the code, go with fire sprinklers, is because of cost. And that's a true thing. My thing on it is the codes are based on fire sprinklers. The ICC is based on every building being fire sprinklers. So when you take that out, the other parts of that code don't work as well. But your specific question now is why are we going down and why are we sort of adding alterations as opposed, not just additions. We've been working with it for now 6 years, and really we don't have many small, maybe a bathroom refresh is what the new word is, or a kitchen, but those would not be captured with this. These are generally what happens is when people are in for a dime, they're in for a dollar. And fire, especially on alterations, we can use, Telluride Lodge is a good example. They've been redoing those unit by unit adding. I mean, I think almost all of the units have been done since I've been here. And how much sheetrock's taken off. That's how the fire department determines it. Well, the trouble with that is people then don't take off a full sheet of sheetrock. They take off pieces. So we're out there counting. It makes it very hard to deal with, to save the few bucks. What I'm told as to cost, fire sprinklers for a structure, it depends, but are less than $20 a square foot, closer to 10. I look at the valuations and budgets all the time. What is budgeted for fire suppression and what's budgeted for cabinets, it's way less for fire suppression. I'm not dissing on cabinets. I just feel like it's much more, or windows or doors or any of the nicer things in a home or a structure. You have to understand, in my opinion, for mine and Scott over at the fire department, we feel that the extra cost in this case is well worth it, as opposed to the other being a little more cosmetic. And especially in a community that, we do have our challenges with folks in housing, but overall the buildings are what buildings are worth a square foot here compared to the rest of the country as a whole. It's not even close. So that's why. I mean,
I also had a question about fire suppression.
Sure.
Have you had any feedback from the building community about this new update?
Yeah, these are
Those-
proposals, by the
yeah.
way. It's all up to council.
But like-
And if council felt like what you wanted was different, well, obviously, I mean, last time you wanted more, if you wanted less, we can work with that.
Totally. Just wondering if you've had any like casual
Yeah,
conversations.
I
with
think,
people.
my looks, what I've seen is in that 6 years, we have a lot of new fire suppression mainly coming in from Montrose, but still, because of the need for it. And what does that do? Well, cost does come down for fire sprinklers. Generally, the contractors sort of build what the code is. I haven't had any owners or people saying, "Oh my goodness, this is such a bad idea." Blah blah blah. Really haven't. The contractors and design engineers and architects are okay with it, just so they know what they're designing. I think, and we've worked with people, especially our historic and downtown community. We don't try to be, we try to, yes, we'd like every building sprinkler because of, it makes sense. Part of which is because of what buildings are worth, but that's, we haven't had at first, yeah, we had some questions and people say, not something more, but not so much since then, truthfully. I mean, at least to me.
And if I could add to that as well, just kind of going on to job sites, I deal with the contractors a lot, and what we found, and essentially, we're not seeing this as this requirement is going to add sprinklers and much more projects than they are. It's more of a clarification of the code to prevent this weird 50% rule, which contractors have talked to me about. Well, we'd prefer that because now we're cutting this little hole and trying to run our wires, which affects energy efficiency with our insulation, our installation. So the contractors prefer that. That way, with this rule, it is defined at the beginning of the project that yay or nay, you need sprinklers. They know from the start, and then they could proceed that way. Where otherwise, it's kind of coming in halfway, and then saying, well, you ripped off too much drywall by doing some measurement, and then that determines at that point, which is a lot later, it's more impact to the contractors. So just everyone being clear, and I think that's what the intent of this change is to clarify, make it easier to determine it ahead of time as opposed to how much extra drywall was removed.
Yeah, it sounds like it's eliminating loopholes. In
Correct.
And clarity, it really,
Yeah.
Tommy's right on that. There's been a lot of, well, that wasn't enough. Well, I mean,
The contractors want to know at the start, am I doing this or am I not? Anytime you have to drop something on them halfway through the project, it causes way more issues then.
Because basically they're trying to adjust their project so that they fit into the box of not
Correct.
having to do it. And then it's spilling over into needing to do it. And then partway through the project, they're having to adjust to add it
And then
in.
it's a more impact
Okay.
to the client and the
not only
applicants.
money, but time.
Yeah.
I mean, and time often is a factor too for
That's what we're finding.
clients. Yeah.
And it's tough too, because when you look at, it's always, a challenge to say, we're just going to increase the price on anyone who's doing a remodel over that number. But it's also responsible in terms of making sure our homeowners get insurance, which is just becoming a bigger and bigger challenge. And then secondarily, if you go back to the survey from a few minutes ago, there's a larger concern for natural disasters, which we know is fire, plain and simple. And so it's you have to look at the big picture. It's hard, definitely. Any other questions on the fire aspect of it?
That my support. I think you summed it up pretty well there, Teddy. But yeah, I think the question of cost is a very valid one, and I'm happy to hear it and happy to hear the response there. I think that I feel comfortable given that response in the other contexts, supporting reducing the size limit and including remodels. I would say in favor. I'll just tack on really quickly as well to Elena's earlier comments. I definitely support those and know through work with the Sneffels Energies board that there are going to be some of those amendments and add-ons proposals coming down the pipeline by the end of the year as well. So I definitely hear we can do both. So I definitely support doing both when the rest of the opportunity is available.
I often think I should bring there's a great video on structures that they happen to be in LA, but the same structures, one fire sprinklered and one not. And this is with a probably a better response time than what the damage done. I mean, fire sprinklers, yes, are an expense, but they're a huge lifesaver and building saver. So I mean, again, that's the business I'm in, but I do, it's pretty compelling. So I'm always going to sort of push for that.
Any other questions on that aspect?
Or any of the other amendments or codes that
Yeah.
anybody has, because there's obviously one of the things that if you look, since we last did all this, of course, we are on a paperless program. It's all on a computer and stuff too. We've been on that 3.5 years. But a number of other things have changed too. Why the difference? The fire department does their own code and then we adopt what they adopt. Electrical and plumbing used to both be taken care of by the village. In an IGA we had when I got here, 26 years ago. Now we issue the permits for both. We do the plumbing inspections. Tommy's done great on those. And the electrical inspections are done by a young man named Connor, who's the electrical inspector up in the village, and we pay him to do that. But we issue the permits. So they kind of tell us what the code is going to be, because that's what they're actually doing the inspections. So that's why those are a little different. I mean, we react because they're sort of, even though we're sort of the body that does it, it issues the permits. They're the ones dealing with it. So just so you understand that, how that works.
Great. Any other questions? I'd like to, if we don't have any more, I'd like to open up to the public for this part of it. So again, while it's still fresh in everyone's mind. Is there anyone in the room that has any comments or questions? I will ask you to step up to the microphone and state your name and where you live.
Uh-oh. Okay, I'll hold it if that works. Apparently I'm too short for it. I am Kim Wheels. I work with Eco Action Partners. I live out in Ophir, but I'm here in my role with Eco Action Partners today. As in my role with Eco Action Partners, I've also served on the Colorado Energy Code Board. So helping to develop the electric ready codes that you have heard about today, as well as the low energy and carbon code that has been totally voted on and is about to be released in September 1st. It will be ready. I have another hat with my business, serving as an energy code consultant across the region. My expertise is in energy codes, not all the building codes. I'm thoroughly grateful for Telluride's town staff for bringing forth all of the 2024 IECC codes and moving forward with that adoption process, because as we know, it does take time. If we're looking at trying to adopt by the end of the year, we're starting now with 6 months. What I wanted to bring forward is that, and I also wanted to express gratitude for Telluride town staff's participation in the energy code cohort that Eco Action Partners has been facilitating. For the past year, we received a grant from the Colorado Energy Office to facilitate this across the region. It includes all 10 governments across San Miguel County, Ouray County, and San Juan counties. We have been working diligently and have had 6 code cohort meetings to address regional code amendments, including an all-electric code amendment packet item. And that was just emailed out this morning. So it is available for Telluride town staff to look at as a final draft ready. We are scheduling one-to-one meetings with town staff across each jurisdiction. And we are aiming for adoption. The grant timeline requires adoption of the low energy and carbon code, as well as any regional amendments that each jurisdiction might desire by the end of June 2026. That's our timeline for implementation of that funding. So I will point out the low energy and carbon code, it's based on the 2024 IECC, but a lot of the amendments that we decided on as a state energy code board make the code a better code for Colorado and for mountain rural communities like ours. That was a very important role that I realized I had on that board, was to represent mountain communities like ours, because a lot of the other representation was from the Front Range or lower elevation communities. So I'd really like to encourage you to consider the inclusion of the state low energy and carbon code instead of just the 2024 IECC as the adoption code for energy codes, as well as the regional amendment code package that was just released and adopted, or sorry, released for consideration. It has a full list of different options that we've been discussing for several months. And I believe that it will be a significant advancement forward for the town of Telluride toward meeting climate action goals that are in the plan. You know, one of the first items in there for buildings is to adopt an all electric code.
Great.
And that option exists there. So I just wanted to bring up that timeline. It does mesh well with what town staff is proposing. We'll have to see how the August timeframe for the first ordinance works with the release of this state code as of September 1st.
Okay.
But I want to just encourage that to be considered because we know that code adoption takes time. And if you adopt this now, it will be probably too late to take advantage of the funds that you have eligible and are available and are budgeted for within this grant timeline for adoption of the process that we're working on as a region.
Great. Thank you for those comments. And we will take those into consideration and try to work with staff on that.
Thank you.
And yeah, thank you. Anybody else in the room for public comment? Seeing none. Tiffany, is there anybody online? Take your time.
No, I don't see any hands raised online.
Okay, great. No more public comment. We will close public comment for this agenda item, the first part of the work session 1B. And it looks like some further discussion from council. Dan?
I realize Darren's still trying to speak, so I don't, we can talk more after he's, because I think it'll be tied and relevant to it. But I did just want to highlight the goal from our climate action plan of a 50% reduction of greenhouse gas emissions by 2030. So that's coming quickly. As we also likely all remember from IGA presentation a couple months ago by Kim, the building sector is the biggest chunk of our greenhouse gas emission pie. So this important work, I think, is very relevant to that. And those, the LECC amendment and the regional code amendment package, I think, are things we should explore because this is the work that helps address that part of our greenhouse gas emissions responsibility. So I don't need to belabor it further than that. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Dan. Before we go to Darren, any other questions or comments? Great. Thank you so much. Darren, you're up for the back half of 1B.
Never been mentioned so many times for starting. Yeah, thank you, Mayor and Town Council, and excited that we're talking about buildings so much today. And yeah, I was asked to since building code and energy code were coming up and we were thinking about the climate action plan to speak to other ways that we are looking at tackling that sector of our emissions inventory. And like Councilor Enright just mentioned, 58% of our emissions inventory in the 2020 inventory was from buildings, either commercial or residential. So I just included that infographic there, but to sort of do the super quick overview of that focus area of the climate action plan, there are 2 strategies, and within those strategies, there's a total of 14 different action items. So the all electric action item that was mentioned is one of those 14. So today I'm just meaning to provide a very quick overview of how we're looking at some of the other action items in addition to the codes that you've just been talking about, and then tying that to the upcoming budget year, because that is always something we have to think about if we're thinking about some of these programs. So just to highlight one very basic distinction here, which The 14 different action items in this focus area do address new construction and major renovations in some action items, and in other action items target existing buildings, which is a big component of what we have here. So this is a very brief, sorry, let me get this. Oh, you don't have it on your screen. I have a very brief look at the sustainability program overview, where the funds come in from and what we have been allocating those funds towards in recent, or in this year, I should say. So as a reminder, I know I'm kind of reading this in reverse, but the main revenue source for the sustainability program budget and also for the green grants budget is the temp fees. That's not the only thing that temp fees do, but that is one of the things that temp fees do. And I've also highlighted down there on the bottom left that there are energy projects, I know it's a very broad term, that temp fees help fund. And that could be things like, we have a lot of examples, I won't go into a bunch, but an example would be like the energy efficiency renewable sourcing on Sunnyside development, for example, the net zero design there. So you have the year to date and the 2025 budgeted there. And then aside from that, in the 2025 sustainability program budget, you see the total number there. And primarily allocations are for contracted professional services on the climate action plan. Other things, software support, I know sounds very generic, but that could be like, we're implementing energy management software on our biggest meters to keep a better close eye that's automated on those uses of natural gas and electricity. Memberships, again, sounds very broad, but one example is our membership into ICLEI, which is Local Governments for Sustainability. That has actually provided us with a about 6-month intern who is helping me remotely from the Front Range right now. He's a master's student at CU Boulder, and he's helping us out with some of these projects. So those are the ways we're allocating the funds in the sustainability program budget. I also added this bullet point because I do want to point out, this is really very important, is that we have climate action that's embedded in other departmental budgets. And there's a lot of examples of that. I won't go into a bunch, but as I've mentioned before, even as our climate action plan says, building affordable housing is a climate mitigation strategy for us because it reduces, it's socially sustainable, it's economically sustainable, it reduces vehicle miles traveled, examples like that. Or our public works team, our parks and rec team, other teams are constantly looking to replace fossil fuel burning vehicles with zero emissions vehicles, for example, or buildings of energy efficiency projects. So there is CAP work that isn't reflected in this particular budget that is going on internally. And then again, green grants, that will be important because the buildings and energy sector of the climate action plan mentions incentives pretty frequently. And green grants, I would say, is our current form of an incentive for some of this type of work. And you see the budget there for this year at 93,000, and that included rolling in the 15,000 that was dedicated previously to buying renewable energy credits from the Ridgeway hydropower facility, which have been purchased by another municipality for the near future. So they're not available for us right now. So though that budget for 2025 is funding 10 projects, and in this instance, those are all buildings retrofits of some type. I do want to point out that green grants is more broadly available than that. Anything that reduces greenhouse gas emissions is an eligible project if it's within some broad criteria. But windows are a very popular one. Window replacements is a popular one, or boiler replacements for higher efficiency. So very quick budget overview of our current budget, and that, if my computer will go, leads us to one or two big projects that I and other staff have been helping me work on that I'm looking towards for 2026. And so climate action plan, the buildings and energy strategy 1.2, if you consult the implementation matrix, has the highest impact potential to reduce greenhouse gas emissions in our building sector, is actually a building retrofit program. And climate action plan calls for community-wide building retrofit programs. So the way that I am tackling this, the way we are tackling this in the near future, is there's currently a Colorado Energy Office grant program that a letter of intent period just opened and will be due in the next month. And one way to do building retrofits that other communities, Crested Butte, Aspen, Boulder, are the ones that are of a similar size, is through a combination or some form of a building benchmarking program or a building performance standard program. often communities pair a benchmarking phase to determine what their building performance standard phase would be. That Aspen's an example of that. And this grant program will be available to apply for policy development, which would be a process that would involve town council's guidance throughout, would involve hiring experts from outside to determine that policy and help shape it with council input. And then also funds up to essentially up to $2 million to help implement such a project. So with town council's approval, which I will be reaching out to you shortly, to file that letter of intent to go for this money, that would be one way we could attack this building retrofit action item. There will be a match, as you see at the bottom left there, that would be required, although half of that matching funds could be staff time designated for that project. So that would be one way to attack this high impact action item on buildings energy. Another way to go for it, if the grant were to not work out, or if we were not fully funded, would be addressing our entire building stock and how to create a buildings benchmarking program would be something we would most likely need to budget funds for, to hire a firm to help us with that, because that's a highly technical proposition, involves a lot of technical expertise, especially in an environment like ours. So without the grant implementation, or without the grant award and implementation, that would be something we would probably look at budgeting. And I can't right now honestly give you a good ballpark what that would look like. I've talked to City of Aspen staff and some other staff around the state, and it's highly dependent on your specific building stock. So it's really hard to kind of ballpark what that might cost. But this is an item that I think is probably the biggest challenge, but the biggest opportunity as well in our building and energy sector. And then just to call out again, the Climate Action Plan mentions incentive programs quite frequently, especially in the building sector. We do have green grants already in place. I think it's a successful program. We have measurable outcomes for our dollars put in, and I think that's a good model. So if that's a program that we as a town want to think about growing, I just want to put that on the radar. And then also, I just wanted to call out with incentive programs, I think it's always important to think about equity and accessibility from the beginning, because sometimes as good as an incentive might be, the initial cost can be a roadblock to people. So I just wanted to mention, as if we think about the Green Grants program, changes, additions, anything to it, I just wanted to mention that from the beginning. So essentially, that's all I was sort of intending to present in terms of presentation. But yeah, like I always get, when I get a chance to mention buildings in a public meeting as an emissions sector, I appreciate the opportunity. So thank you.
I'll just add quickly, I think you kind of touched on it, but just to offer a little bit of clarity. So when you're talking about a lot of these incentive programs, and of course, we'll talk about some of these pieces within the 2026 budget, as we discussed last year, we do have a dedicated revenue source for those expenses, and we are at that give and take place. So it would create a lot more bigger of a discussion to try to fund a lot of these large incentives. I'm very appreciative that you're going after grants to help with that as well, and kind of talking through kind of all of those pieces with council. And then I do know Dan and everyone's been patient on specifically the all electric building code piece, and any other historic information or conversations that you've had with any of our environmental partners. I know this is something that's been on the Climate Action Plan for some time, and something that's been discussed with other government agencies. And we've been looking to work collaboratively with everyone, knowing that the building community is not just for the town of Telluride, but for the region, and that interest, where that interest has been elsewhere. I don't know if you have anything to say for that.
Yeah, and I think, and thanks for clarifying what you did there on the green grants item, and examples of what would be called for and incentives there could even be like automation technology is something that's even referenced in incentivizing here in the Climate Action Plan. But yeah, in terms of all electric, I think the community that would be most logical to look toward, and they've had this in place for about a year now, a little over a year, would be Crested Butte, because of similar size and altitude and sort of setting. There are only 3 communities total in the state that are fully all electric at this point. Lafayette is also one of those communities, but obviously there you're talking about lower elevation, kind of different situation for winter temperatures and things like that. And my counterpart or I would call her a counterpart at Crested Butte. I know her pretty well now, and she is really an excellent. She's excellent at her job. She's returning from maternity leave soon, so it's on my calendar to chat with her when she comes back. And I think there will probably be some lessons learned that we would be wise to benefit from as we consider this. I don't know if Tommy has anything to add. In terms of opportunity, I think Elena, your point was well made on the state's EV or electric or solar ready. It creates physical space, it creates capacity, but it doesn't necessarily mandate like a water heater being electric instead of gas. But it's almost as if the intent is, well, we've already paid for what's behind the water heater, so why not go for it without actually requiring it? So I don't know. I'm not sure if someone on the building staff can speak to how that's playing out now that, you know, as municipalities are starting to adopt new code, they have to adopt that part. What kind of adoption of electric water heating or space conditioning we're seeing. Most people would want to pay for an increased panel size and then put in a gas water heater. So I don't know how that's actually playing out. I don't know if we have enough data yet on that.
Yeah, I think this is something obviously more research should be done, but there's kind of things to consider. There's some cost analyses that do show electric is a little bit more expensive on the gas or the heating aspect of it. There's people's concerned about if we go all electric, what happens during a power outage? Are we allowing people to have backup gas supply? Or are we cutting it off completely? I would say 95% of the boilers being installed in town right now are gas fireplaces. So would this be a process where we would tell them they have to get rid of those, except similar to the solid fuel burning fireplaces? So these things have to be considered. A lot of people have put infrastructure into gas. You have to consider Black Hills gas piping that's in town. I'm not sure any agreements we have with them. So there's a lot of community input that would need to be researched into what going full electric is, which is why typically incentivizing and this kind of slower process, typically people take it a little bit better. But obviously if it's something that's strong, it could be a full ban. It's just you have to consider the implications of what that does to the community, and people have been using gas and continuing to use gas without anyone telling them that they shouldn't do that because we won't be allowing it sooner. So that just has to be something to be considered.
And I guess one quick thing I'll add, and I'll try to make it super brief, is as town has developed housing recently, it has been all electric. And so we probably will be a good source of our own data as we start seeing electrical bills from those properties being lived in for a year, 2 years, 3 years, and through the different seasons. So I know personally, I'm working with a few other staff on looking at energy use at our properties, and the solar and all electric and how that's playing out. So I think we could use some of our own data as we continue to gather it on that front too.
A good example of the electric ready.
You have to come to the microphone, Sam.
A good example of the electric ready is most houses for the last my time doing it, which is a long time, for dryers. You have a 220 receptacle, and you also have a gas stubbed out to it. So that's what we're talking about, electric ready. For the boiler, we have a receptacle for it, and we have the gas. So you stub in both, so that now of course if what you weren't allowed to use gas, that would be shut off. But that's what the electric ready is sort of. I mean, they've been doing it, and a lot of the nicer houses have that anyway. I mean, they already are electric ready and solar ready. They stub it in. So that's all. I mean, that's all I'm going to say is that I know it's kind of like, I always say, it's kind of like being sort of pregnant, not to, if you're going to do electric, have it all electric. But I think what the state is, that's what they compromise to. Let's at least be ready for people if they want to use it. So
great.
Just want to throw in one more comment. Going back to the beginning of this conversation, I think it's really important that we take our time and do feasibility analyses, really be thoughtful when we're considering additional amendments beyond those that our staff team have vetted extensively in coming before you today. And I wouldn't want to slow down the adoption of, for example, the 2024 IECC, which puts us, many steps ahead of the 2018 and brings us, to a level that, is quite heightened by now, stopping the process and looking back at, materials that we just received this morning. And like that will take time for us to look through, analyze. There may be some resources needed to do a thorough job of determining feasibility. And I wouldn't want to slow down our movement forward at this point in time with all the work that's been done. So that's where I go back to the two-step, process of, can we move forward with the adoption of our code updates as presented? And can we then look to, town council's direction and guidance as to further research, those feasibility analyses, and then the determination for what those next steps would be with everyone's collective input. I just want to be really thoughtful about that process. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Darren, you have anything to add? Are you ready for questions?
Sure.
Great. Thank you for that presentation. Any questions? Seeing none, it is a work session, and kind of the second part where we requested comments from the audience. Is there anybody in the audience that would like to add anything or ask a question?
I'll try not to break the microphone this time. Kim Wheels again with Eco Action Partners, and I just wanted to address the discussion around the all-electric code optional amendment that is included in the package that we just sent out this morning from the code cohort team. It is one of a list of many options in there. We've been developing it for specifically the town of Ridgeway and the town of Telluride, because you are the two communities that have expressed an interest in an all-electric building code. It has been drafted such that it can be adopted with the current code, but to be implemented at a future date. So there's a timeline for bringing the building community up to speed, providing the appropriate trainings, which are also part of the energy code grant that we have right now. We can provide, and we have been providing workshops and training opportunities for both the building officials and staff, as well as the building community. Other parts of what we've been discussing in that is the studies that are necessary to help support with the adoption, such as Kristen just mentioned, to help with that analysis to make sure that what's being adopted, everybody is comfortable with in a comfortable timeline. I also just wanted to address the question of, well, if you're making yourself electric ready, then why not just go electric? And with talking with contractors, in particular mechanical contractors, they are frustrated with the electric ready requirements if a building isn't just going that way, because they're essentially designing for two systems for the same building. The reason why the state of Colorado didn't just go, we're going to go all electric, is because of threat of lawsuit. They couldn't adopt an all electric required code for the whole state without being under serious threat of being sued. So they've adopted the electric ready to help make things and prepare things for electrification, and then allowing it for each jurisdiction to consider how to go all electric if they desire. So I just wanted to bring that into the conversation as well.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is there anybody else in the room for comment on this work session item? Seeing none, Tiffany, is there anybody with their hand raised online? Any other further questions or comments from council?
I mean, I think I just have one comment, I guess probably is likely it. I mean, I think in listening to Darren's presentation, it does seem as though we've got a lot of options on the table. And I think we also have a finite amount of funding for this particular budget. So I was curious if council had any desire to have a session just to align what our priorities are, so that we can apply that to our sustainability budget, within our budget season, when we're actually creating that budget itself.
Sure. Yeah, I'm in favor of continuing to examine and explore these think Kristen's comments are correct of analysis is important on this. These are complex issues. But I just view this is this is the sector where the work matters and where we get big results in the terms of climate action. So I do view this as important. I do want to continue to take these regional partners, and statewide partners where we have great resources there, and use some of that and continue to work in this area. I think I can live with doing both at the same time, but I think that if we want to actually do the work for our goal of a 50% reduction of greenhouse gases by 2030, this is where the work is.
Yeah,
Great.
and I would echo what Dan said. I'm ready to like move more quickly on this issue. But I don't want to hinder the progress of the updates to the code. So my appetite is to make this happen sooner rather than later. Because again, I don't see the point of requiring all this infrastructure and then not actually implementing it. I think the two kind of go together. So I don't see why not. But you know, I want to be sensitive to staff's timeline and not do anything too hastily.
And I'll just kind of jump into those points. Obviously, staff hasn't had the time to review any of those material or provide a staff opinion or expertise on that. So I think we heard a portion of it, but without having our staff the ability to review and provide recommendations to council. So we're kind of, go ahead.
Would it help if I read the amendment, the proposed amendment of the all electric? Would that help at all? Just to read what the language says?
No.
No,
Okay.
no. I mean,
To be totally honest,
yeah.
I need to be able to
Yeah.
digest it all.
Yeah, we're not gonna be able to make a decision on it in short order. The bottom line is we have to figure out what it is, who was consulted on creating that amendment, and then what our local building community feedback will be on it. And it's not, we'd love to act quick on it. It's, you know, unless it's proven different, it's the right thing to do and the goal of ours to do it. But I don't think we've got to digest a lot of information before we move forward. And if that means we have to adopt the code without it, so be it. And we can discuss that at a later date.
I just have a question in general about all electric building codes because I'm not super familiar with them. So pardon me if this is really dumb, but just to clarify, obviously I understand the difference between a gas furnace, electric furnace and all that, but then if you're going all electric, does that then extend to all of the other appliances in the home? So if we adopt an all electric code, would that mean that there would be no more like gas stoves in people's homes and stuff like that?
And
The
like
proposal has.
water heaters are not one that people often think about, but big energy users, water heating. Yeah, gas water heating versus electric water heating.
I mean, gas fireplaces. So all of that, let's think about like, obviously there are very easy things on this box to check off and say like, hey, yeah, furnaces, things like that. But like, if we're moving towards this, you know, we need to really understand like, okay, then there's no more gas fireplaces. There's no more gas stoves in people's kitchens. Kind of what does that look like going forward?
And
Gas dryers.
There have been other communities that have looked at more of a hybrid approach where a significant amount is going electric, but then like those key components that you brought in, like the stove and fireplaces are allowed to remain as gas so that, you know, experientially for the homeowner, that they still have the experience that they're looking for while being able to support, you know, move in this direction. So I think there's different ways to kind of look at this. And I think there are different ways that this could be palatable for the community, but I do think we need to make sure that we take the steps slowly so that it is palatable for everyone that's, you know, that has an opinion or will be affected by it.
I'll just throw one thing out and then I'll be quiet. That, you know, it was brought up about, you know, if the power goes out, then that creates an issue for heating and stuff like that in people's homes. I think, you know, when we're looking at, you know, gas fireplaces and stuff like that, having that available to people, because then in a situation where power does go out, then you could potentially be heating at least a living space with a gas fireplace. So just something to think about too, as we go forward, knowing the conditions of the place that we live. I mean, there are sometimes situations in the winter where we have multi-day power outages and stuff like that. So all things to consider.
And I was gonna say, I can't remember, I may have misspoken. I mentioned communities that are all electric, but like a hybrid model, Boulder is an example of a hybrid model. So if I said that wrong earlier, I just wanted to correct that. Where they require certain types of, like by use and by size, certain types of buildings are all electric, others, certain appliances are all electric, and the rest is more flexible. So there are models like that, and just wanted to make sure I was correct on the record there.
Well, and another thing is our emergency generators. There's an awful lot of structures that have those, and those are natural gas
Mhm.
or worse. they're
Or
gas-
diesel.
Only diesel, but we don't even allow diesel. We allow only natural gas. So you would have, if in a power outage, you'd get real cold.
Great, thank you. Any other comments before we move on? Great. Thank you everyone for your time in the presentation. Lots for us to think
And I'm
about.
just going to wrap up some council direction. So staff will obviously be reviewing what was given to them this morning. We'll continue to work through that, but more importantly, perhaps have a work session to discuss some of the feasibility or other action items that come out of this, particularly potentially with or in addition to the 2024 code adoption, and also a review of the sustainability budget within all of those options and what that would look like ahead of the specific budget discussion for sustainability. So I think I understand that. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, that brings us to work session 1C, discussion of use, modification, or sale of town-owned affordable housing unit located at 155 West Pacific Avenue, Unit 305 in Silverjack. And we have Ally Slayton to present.
Good morning, Town Council, almost afternoon. Legal doesn't have much of a position when it comes to future use of this unit. I know that the manager's office might feel differently, but I will just present where we are with this property and give you the options and let you discuss from there. So this is Silverjack Unit 305. This is a Tier 4 unit, 3-bedroom. The purchase price was approximately $590,000 when the town purchased just last month. As a reminder, we did purchase this unit to assist the prior owner with purchasing their next deed restricted unit. We did table the conversation with what the town would do with the unit after it purchased. So at this point, we're really just trying to determine how we want to move forward with resale or occupancy of this unit. The town's options, we could fill it with a town employee. The deed restriction could either be retained as a guideline subject deed restriction. That has happened twice in the past few years if we have started repurchasing some units. Or we could replace the current deed restriction with a town employee deed restriction. That would accept this unit from the guidelines, but of course the deed restriction for the town employee would still require that that person maintain employment with the town, and the unit would also continue to be price capped. The other options, the town could decide to put this unit into a lottery. This unit has not been part of a lottery since it was first sold back, I believe, in 2016 might be the age of this unit. 2019. Yeah, so when the unit was sold to the last town employee, that person was prioritized, but it was retained as a guideline subject unit. Again, we could do that here again, or we could release this property from being prioritized for a town employee and instead put it back into the lottery for qualified ownership of any person in the community. Again, this is a 3-bedroom unit. It would require a 3-person minimum household unless there was an exception given. I would note finally that there are very few Tier 4 units in the community. I don't know what the appetite is currently for Tier 4 units, but I do think it's important to note that we don't have very many. So I don't know if that might impact your decision today or not, but I will hand it over to the manager's department to give you any representation as to whether the town has a preference given those options.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Ally.
Yeah, just some added information. Obviously, on the chart that I provided, I did highlight this property twice as it has been within this list twice now. I also wanted to note as a decision was made for 2 additional units that came before this council meeting, just for the public to understand that council did pass on their first right for 2 units, one at the Gold Run and one at Ballard between our last council meetings. And that we have another one coming in for discussion that just came in last minute for Friday at Entrada that will be discussed in the action item. So we do have just wanted to round out all of the discussions that we've been having. For staff, obviously it continues to be a moving target, but we are at the 21% of our goal for 30%. So we definitely are climbing toward that goal. Very appreciative of that. And the only other thing is from the manager's office, we do have several larger recruitments that we are going to be looking to do. One in particular that this unit would potentially be helpful for, specifically if there was any appetite to convert it to a town unit, but I will leave that up for your discussion, given all of the information that you were given from Ally. So thank you so much. Oh, and and we did have 5 current staff members interested above the need for our recruitments as well.
Great. Thank you, Zoe. Any questions for Ally or Zoe? Thoughts about direction?
I mean, I would love to have a tier 4 in our inventory for town staff. I think that we have some handful of employees that fit into that category and are key employees. So whether it's becomes a full or a regular guidelines subject unit or a town staff unit.
Yeah, so let me speak on that real quick. So if it is converted to a town employee unit, there is no income cap.
Right.
So there's no income cap, so the tier does not matter if it's converted to an employee unit. And also, just so everyone knows as well, if we were to, let's say, hire someone and they have a spouse that works remotely and earns a lot of money, that also does not matter. So there's very few restrictions once it becomes a town employee unit. However, if we were to just prioritize a town employee, but leave it as a guideline subject unit, that is where tier would matter, and they would be subject to all other provisions of the guidelines.
That would be my preference personally.
I agree. I would rather not change the deed restriction on this unit, but prioritize a town employee if that's a good fit.
Like there's plenty of people interested.
And Zoe, were the people interested if it changed to a town employee unit or in the current
That was not
circumstance? Wasn't part of the question?
Yeah.
Okay.
So current circumstance.
Yeah, I mean, I think we should keep our guidelines in place whenever possible, unless staff is imploring us because of needing to hit a certain number and they're not doing so right now. So we only have so many of these tier 4 units. We are one of the employers in town that does have employees that make in that range. So I think it's a good fit to sell to a staff member, keep the deed restriction the same.
I'd also, I think that the recruitment piece is big, considering we have several positions at the town that are still open. So that's something that I could get on board with. especially
Yeah,
as we
so
look towards-
if this were to be sold, let's say it was someone who was already in the community, that would work. But if this is someone that we're recruiting from outside of the community, they would have to get an exception before the subcommittee in order to meet the guidelines, because we do have that 12 months of prior work history in the community. So it could still be used for recruitment purposes, but my guess is probably maybe not. However, there is another 3-bedroom unit that we are getting ready to repurchase that is a town employee unit. I would also note that the 2 most recent units that we purchased at Entrada and converted to employee units are also 3-bedroom. So we have quite a few 3-bedroom units right now for town employee deed restricted units. What we don't have are very many guideline subject town prioritized units. Just in full disclosure, I'm in one of the 2. The only other one that I'm aware of is also in my building. Those are both 1-bedroom units that you decided to purchase, prioritize a town employee, but we're still subject to the guidelines. Most of the units that you have decided to repurchase, we're either waiting on direction for, those are the 2 Pheno units, or as a unit like this where we might be prioritizing but still subjecting to the guidelines. But of course, the option is still out there to accept it from the guidelines and just convert it to a full town employee unit.
I guess my point was that if we put a current town employee in there, that might free up some other properties. And
that is true.
take the
Yes.
pressure off for
Yes.
recruitment.
Yeah, definitely.
We haven't heard from Mean or Dan. Any thoughts?
I mean, there's a case to be made in several directions. So I sort of hear the prevailing sentiment and it feels fine to me. I'm definitely on board with selling it to a town employee, but keeping the deed restriction the same. That seems like a fair enough compromise. And it does allow the town staff person, should another opportunity arise that they wish to pursue, it does allow them that opportunity as well. So I'm fine with that direction.
Great.
Same.
Perfect. Since this is a work session, there is nobody in the room for public comment. So we'll check online before we give direction. Anyone online? Okay. So everybody thumbs up, comfortable with keeping the current deed restriction and then prioritizing it for a town staff?
Feels fine.
Awesome. Is that enough, Ally and Zoe?
Yes, that is
Yeah.
enough. This item will come back to you once we've identified the town employee that we're going to prioritize, working with HR Manager's Department. We'll come back to you for disposition and sale of the property. That might be here, I would guess, maybe in a couple months or so.
Awesome.
But direction heard. Thank you very much.
Thank you. On that note, it is 11:57 and we're going to somehow break 3 minutes early for lunch.
We caught up.
Yeah, I feel like you guys aren't
Okay, we are going to reconvene the Town of Telluride Town Council meeting as of Tuesday, July 1st, 2025. It is 1:03 PM and we are online as well as in person at Rebecca Hall at 113 West Columbia Avenue. Next item on the agenda is public comment on non-agenda items. Each person will be allotted no more than 5 minutes. Overall public comment will be limited to 45 minutes per council meeting. Is there anybody in the room for public comment today? Seeing none, I will close public comment for the room. Is there anybody online, Tiffany?
Right, see.
Okay, and there's no public comments online. That will bring us to our next agenda item, and that is agenda item number 3, presentations and proclamations. 3A is the state of town address, and that is me. So I will read the state of the town address, July 1st, 2025. Sense of community. Does Telluride still have it? I've heard that question time and time again. But what does that mean for the state of the town of Telluride in 2025? Community has always been the heartbeat of Telluride. And while we've grown, arguably more than at any other time since the mining era, we still remain one of the most close-knit places on the map. New faces arrive every day. Locals, second homeowners, seasonal workers, and visitors. Change is visible and yes, deeply felt. But in a town like ours, change is also a symbol of resilience, creativity, and shared commitment. It reflects our collective love for Telluride and our dedication to preserving its legacy while embracing opportunities ahead. We can't stay the same, and we certainly can't go back in time. That's neither realistic nor healthy. As your mayor, my primary mission is to protect and enhance this sense of community. It may look different as we evolve, but it must remain strong. Here's how your town government is working to make that happen. Inclusion. True community thrives when everyone feels welcome and empowered to participate. We are doubling down on ensuring Telluride is a place where everyone has a voice and a stake, regardless of background, income, or tenure. This commitment runs through our core priorities, from prioritizing inclusive infrastructure to expanding bilingual communications in Spanish and English to updating our websites and forums for greater accessibility. We know that meaningful public engagement is essential to good governance, and we continue working to ensure our processes invite participation from all corners of the community. We recognize that differing perspectives are a hallmark of a thoughtful town. What matters most is how we engage with empathy, humility, and a shared commitment to Telluride's future. Disagreement is inevitable, but our commitment to treating each other with kindness and respect is what keeps our community strong. Affordable housing. As I stated in January's State of the Town, we are more committed than ever to keeping locals local. Yes, construction can be inconvenient, but products like Voodoo, Shandoka's expansion and remodel, Canyonlands, Tower House, Virginia Placer, and the early planning of Carhenge and the Shandoka parking lot redevelopment are how we safeguard our future. Housing is just not policy, it is community. Regional partnerships. Telluride does not exist in a vacuum. Whether you live in Mountain Village, Placerville, Norwood, Ophir, or beyond, you're part of the extended family of the Telluride region. Our collaboration with the town of Mountain Village, San Miguel County, and our neighboring municipalities has never been stronger. Together, we're creating continuity that benefits the entire region. Infrastructure. Yes, it's unglamorous, but it matters. We're doing the hard work now so that future generations enjoy a better Telluride. Safer bump outs on Main Street, a revitalized West Pacific Street for cyclists, a new warming hut, and yes, even that sewer pipelining. These investments matter. And we're working hand in hand with regional partners on shared needs like the gondola, the wastewater treatment plant, and of course, housing. What can you do? Telluride locals have more options than ever, but every day we each face a choice. Do I want what's best for me or what's best for the community? You absolutely have the right to prioritize your personal needs, but it's hard to wax poetic about Telluride's magic of the past if we're all pulling in different directions. If we each put the community first just a little bit, we'll safeguard the very soul of this town. So step up, join a nonprofit board, apply for a town commission position, bake cookies for your neighbor, say hello and make eye contact. Volunteer for something, anything. It could be a festival, a nonprofit, a Kodo DJ slot, or a community event that needs your help. Every small act matters. And yes, please help to curb the negativity. We all see it. Social media, national politics, speeding through town. Be the counterweight, be the example. When second homeowners and visitors see our values in action, they adapt, and that's how we preserve Telluride's culture. The current state of the community. I'm proud to say Telluride has not lost its sense of community. If you don't believe me, travel to any other mountain town and see the difference for yourself. But we cannot take it for granted. As we grow, evolve, and adapt, we must protect it with everything we have. By investing in our shared values and future, we lay the foundation for a Telluride that's more inclusive, resilient, and connected, a place where future state of the town addresses celebrate meaningful progress and continued unity. It won't be easy. Mistakes will happen. We'll get things wrong. But if each of us commits even incrementally to being better, together we'll lift Telluride into the stratosphere. Thank you, and let's keep moving forward together. That brings us to 3B, introduction, the new deputy marshal, and we have Chief here to present and introduce.
Good afternoon. It is my pleasure to introduce our newest deputy, Lane Masters. Lane has been raised in the community, graduated high school here, joined the Marine Corps, served honorably for 5 years. After leaving the Marine Corps, he served in Bismarck PD for 10 years, where he worked a variety of assignments, including patrol, bomb technician on the SWAT team, and then lastly as a detective with the Human Trafficking Task Force. He's been with the San Miguel County Sheriff's for about 1.5 years before coming to our department. We are extremely happy to have someone of Lane's caliber and community ties at our department. He's only going to make us all better, and we look forward to everything he's going to bring to our community. Great.
This is actually at my height. Yeah, I'm very happy to be here. It's very exciting to me. My family and I moved back just shy of 3 years ago to Telluride. I joke, like a lot of Telluride kids, it took me 17 years to try to get out of here, just for the next 17 years to be trying to come back. So we're very fortunate to be here. I'm very happy to be here. I'm very lucky to be in my chosen profession here. And with my resume out on display, I'm sure people might be worried that I might have some city cop or Marine Corps left in me. And I assure you, it's just the haircut. I've always been a fan of community policing and a believer in the values that our community here in Telluride really shares. And I've taken those along with me throughout my career. There's a Japanese proverb that I like to think of when it comes to community policing, and that is that the city has its laws and the village its customs. So being someone who grew up in Telluride, I'm pretty used to our customs and our approaches to handling public issues and public safety. And I'm very excited to be here and serve the community that raised me. Thank you.
Great. Hey, thank you very much for joining the team. We really appreciate it.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you.
Okay, that brings us to agenda item number 4, appointments to boards and commissions. Current board openings. The Telluride Town Council is accepting applications for current and upcoming vacancies from residents interested in volunteering their service on one of the following town boards, committees, or commissions. Applications must be received by noon on Monday, July 14th, 2025, for possible consideration at the next town council meeting, July 22nd, 2025. Board of Adjustment and Appeals, 4 regular seats for a 1 or 2 year term, 2 alternate seats for a 1 or 2 year term. Election Commission, 1 regular seat for a 2-year term. Ethics Commission, 3 alternate public at large seats for a 1 or 2 year term, town resident, 1 regular public at large seat for a 1 or 2 year term, town resident. Open Space Commission, 1 regular seat for a 1 or 2 year term, town or county resident. Parks and Recreation Commission, and this seat is being considered today. One regular seat for a 1 or 2 year term, town resident. Planning and Zoning Commission, one alternate seat for a 1 or 2 year term, town resident at least 1 year. Public Art Commission, one regular seat for a 1 or 2 year term, town resident. Please note, the town council may choose to appoint a sitting alternate to a regular seat vacancy. Should that occur, council reserves the right to appoint any applicant to an alternate position. And with that, we go on to agenda item 4B, which is the opening on the Parks and Recreation Commission for the one regular seat for a 1 or 2 year term. And we have Piper Miller here to present.
Thank you, Mayor. So this vacancy on Parks and Rec is occurring because Jim Denny's term is expiring and he has applied for reappointment. Jim Denny has served on Parks and Rec since July of 2020, and his attendance the last 3 years has been perfect. If you choose to reappoint him, staff recommends a 2-year term and it would be effective immediately. I'm not certain whether he is in attendance with us today or not.
I know he was traveling, but okay, he's not. Are there any questions for Piper on Jim Denny's application to be reconsidered for a seat on the Parks and Recreation Commission?
I am the liaison for the Parks and Rec Commission, and I think that Jim's attendance, is a glowing recommendation for him to continue in his seat. I know that he cares a lot about our public spaces. He utilizes them a lot, and he is always a great voice and great attitude to have on the board. So I would certainly recommend him to continue in that spot.
Great. Thank you for that input, Ashley. Any further questions of Ashley, Piper, or any further discussion amongst council?
I move to approve. I move to reappoint, Jim Denny to a regular seat on the Parks and Recreation Commission for a term of 2 years, effective immediately.
We have a motion from Ashley.
Second.
We have a second from Elena. I should state that since this is an action item, is there anybody online with their hands raised, Tiffany?
No.
Okay, there's no one in the room for public comment, so I just wanted to confirm that. We have a sitting motion from Ashley and a second from Elena. Ashley, how do you vote?
Ashley, yes.
Elena, yes.
Neva, yes.
Mean yes.
Dan, yes.
And Teddy, yes. Jim Denny's been approved for continued appointment to the Parks and Rec Commission. Piper, thank you very much.
Thank you.
That brings us to agenda item number 5, consent calendar. I test that everyone has reviewed the minutes of the regular meeting of June 3rd, 2025, and the minutes of the retreat on June 12th, 2025. Unless there's any further discussion on those topics, I would entertain a motion to approve the consent calendar as presented.
So moved.
We have,
Second.
we have a motion from Dan and a second from Ashley. Dan, how do you vote?
Dan, yes.
Ashley, yes.
Elena, yes.
Neva, yes.
Mean yes.
And Teddy, yes, the consent calendar is approved unanimously. That brings us to agenda item number 6, public hearing, 6A, second reading and approval of an ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, clarifying use prohibitions and restrictions on the property known as the Telluride Valley Floor Open Space and rescinding emergency ordinance number 1289. And we have Lance McDonald and Jason Wilson here to present.
Thank you, Mayor Erico and Council. This item is the second reading of an ordinance that would basically harmonize the restrictions on the valley floor. It also rescinds the emergency ordinance 1289. The prohibitions set forth in this ordinance track the more recently adopted Telluride Valley Floor Open Space Conservation Easement and Management Plan. Those were adopted about 1 year after the emergency ordinance was passed. There's been no changes between first and second reading, and we would recommend that you approve on second reading.
Great. Lance, thank you very much. Any questions from council for Lance or Jason? Seeing none, this is a public hearing. I will go into the room first. Is there anybody in the room for public comment on agenda item 6A? Seeing nobody in the room, I do see a hand raised online. And if you, Dalton, that would be great.
Mayor, her hand did go up during approval of the consent calendar, so this may not be related to the public hearing, just heads up, but I'm muting Susan.
Okay.
Susan, you're unmuted.
Yes, I'm sorry I'm late. I was trying to tune into the meeting from Africa, and it took me a longer time. But my comment has nothing to do with the motion that you're dealing with now.
Unfortunately, we've closed public comment for the meeting, and it's not, certainly my policy to reopen it after the fact, or it would create
Okay.
just longer meetings. We do want to hear what you have to say. So what we would encourage is to email your comments to Tiffany Kavanaugh. That would be the best way to handle it, because although we can't take the public comment after the fact when we've called for it and closed it, we still want to be able to hear your concerns in a different format, and certainly hope that that's okay.
Thank you. I will do that.
Great. Thank you, Susan. Anybody else online?
No.
Seeing no other public comment on this public hearing, any last discussion among council?
We're gonna get pushbacks on the dogs. I'm just saying it. It's been the recommendation of the Open Space Commission. It seems like there's a trade-off worth it of using the dogs as a working dog to manage the goats, which are then eating invasive weeds, and it's a short term. When people see dogs on the valley floor, they're going to have words and thoughts about it with us. And I voted for the first reading of it. I can get on board with the second reading of it. I understand the trade-off. It's a limited scope. They're professionally managed. It's a limited area of the valley floor. Those would be the things I'd highlight for anybody who hears or sees dogs on it and was worried about those impacts to other wildlife in there. But I do just want to acknowledge as council that we know we're going to get some feedback, and I don't think everyone's going to be happy about that component.
We can also point out that it says except as authorized by the management plan, and this is part of the management.
Just to be clear, this ordinance maintains the current prohibition on dogs that's in the conservation easement, which says dogs are prohibited except as approved by the town manager for service dogs. The management plan amendment, that's the resolution, that's a couple items from now.
Thank you. Yeah.
That will be the item where you would also carve out for working dogs. But
Okay.
this does not change the prohibition as stated in the management plan.
Okay, so it might be better to discuss that later in the meeting on that point. I mean, and I've seen, it seems pretty well addressed in the packet as well. But definitely a good point. They were going to hear it. That's for sure. Any other comments or discussion? I would entertain a motion.
Move to approve a resolution of the town council of the town of Telluride, Colorado. Nope. Am I on the wrong page? Sorry.
This should
be 6A.
Yep.
I can do it.
If you have it, go for it. Yep, thank you. I was in the wrong one.
I move to adopt an ordinance of the town council of the town of Telluride, Colorado, clarifying use prohibitions and restrictions on property known as the Telluride Valley Floor open space and rescinding emergency ordinance number 1289.
Second.
We have a motion from Elena, and I'm not sure who was first. I'll guess me in for the second. Elena, how do you vote?
Elena, yes.
Ian, yes.
Geneva, yes.
Ashley, yes.
Dan, yes.
And Teddy, yes. That second reading and approval is approved unanimously. Thank you guys very much, and we'll see you shortly. That brings us to agenda item number 7 items. 7A, consideration of approval of a resolution of the town council of the town of Telluride, Colorado, approving the 2024 financial audit. Kaylee Ranta here to present.
Thank you. This is the second year that we've worked with McMahon and Associates on our financial audit. Tasha Woodyard was the manager. And her team, they were out here in January doing their interim audit fieldwork and met with all the departments. And then in March, we did our audit fieldwork with them, and Tasha's online to present this.
Yes, can everyone hear me?
Yep.
Perfect. Kaylee, thank you for the introduction. I'm just going to go ahead and share my screen as I have a small presentation prepared. Oh, it looks like I'm not allowed to share for the meeting.
You should be fine now.
Perfect, thank you. Here we go. Can you guys see my screen?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Okay, give me 1 second. There we go. Okay, can you guys see that PowerPoint now?
Yep.
Yes.
Perfect. So I just wanted to do a quick introduction of myself. As Kaylee said, my name is Tasha Woodyard. I'm a CPA and a manager at McMahon and Associates. If you're new to town council or this meeting or the audit process, I just kind of wanted to share a little bit of a background on McMahon and Associates. As Kaylee said, this is our second year doing the town's financial statement audit. The auditor prior to us retired, and so that's kind of when we took it over. We specialize in local government audits primarily and advisory services around the state of Colorado, but almost entirely the Western Slope. So it's kind of unique, but it's fun to work here because we're we're familiar with the unique challenges that are faced in these communities such as yours, with workforce housing, affordable housing, and then just the economic impacts that tourism has on these places. So we'll go ahead and get started. Just a little bit of context for what exactly an audit is. So it's basically an independent examination of the financials that Kaylee and the rest of the finance team have prepared to ensure that the financial position and results that are reported are free without, but material misstatement is the technical term. And what we mean by that is any major errors in the financial statements. So state statute, along with your town charter, requires the audit. So that's why we do this process. And there's a little bit of a list there of all the stakeholders that are a result of who uses these financial statements. And if at any point you have any questions, you can feel free to interject me and ask, and I'm happy to answer them. A little bit on the process. So as Kaylee said, we kind of break this up into two pieces just because it's so large. So the first half of that is coming to your physical town site in January, typically, and we interview a bunch of your departments. So we take a look at who has the biggest financial transactions or impact on the town. What are the policies and procedures in place? Do we feel like there are proper segregation of duties between all the staff you have? Our goal there is to make sure that there isn't any substantial risk for any kind of fraud or misappropriation of assets, or if we feel there are places that general improvements can be made, we do make those recommendations to you guys as well. And then in March, we have what we call the final field work completed, where we didn't go on site to you guys this year. We did everything remotely, but that's when we're actually auditing the actual balances of what's been reported, taking a look at all your transactions, your invoices, and things like that. Okay, so the fun stuff. Your 2024 results were that the opinion was unmodified for the financial statements. And what that means, it's just a clean opinion. Unmodified is just the technical term. And that is the highest level of assurance that we can provide as auditors. I've gone through and just prepared some of the bigger highlights of your financial position for the town. Some things that we take a look at is how much money is invested into your capital assets. That's 73% of your total financial position for the year. And then 22% of that is available for operations and spending. We like to take a look at liquidity of municipalities. Unlike, I try to use the example of schools. Schools are heavily reliant on property taxes. So once their year end closes, they basically don't have a lot of money left because they're waiting on the influx of those taxes. You guys are in a really, really healthy spot with $67.3 million in cash and investments. Again, you guys have significant investments in infrastructure, which are those capital assets that provide various services to to the public. And then we took a look at your liabilities, which increased $23 million in aggregate from 2023. And that was a result of various drawdowns on some of the bonds and notes relating to your housing projects. Sorry, was that a question?
No, go ahead.
Okay, no worries. Let's see, some other things here. We like to take a look at, I'm just skipping to the third bullet point here as we don't need to go through everything in detail. Approximately 25% of your cost of governmental operations were covered by direct revenues. So as you guys are already familiar, the governmental functions of the government, general administration, affordable housing projects that aren't directly tied to Shandoka, Voodoo, let's see, your community development and, interest on long-term debt. There are a few other functions I can't name off the top of my head, but those are typically mostly subsidized by general revenues. So that would be investment earnings, your taxes, things that are being taken in by the town that are not specifically set aside for these functions. So when we say 25% of cost of governmental operations were covered by direct revenues, we either mean through charges for services, operating grants, or capital grants and contributions. And then your business type activities, which are your, they're called business type activities because they pretty much sustain themselves like a real business. They generated a surplus of $8.3 million for 2024. Okay, so these are the financial results for the fund level. And when we say the fund level, it does not include activities such as long-term debt or your capital assets. It's kind of the short-term focus for the year. So for the year, your governmental fund balances increased $8 million in 2024. And something that we really like to take a look at to measure the financial strength of a municipality is the general fund's fund balance as a percent of current year expenditures. So as you can see here, your lowest percentage is 66%, and that's probably in your special revenue funds, so things that are set aside for specific purposes. But your general fund and all governmental funds are 75 and 99%. Typically, I see this percentage in the 60 to 65% range. So I would say that the town has really healthy overall fund balances. Just a couple of quick notes. Your revenues were up largely $8.1 million from 2023 due to an increase in sales, property, and use taxes. And then your expenditures decreased $4.1 million from 2023, which was primarily attributed to lower subsidies from the Affordable Housing Fund for those housing projects that you guys are working on. Just as a big picture here, like I just said in a couple slides ago, overall, the town has a really healthy, strong financial position. You guys continue to do investments in affordable housing, and your budget was done on a conservative basis as everything, for the most part, was within the adopted or amended budgets. We do issue what we call a board communication letter, which is issued to Kaylee and town council. And what we are doing with that is we go through, and that's where we relay some of the things that we found during our interim visit in January. I don't think there was anything of significance in there. So unless anyone wants to ask something about that specifically, I don't think we need to go over that. Other than that, I just wanted to say a big thank you to Kaylee. We audit a lot of clients, you know, like I said, all over the Western Slope of various sizes. And I can say that Telluride is by far one of the strongest finance directors that I've worked with in a while. You guys are always ready and have very detailed documentation and records, and it makes getting through the volume of this audit a lot easier than if that wasn't the case. So I really appreciate it. Does anyone have any questions?
We also appreciate Kaylee.
Yeah. Great. Thank you for summarizing that. And we know everyone's gone through it, the packet, and it seems that we're in a pretty good space. Any questions for our consultant or Kaylee from Town Council?
Sounds like a glowing review.
Yep. Seeing none, is there anyone in the audience here to comment on this since it's an action item? Seeing none, are any hands raised online, Tiffany?
No.
There are no hands raised. So unless there are any discussion from council, I would entertain a motion for the consideration of approval of a resolution.
Page 79.
Jump up at once.
Wait, no.
I move to approve
I got it.
resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, accepting the 2024 financial audit by McMahon and Associates LLC.
We have a motion from Dan. Do we have a second?
Second,
We have a second from Elena. Dan, how do you vote?
Dan, yes.
Elena, yes.
Geneva, yes.
Ian, yes.
Ashley, yes.
And Teddy, yes. It is approved unanimously. Kaylee, thank you so much. Wonderful job. And I know it's very much appreciated. And thank you for the detailed review of Telluride as well.
Thanks, Tasha.
Thank you, everyone.
Agenda action item 7B, consideration of a recommendation from the Telluride Open Space Commission regarding the use of goats as a conditional agricultural use for weed mitigation and range management purposes on the Telluride Valley floor open space. And we have Lance back to present.
Thank you. So the item before you is, there's two items. One is 7B, which is a pilot program for the use of goats as a conditional agricultural use on the valley floor open space. And the second item would be a resolution amending the management plan for the valley floor open space to permit herding and guard dogs as a use if associated with a conditional use for goats for weed mitigation and range management purposes. So we're trying to keep it very narrow on that second resolution. On the June 2nd meeting, the Telluride Open Space Commission recommended that the council consider permitting as a pilot program a conditional agricultural use for the use of goats for weed mitigation and range management. The recommendation is consistent with the adopted work plan by the Open Space Commission, which identified the use of goats as part of its integrated weed management program. And the commission also adopted its weed plan for 2025 in May, and then also expressed the desire to consider using goats as a pilot program in limited areas. Conditional agricultural uses may be permitted by council with an extraordinary majority of town council. It's never been proposed. So this is the first time that council's ever considered a conditional agricultural use. The council must make findings in order to authorize such a use. Those are exigent circumstances exist that were not present when the plan was adopted. The proposed use or activity is necessary and consistent with the purposes listed above in the management plan and also other relevant policies in the management plan. And the proposed use and activity does not adversely affect the property's conservation values. The Open Space Commission recommendation is required for you to consider this agricultural use, and as noted, they have recommended so. You can have limited agricultural uses if they're limited to livestock for the purposes of range management and weed management. There's also other uses of livestock that may be able to be approved through the management or through the conditional use permit process, which you're reviewing right now. But right now, this is just limited to goats, and it's limited to weed management and range management purposes. We're not seeking to mitigate wildfires. We're not producing human food or animal feed or any of those types of conditional uses that you might consider with a future application. With respect to the application, what's shown on the screen is the areas that are proposed for this pilot program. And you can see they're well away from Boomerang Road. They're in zone 1 of the valley floor, which is the areas that are less environmentally sensitive, and they're not in wetland areas as well. We have a significant thistle infestation in these areas. We also have yellow toad flax. So the idea is to see if the goats will be able to reduce the aggressiveness of the weeds in those areas. Again, the goats do not kill the weeds necessarily, but they do digest the seeds prior to the seeds being useful for growing plants in the future. They also churn the soil up and make it more suitable, we believe, for having native grasses come in and outcompete the weeds. There's also the fertilizing that happens with the goats when they do their business. We don't know if this is going to cause a positive or negative impact on the valley floor property. We will be monitoring this with respect to how well it mitigates weeds, how the logistics work, to see if it actually is functional and logistical. Is it logistically practical to do this activity? And then also we are going to see if there's negative impacts associated with overgrazing. We're going to be rotating the goats often. There will be an electric fences. And we'll also be making sure that we're not seeing, for example, a monsoonal rain event could cause degradation to the property if we have a lot of livestock in a very small pen with the churning of the soil. So those are all the types of things that we'll be looking at in this pilot program. Again, it's not on a large area on the valley floor, it's pretty small. If the council is accepting this or in favor of doing this conditional agricultural use as a pilot program, then the management plan would need to be amended through the resolution that's also attached. And that was also recommended by the Telluride Open Space Commission at its June 2nd meeting. And again, that the proposed amendment would just to allow herd and guard dogs for approved conditional agricultural uses for the purposes of weed mitigation and range management. So this is not opening the door, as Dan had been, you're not implying that the door is being opened, but this is not opening the door for dog activities on the valley floor. You know, this is an aside, dogs are also permitted on the valley floor in the instance of search and rescue, or if there's a police action that uses those dogs. State law provides for that kind of activity for dogs. So when the original management plan was envisioned and written, I don't think we were considering dogs as a useful tool to help implement the management objectives of the valley floor. Again, this is a pilot program. If this is positive and we want to proceed with this would actually come back to council again next year for your consideration. So this is not an approval in perpetuity. It's an approval just for a pilot program. And with that, I would note that Chris Hazen is of the Senegal Conservation Foundation has written a letter supporting both the conditional use and the resolution. He is up at Also Lakes right now, is not available to be here in person. Also, Josh Williams, Open Space Ranger, who will be intimately involved in this activity if it's approved, is in attendance. So feel free to ask him any questions that you may have. And Jonathan Brantley of Durango Goats is also on the call as well, if you have any questions specifically for him.
Isn't it Durangotes?
Durangotes, sorry, thank you for that.
Lance, thank you very much. I just want to make it clear that it appears with Lance's presentation, we are merging 7B and 7C almost together. Is that?
Yes, I wrote the memo that way, and they do have to go in that sequence, any motions and votes. And the motions that are prepared in the packet, if council is supportive of these two items, is listed in the correct order.
Great. Just to be clear to the listening public and overall comment from council, or if we get public comment when asked about it in the room or online, action item 7C is a consideration of a resolution of the town council of the town of Telluride, Colorado, amending the Telluride Valley Floor Open Space Management Plan to permit working dogs limited to approved conditional agricultural uses for weed mitigation and range management purposes. So that's why, if you're listening and not quite putting A plus B together to get to C, it's part of Dan's comment about dogs earlier, and part of the two-step process that we're looking to potentially approve or deny in our action items today. So that being said, is any questions for Lance or the team, both on the use of goats and secondarily the use amending the management plan to permit working dogs? Eleanor.
Is there a version of this that does not require working dogs?
No, at least not with this particular contractor. That was basically, it's essential for protecting the animals, say from a mountain lion, and also for the herding aspects of the goats as they go from pen to pen. So this entity would not be interested in trying the goats. Without that, we can certainly look around to see if there's another entity that would do this activity without a dog, but it was a no-go for this specific contractor.
And kind of follow up to that, what do we anticipate the impacts of dogs on parts of the valley floor being to the rest of the wildlife? Like I know elk on the valley floor is something that a lot of our tourists enjoy, and so I want to make sure we're mindful of the impacts that this will have.
Jonathan, can you answer the question about how your animals are trained with respect to wildlife that we are not protecting the goats from?
Absolutely. Our livestock guard dogs will be in pens. Even when we're letting them out to do business, it will be into another pen, basically into the next created pen for the goats. So they won't be running free. And the way that we function as a grazing business is through a philosophy of pastoralism. And the way that works is very similar to predator-prey relationships. So it's a very natural form of grazing where, you have a herd move into an area and then graze the area. And the idea would be that the predators would come in, make them move to another area. They graze that next area and they keep moving around. And so even having the presence of a dog is just it's part of that natural process. As if you can compare the dog to a predator, it would make the elk move a little bit further away, and then they'll come back to repopulate that area just as soon as the dog is gone.
But your dogs are on voice command so that they
Yes.
will not chase elk. Correct?
Yeah. And they won't be outside of the electric fences during the project.
Yeah, but sometimes, just in case.
Great. Ellen, did that answer your question?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Ashley.
Thanks, Jonathan, for being here. My family actually has a pretty significant history of sheep ranching in the area. And so I appreciate the efforts to reintroduce this onto the valley floor. I think that, the advantages of having grazing animals as far as, biodiversity and management of invasive species is really beneficial. And it's something that, there's all sorts of studies now that show that it benefits soil health and all sorts of things. So I think that this is a great move in the right direction. My biggest question, and it says that there's going to be signs and stuff like that, is I think that obviously when you have like livestock that's very cute and that, the public I foresee is going to want to interact with them. I'm just, it says that there's going to be signs posted and stuff like that. I'm trying to just understand like how frequent staff is going to be out there with the animals and stuff like that. Cause I can foresee people getting, excited to go and see the goats and walk out onto our public lands and interact with them in that way, and kind of what the management of that is beyond just the signage.
Get shocked by the electric fence.
And get shocked by the electric fence.
There's that sign that says, do not touch the electric fence or pet the goats. And Jonathan, I'll let you answer as well. What we are going to be posting is educational type signs at the main trailheads on Boomerang Road. And then there's kind of almost like a perimeter signage that goes out in the field way before the fence that says, electric fence, please stay away, do not, pet goats. And we will hopefully work with our local media to get the word out about what's going on and also not to approach the goats. And Jonathan, as far as attendance, Jonathan will be out there, or his business partner will be out there a lot. Josh or I will be out there as well. We want to have somebody there in close proximity of the goats initially to see how things go and that type of thing. But they will be on site and we will also be on site. But it's a 16-hour day with sunlight to sunlight. And then at night, the goats will stay in the pen with the guard dog. And so we will be close by as well in case something happens in the evening.
Great. Eleanor?
I have another question. If this is successful, is this something that would be ongoing year after year, or is it something where like we would be able to clear out some invasive species and then sort of
phase out the goats?
Yeah. Or is this something that will just be ongoing maintenance?
A good question. We don't know the answer to that. Sometimes it's really hard to see how successful something was in just one season, especially with weeds, because some years are drier than others, and some seasons are wetter. But even if this were to stay as a part of the overall program, the conditional agricultural uses are only allowed in Zone 1, which are the upland areas. We have weeds in several wetland areas or wetland interface areas that this would not be suitable as a weed mitigation approach. So if we were to continue, it wouldn't be all on the entire valley floor as well. For example, the Pearl property is mostly wetlands that we would not be running the goats on that property.
And I'll just note, as you likely saw from the open space work plan, I believe at last meeting, there's half a dozen different weed mitigation programs of different types, from manual picking to pesticide use, that are being used on the valley floor for it. So that it'll likely always be part of a bigger.
Yeah, if it's successful.
If it's successful, yes.
Any other questions? Seeing none, considering this is an action item, is there anyone in the audience for public comment on the weeds in the valley floor and dogs? Seeing none in the room, Tiffany, any hands raised online?
No, I don't see any hands raised online.
Okay, we will close public comment for this action item. Any further discussion amongst council? Seeing none, I would entertain a motion. And Kevin, I'm going to look for your direction. Do you want one motion at a time? Can we combine the motions? What's best?
I think you should do them in order that they've been presented, 7B first and then 7C, should 7B be successful.
Great.
I move to approve the use of goats as a conditional agricultural use as a pilot program for weed mitigation and range management purposes on the Telluride Valley floor open space as presented herein, and find 1, exigent circumstances exist that were not present when this plan was adopted. 2, the proposed use or activity is necessary and consistent with the purposes of range management and weed management and vegetation and habitat improvement as set forth in the management plan. And 3, the proposed use or activity as a pilot program is not anticipated to have an adverse effect on the property's conservation values.
Second.
We have a motion from Dan and a second from Ashley. Dan, how do you vote?
Dan, yes.
Ashley, yes.
Elena, yes.
Geneva, yes.
Me and yes.
Teddy, yes. That is approved unanimously. Do I have a motion for agenda item 7C?
I move to approve a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, amending the Telluride Valley Floor Open Space Management Plan to permit working dogs limited to approved conditional agricultural uses for weed mitigation and range management purposes. Does that need a sunset date added into there? That sounds ongoing based on that motion.
You read it again just to make sure.
I can clarify that. Should we speak now or wait for a second?
You can speak now because we haven't had the final motion out there. So
Okay.
you can, it's better to look at making the motion as good as it needs to be. So we can clarify that in advance. Great.
Yeah, Dan, the way this is written, it would actually amend the management plan, whether or not this conditional use was approved, or let me say whether a conditional agricultural use was approved in the future. the reason we wrote it that way is so that we would not have to amend the management plan each time that you would approve a conditional agricultural use involving dogs or associated with goats and the hurt and the weed management and rain or weed mitigation, range management purposes. So it's narrow on this, but that would survive. So that you would not have to amend the management plan again if somebody in the future wanted to propose the use of working dogs in this limited capacity.
I feel like I would rather have the fail-safe of a sunset date on this, since this is, I'm viewing this as a pilot program. And so I think for the motion I would like to make, I would feel safe with a 1-year sunset time of July 1st, 2026 added to that. Because but that's my thoughts, but I'm open to hearing the thoughts of the rest of council, because I feel more safe needing to go back and do this a second time instead of leaving that door open into the future should this have negative repercussions that we just don't quite foresee at this time.
So the question I think is, since this is a pilot program, if we decide to do it in a subsequent year, you have to come back to council.
For the pilot, for the goat use.
For the goat use.
Yes.
And so basically either approving the dogs as part of the pilot program, or we're okay with amending a working dog policy for weeds in the management plan. Is that a fair?
Yeah, that's a fair way to say it.
Okay. Any discussion amongst the differences?
I'd be inclined to give it 2 summers personally, based on the fact that it's hard to tell after one.
I can give it 2 summers.
Yeah.
In July is kind of like.
He has to come back anyway if it's going to happen. When would you have this pilot program last for how long?
Oh, approximately 8 days.
Okay. And so you'd have to, if we were doing something, say summer of 2026, you'd have to be in front of us again.
Yep.
So we could just make it part of this one pilot program and then readdress it if it's successful, and then have a bigger discussion on whether it's of its.
Also, if you're putting a sunset on it, I would pick August 1st as the cutoff date, because typically this activity will occur in early July, given the stage of the weed growth.
Right. And we could also make it open-ended for sunsetting any point in 2025, as long as it's part of this program as well, or part of the pilot to mirror them. Is that easier or more confusing? I don't know.
Right. And I think you had something originally, but
I just had a comment. What I would say is what you're looking at for the second motion is the amendment of the management plan. And right now, there's no sunset provision in that at all.
Right.
What I think Lance is pointing out is you are open-ended amending the management plan to allow this use, but it's a conditional use, which was your first action item, only for 1 year as a pilot program. So that use would have to come back, but your amendment to the management plan would not, unless you insert some sort of a sunset provision in the management plan amendment, just to make sure we're, yeah.
And yeah, it's a little bit of a chicken or the egg kind of thing. It feels like a little bit, or they're just tied. So maybe it isn't truly necessary, but I guess just the sort of measure twice, cut once in me is rather having, because I do take this seriously. I think our plan is solid, and we're doing this in a logical and fair way. But I think this is a decent change for the valley floor, and I want to make sure that we give ourselves a little bit of an out. So I guess that's where I'm coming from.
I'm with you on that.
Yeah.
I can get behind that.
And Kevin, basically, I think what Dan's question is, and maybe all of our questions is, if we just approve the dog use unanimously forever, the weed issue could go away, but in a worst case scenario, it could open the door for other dog use on the valley floor without us discussing it, because we've changed the management plan. Is that a safe bet?
Only if it's consistent with the management plan.
Yeah.
Right.
And that's also only in the context of approving a conditional agricultural use
That
for
has to
weed
go-
mitigation.
And it has to have a supermajority, and it has to have an actual
Yes.
reason for a change. So I see what they're saying is
Yeah.
that basically what this is saying is that we are going to change the management plan so that in future times, we don't have to also change the management plan again, that they still have all of the safeguards that are putting in with what we just approved about, that it's a pilot program and that's going to sunset. But then in the future, if you wanted to do something else, you'd still have to go through all of the hoops. You wouldn't have to also then amend the management plan.
Right, for dogs. Right.
At that point.
I can see the merits both ways,
Can do.
you know, so I'm for all intents and purposes of this item, I'm comfortable with either motion. It doesn't change the net result for the summer weed action of 2025. So I would entertain a motion either way.
I mean, I would almost go through 2026 just to give us a little bit, like Geneva suggested, to give us a little bit more of a cushion.
Okay, I'll make another motion. So I rescind my previous motion, and I move to approve a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, amending the Telluride Valley Floor Open Space Management Plan to permit working dogs limited to approved conditional uses for weed mitigation and range management purposes, and sunsetting December 31st, 2026.
Second.
We have a motion from Dan and a second from Elena. Dan, how do you vote?
And yes.
Elena, yes.
Geneva, yes.
Ian, yes. Ashley, yes.
And Teddy, yes. It is approved unanimously. Lance, thank you very much.
Thank you.
That brings us to 7D, consideration of approval of a revocable encroachment permit number REP 25-03 for Douglas Levy to maintain encroachments consisting of a second floor deck in the Davis Street right of way for the benefit of the property, generally described as 615 West Pacific Avenue, Unit 303, and known as Lot 21, Block 03, South Coronet Creek condos, according to condo maps, and is amended by the lot line adjustment and defined and described in condo declaration. The most recent amendment recorded at May 19th, 2022 at 476709 San Miguel County. And we have Kathy Knight here to present.
Hello, Mayor and Council. I believe we also have the applicant in the room as well. And I'm just going to pull up my notes that seem to have gone blank. So to start, you have seen this deck before. It was.
We'll ask you to point the microphone a little closer.
There we go. That's what's missing. You have seen this one before. It came to you in February as part of a larger revocable encroachment permit for this entire property that included some corners of the building, some steps, and a flagstone area in addition to this deck. It was recommended by Public Works at the time that you, Town Council, approve all of the elements with the exception of the deck. And that is what occurred at that time. I just got my notes open here, so I can jump ahead real quick. Because of this decision, the homeowner of the unit 303, he felt that this element of the building was not truly a shared element, as it's only accessible through his unit, and it is for the sole use of occupants of his unit. So he approached the town and our legal counsel to see if there was a way he could come back and resubmit a permit application for this particular deck, where he could give himself better representation in regards to the deck. And they replied, legal counsel replied that that would be appropriate if he was able to gain sole ownership of the deck. So he was able to do that through his HOA. He has since filed all the appropriate paperwork with the town to transfer that ownership and went through the application process again. He has paid the new application fees. I believe he has submitted a presentation that he would like to share with you today regarding the deck. So I've included that in my memo. In addition to that, I've written up a more formalized timeline of all the events surrounding this deck, which I did not have previously. So that's in the memo as well as attached to the memo for your reference. And I'm happy to speak to any of those points. At this time, Public Works doesn't feel like as if anything substantial has changed with the state of the deck or has occurred with the deck that would cause us to change our recommendation, which is to move to deny the revocable encroachment permit for this deck and to have the homeowner move the deck entirely back onto their property.
Great. Okay. Kathy, thank you very much for that summary. I'm going to assume that we've all read through the packet about this item coming back to us again. Before we hear from Mr. Levy, are there any questions for Kathy?
No questions.
Thanks for the timeline.
Okay, great. I think at this point, we should then hear from Mr. Levy. And all we ask is that you are close to a microphone so people online can hear you, and would love to see your presentation.
Well, first and foremost, thank you. Thank you to Kathy for doing more digging and research on this and for all the work that you do for town. And thank you to this body for taking some more time to consider this. I know in the grand scheme of things, it might not seem like the biggest issue. And it means so much to me, to us, that you're taking a little time to dig into it a little bit more. I do believe, as Kathy suggested, that there were some key facts, some key issues that didn't come up when this came to the town council back in February. And so I'm really happy to have a few minutes with you today to bring those issues to light. Thank you. Probably the most significant issue that didn't come up is why? Why were these railings down? And I want to invite my wife Elise to share.
That was mostly on me because one day I was out there on the deck and the love of my life, Wilson, they're fine with that. My dog stuck his head through two of the slats that were splintering, and there was like all these rusty nails, and I thought about the tragedies that could happen if a renter came and a kid fell through or my dog fell through, and I just didn't feel good about the safety.
Yeah. So, the wood, the railings that were there were wood. And as is often the case in, conditions like this, the nails would come out, be rusty nails. What we saw is that this was, a rickety deck, honestly, and we wanted to improve it. Our neighbor, incidentally, had replaced their old wood railings with new metal railings. And as you know, at the time we were doing a renovation in our house, we were fabricating metal railings for the interior stairwell. And we asked our general contractor to go ahead and fabricate metal railings that would match these, that would be much more safe. So that's what we did. And as we look at this, the deck has been in place at least since 1979. We found records going back that far, 46 years, showing that the deck in its current configuration has been there at least 46 years. And what we were doing with the deck was not gaining more square footage. We were trying to expand it. We weren't trying to add anything fancy to it. What we were doing was solely to increase the safety of the deck for the community. We wanted to be responsible homeowners. This deck, by the way, is our happy place. We absolutely love it.
So when I was thinking of this meeting and memorable stories to tell of our deck, I was thinking of when we were sitting outside once and these three guys were walking back from Clark's Market and they had a 6-pack of Klondike bars, ice cream bars. And they were only going to eat 3 and they were like, hey dudes, do you want some? And we were like, of course we do. What kind of question is that? And we ended up inviting them up and we hung out and my parents gave them beers and it was just great. And this is a bonding place for us with the community. Like whenever our table used to be ready at Siam, they would send us a paper airplane, letting us know it was ready to come over. And we have made so many memories with our friends on this deck. And I hope that we can make so many more. It's so important to this town, to this intersection, to my family, but really to my dad. It is our happy place. And I really hope we can continue to make memories there.
Thanks, Jordan. Yeah, it is our happy place. And it makes it all the more heartbreaking that we screwed up. And we really did. We made a mistake. We should have known to make sure that our general contractor had the right permits. to be able to work not just interior, but on the deck, and that the town had approved the plan before this work occurred. We didn't know that, we should have known that, and that responsibility is solely on us. As I dug into this more over the last few months, one thing that I found is that what we're asking for here, being able to keep our deck, is actually consistent with the rules of town. So what I discovered is that it's really fun reading. The Telluride Land Use Code has this section 4 on non-conforming structures, right? So things that are there that, according to the current rules, aren't allowed to be there, right? And I'm not a lawyer, but what I saw looking at the deck or looking at these rules is that the town explicitly permits maintenance and repair of non-conforming structures, right? And there's good reason for it. The town cares about safety of its citizens, right? So making sure that if there is a non-conforming entity, a structure that shouldn't be there, at least it can be repaired and maintained. I mean, this is what town already has in its rules, and that's precisely what we were doing. This, by the way, is not the second time that you've heard this issue or talked about this deck. It's the third time, right? The first was back in December of 2022. And at that time, there was a request for the full HOA, and town staff in its statement said that the deck has been in place for quite some time. The location of the encroachments does not negatively impact the Public Works Department's maintenance activities or unreasonably preclude the public's use of the adjacent sidewalk. So staff recommendation was to approve the application. And we thought, first, we didn't know that there was an encroachment. We bought the place, but in 2022 we did. And we thought that there was alignment and clarity that it was okay for the deck to be there. Again, our mistake. Totally on us for not getting the proper permits in advance. Now, you've got a tough job, there's no doubt. And I know you guys are so attuned to so many issues. And one thing that you have to think about is consistency, which I understand, right? So, and that came up in the prior meeting, that there was another deck on the same street, just a few houses away, a few doors down. And you have to think about consistency of how that was handled versus other things. And I think consistency matters, but so does thoughtful judgment on circumstances that are different. And so I want to go back, and I really didn't know about this issue of the neighbor's deck before, but investigated it further. So this is about the deck at 105 South Davis. I spoke with the owner of that property. His name is Larry Lasker, and I believe Tiffany's on with us.
Yes.
Larry, if you would share a little bit then about your experience with your deck, that'd be great.
So, yeah, I just want to say that I had to redo my deck, and the town asked us to change the footprint of the deck so that it wouldn't encroach on the sidewalk. And so we did, but I was able to do it. I just had to pare back about a foot. And I was able to widen my deck, so it didn't really affect the enjoyment of the deck. But I see in this case that if he did what the town is saying he has to do to avoid encroaching, there would be no deck. I'm perfectly happy to have his deck be the way it is. It's not a problem with me. I don't think consistency in this case is important.
Yeah, Larry, thank you so much.
Sure.
Yeah, this is just a different circumstance, right? As Larry said, I don't know if you can see it. There's like a yellow line on the sidewalk there, and that's from a surveyor doing the work to look at exactly where the property line is. But it would take off the entirety of the deck, right? There might be room to open a door, certainly not room for a chair or any usage of that outside space. So it's removing, instead of a foot in Larry's case, it's removing about 4 feet. But also in Larry's case, there was the ability to increase the width and keep square footage, and that just doesn't exist here. There's the building on one side and a parking space on the other. So if we could you remove the encroachment, and still have use of the deck, we would do it. But it just doesn't exist given what's going on here. So no width expansion is possible. It would eliminate virtually all usable space, and removal will be expensive, about $20,000 to $30,000 according to our contractor. So you have a big decision to make. Big, I know it's about a deck, but an important decision to make. And like any decision, I can understand why one might vote yes or no on this, but I'm going to posit that in this case, there is a benefit for voting no on our application. And the benefit that I see is it removes one of many encroachments that exist in town. We know that there are many in our building alone, and I would guess probably dozens, if not hundreds, around town. And voting no would remove this encroachment. But voting yes would have some real benefits, right? So it would maintain real estate value, which leads to property taxes and transfer taxes. So that's real value that the town would be losing if you had the deck removed. This one I think is important. If there's a sheltered area for and a bench underneath, and on a rainy afternoon like today, we see people every day waiting under that sheltered area as they wait for the galloping goose to come by. You know, in the winter snow or the hot afternoon sun or rainy days, that shelter is important. And it preserves a safe space and outdoor area for fun and for connection. That intersection's amazing. Because of this council and the work of town staff, it's getting even more amazing, and you'd be preserving that. So in summary, we acknowledge our mistake. We made a mistake. Town council allows for repair and improvement that furthers safety, which is the case here. Precedent of town council is to look at fair flexibility, and demolishing the deck would cause meaningful harm with very little benefit. So we respectfully and humbly ask that you approve our application and this REP so that we can retain and enhance the safety of the deck. And then we invite you to come by, have a beer with us, have an ice cream sandwich, and enjoy this beautiful space. Thank you, Mayor.
Great. Thank you very much for that heartfelt presentation. Any questions for the applicant or Kathy as staff?
I guess I have a quick question just for clarity, because I'm a little confused. I watched your presentation at the last meeting as well. Can you confirm the timing of the decision to make the deck railing replacement? Was it when the deck railing was removed for the interior construction, or was it prior to the construction itself? Because you stated two different things.
It's confusing from that, Ms. Fee, no doubt. The railing was not removed to allow materials to come in. That was, I think, a guess maybe as to why, but that wasn't why it was removed. We had fabricated metal railings for safety improvement. They were sitting there to be installed. Again, not properly approved by town yet, but that was the case. The metal railings were inside, ready to go up the same day that the old railings came down.
Okay, because the presentation was slightly different.
It
than
was.
the last one.
No doubt. That's part of why I wanted to come speak to you. That was by the HOA and the HOA's lawyer, who didn't have full access to all the history and facts.
And you were here.
I was.
Okay. Have you spoken to anybody? You just mentioned that that there was a parking space on the other side of your unit. Have you spoken to anyone with the HOA or that oversees that parking space to see if you could put a deck over there versus trying to change a town policy?
Yes, I have. And I think the feeling of the HOA is that it wouldn't be workable. Just the way it would protrude into that space would really be problematic.
Okay.
Yeah. I did talk to somebody else really important though. The library this morning, they were kind enough to print out my remarks. Just so you know, from a confidentiality perspective, the very nice gentleman at the library, Dennis, reviewed the deck, and he strongly supports us being able to keep the deck there. He happens to be a neighbor of mine and would love to come with you and enjoy an ice cream sandwich and beer on the deck.
All right. Thank you for that. And thank you for your questions. Any other questions from council?
You know, I'm I appreciate your apologies and in your recognition of the missteps that you've had through this process. You know, I'm a little concerned because we sit here and have a lot of discussions and a lot of, you know, presentations to us, particularly like around Hark and stuff like that. And, you know, if you want to just replace windows in the town of Telluride, you know, you have to go forward in front of that body and ask for permission. It seems, you know, that I'm concerned because there were a lot of opportunities for you guys along this journey to have done it correctly,
Yes.
particularly when the first revocable encroachment permit was granted and there was no full follow through of paying for that permit, getting that proper documentation. And then again, further, when you decided to do renovations and then the choice to remove the railing and all of that was decided. And then again, when it was brought forward to us, it seems like there was a lot of chances for you guys to do it correctly.
Yeah.
And it is my, you know, opinion that these types of, you know, revocable encroachment permits are, you know, are rather than us as town council just going through the entire town and flagging everyone and making them change stuff, it's a way for us to work with people, but it's that two-way street that makes that workable.
For sure.
And that these permits are a privilege that are granted to people that, you know, with an understanding that they're going to follow the rules and that they're going to do the right thing and that these things are going to be taken care of. And I'm a little bit struck that over the course of this for the last however many years that, well, at least since December of 2022, that it doesn't seem like there has been the respect for that process or for any of the other building, you know, permitting and stuff like that. And so, like I said, I really appreciate your apology, but I'm having a little bit of a hard time kind of reconciling all of that together to feel that this, you know, is a privilege that we should grant onto you,
No,
given the
thank you
evidence.
for being so upfront, for sharing that. I understand. One thought, you mentioned the REP application that took place in 2022. That at that time I was not on the board of the HOA. It was an HOA proposition. I wasn't involved in that. I wasn't on the board. Since then, I've joined the board. I'm an officer on the board. And I know part of what I'm doing, and it's a pretty new board, is really being much more attuned to exactly what you're saying. So I've read the rules. I understand a whole lot more. I'm very respectful of the work of town staff and the decisions of this body and the time that you're taking on it. So I don't disagree. I think at the time it was way too lax. But I can speak for myself and say now as a member of the board and somebody who's spending more and more time in this wonderful town, that I care a lot, we care a lot, and we're taking that very seriously.
And Dan, I know your hand was up.
If we're ready for council comments, I don't have a question. I'm ready to make a comment if you're okay with that.
Yeah, the only question I had, I'm not sure if in who goes first or what have you. You know, my question was going to be if staff could reiterate, you know, that 2022 policy, which I want to make sure I remember it correctly. That's why I'm asking the question. And my memory is that usually when you grant that revocable permit, it is in effect till you get a remodel permit and then it has to be removed. Is my memory correct? Am I stating that correctly? Can you?
Yes. So the revocable encroachment permits are, as Ashley stated, revocable. And one of the reasons for revocation that is listed in our permits would be if a substantive remodel or repair were to need to take place, and replacing the deck railings with the new material in our eyes constitutes a substantial rework of the deck. So if that permit had been followed through, and to Mr. Levy's point, it was not him that brought that 2022 permit forward. It was the HOA at that time. If that permit had been granted and this work were requested to occur, town would have approached him and asked to please move the deck back onto his property because of that clause, I guess, in the revocable encroachment permit language. Now you're doing work on the deck. It constitutes a major repair or replacement. Please move it onto your property and go forward with your plans.
Great.
So-
I just wanted to clarify that point.
Mhm.
Dan, I want to go back to you because you were next.
Thanks,
One
man.
more question.
Go
Okay,
ahead,
sure.
Dee. Fine, just go ahead.
I think it's quick, but can staff just address the difference between a revocable encroachment permit and a non-conforming building and sort of the relationships between those two?
Yeah, I'll be happy to respond to that. This is Kevin Geiger, town attorney. I heard that reference from Mr. Levy, and while I appreciate his diligence in looking at the land use code, that's not the situation here. A non-conforming structure, or what we talk about with a non-conforming structure, is when you have a structure that's inconsistent, usually with a land use code provision that's changed. Could be something like floor area ratio, could be something like height, could be something like coverage on the site. It's not and never is a situation where a structure goes over a property line onto the property of someone else, in this case, the town of Telluride as a property owner. So I appreciate the reference to that. I don't think it's applicable. This is a simple situation of, do you want this on your property? Are you willing to permit this on your property as the town of Telluride and the owner of that property?
Thanks, that was my only question.
Great. Before we get to Dan, any other questions from council?
Geneva pretty much hit mine.
Dan?
Great, thanks, Mayor. Yeah, I hear what you're saying, Ashley, but I also view myself, if I was a homeowner that hired a contractor to do some work, to have a large degree of trust that they are going to follow the proper procedure, which sounds like did not happen. I mean, I'll just state that in the hearing in February, I was the one who was fine with allowing this REP to continue. I understand the desire for some consistency, but I think Telluride can be so funky and unique in many ways that allowing a deck that has existed for over 40 years to continue to exist isn't that big of a deal in my mind. And we're not giving up much. In my mind, I think we're giving up next to zero as far as allowing this thing to exist over a sidewalk. And it is clearly benefiting somebody to a large degree. So I am willing to forgive any malfeasance that would have happened, which at best would be minor in my mind. And I don't think the need for consistency in this realm is so important for me that I can't allow for some flexibility. I think there's some flexibility here that I am happy to allow. And I think that that's part of the process.
So I guess my point is that if we are applying what our stated rule that we have said, then we would not require people to give up that space when they did major remodels, that we would just allow them to continue with their revocable permits, encroachment permits, regardless of the level of remodels and stuff that they're doing, which is not what we've stated. If it was just asking for a permit without any sort of remodel or anything like that, I could see where you're coming from. They did a substantial remodel and they talked about that they were making significant changes to the deck itself. They say, I mean, we were told previously that at the previous hearing, we were told that the wooden railings were kept and that the intention was to put those wooden railings back up. And now we're being told that that was never the case, that the intention was to put up a new metal railing to be in harmony with another one that they saw for safety and that they liked better. So it seems like we're talking about two different things. If we were just talking about, can they put their deck back up the exact same way that it was with the rusty wooden, rails, I could see where you're coming from, but that was not the intention that they went into, and it was not ultimately what would have happened. And that sounds like from our public works that if that would have been presented to them as, hey, this is our plan, that then they would have been told that they need to bring it back onto their property regardless.
Right.
And I just think the argument of this is going to help increase property values. I mean, that's what every single property owner is going to come say to us about wanting to push the boundaries on what we allow in town. And that's really not our prerogative. Our prerogative is to apply our rules fairly and consistently to everybody.
Eleanor?
Yeah, I think the thing that I find challenging with this is that I don't necessarily agree. I think there's some gray area in interpreting what a significant remodel is. And I don't necessarily like deeply agree that replacing railing feels like a significant remodel. And that's where I'm having a hard time with this. Were there missteps? Yes. Is it probably the contractor's fault? Like that's kind of what it sounds like to me, but I'm kind of with Dan where I'm feeling a little, I'm a little in the gray here, and this feels like a highly punitive situation for something that doesn't seem like it was that dramatic of a change to the deck. And that's where what is a significant remodel on a deck? If you ask me that, I would say like, I would think it'd be redoing the structural parts, replacing the decking material. That's where I'm struggling. And I know that I can already tell that, we don't all agree on this, but that's where I'm at.
I don't have this as punitive.
Yeah.
And I think
That we have
And I think what
everyone,
you're saying, when you say it's
including someone on the
punitive,
street.
I think one of the places I feel like in this conversation, we have to take a step back is really looking at the information that we've been provided now at multiple meetings. And I think I don't know who your contractor is. I am deeply concerned that we're placing blame on somebody who isn't here to make a statement, justify any decision that was made, especially when we do have people here that, truthfully, like, we have heard varying versions of information, and we have heard quite a bit of information from our staff that make me question whether or not the statement that the contractor just made a mistake. It makes me call that statement into question. Ultimately, I don't think that we can blame the contractor ultimately at the end of the day, because I don't think the contractor is the reason that there were people in that unit without a CO, which came out in the last meeting. And so I believe that this is, that this matter, like, as regardless of blame, like, we have to take a step back and not look at this particular example and this particular deck, because I love the deck. Ultimately, I think it's beautiful. I live right there too. But to Geneva's point, we have to apply these rules fairly and consistently. And we have done so over dozens of revocable encroachment permits. And so to me, the question ultimately comes down to, why do you deserve to be treated differently than anyone else? Like, we have pulled back tiny little walls and told people that they couldn't put their railings, a foot into the town space, because that was our rule. And we had to be consistent, because we had to decide that no one person or one property deserved more than another. And so for us to now make a decision that counteracts all of those other individual decisions that we made as a council to hold to a policy means that either our policy wasn't correct, or that we have the right to pick and choose if people wear us down enough.
Who gets what?
And I feel really, really uncomfortable making that determination. Now, if you were to put back the exact same old rail, so be it. I would be fine with that. That being said, I don't know that I can believe that you would do that, because of the statements that have been made in these meetings over and over and over again, and the statements that have been made to our staff over and over and over again. And so I think we are now in a position where we have been put into a place to make a decision that's uncomfortable for us, but that's what we're here for.
Yeah. And it's not an easy decision by any means. And kind of where I'm struggling is kind of that same vein where, I do in certain aspects, unfortunately, sit as president of multiple HOAs. People do their improvements. They come to me as the HOA president to make sure that that the town knows that the HOA approves of the work, and whether it's on an LCE or not. I see the level of engagement from the owners in those circumstances to make sure it's done accurately. And although it's unfortunate, I guess is the only way to put it, in my opinion, that, the agreement in 2022 wasn't executed. It was really pretty clear on what the natural trigger of events would be if you did a remodel. And so, I'd love to throw the HOA under the bus. Maybe they didn't do it right. Maybe. I'd love to throw the contractor under the bus. Maybe they didn't do it right. Maybe. I don't have enough information from both of those. But ultimately, through the entire process from 2022 on, there has to be some responsibility that the owner has to take and to oversee the work being done. You can't just, throw people proverbially under the bus for making those mistakes without having, not a penalty, but the outcome is going to follow what was agreed upon, certainly verbally, and wasn't followed through with signatures. And that's the challenge that I face in this decision is if you just looked at it and go, yeah, wow, this permit's not signed, but this is what it said. I mean, someone read that. And if it was my LCE, limited common element, that was to my enjoyment, I would have known it, right? And if I didn't have it, I would have known it because I would have paid attention to it. And so that's where I struggle.
Mr. Mayor, I'd love to clarify if that's okay.
Sure.
Okay. Ms. Fee, you asked or you mentioned an issue that came up in the last council meeting that dealt with this issue related to the CO. And I just want to spend just a moment on that. It is true that technically we didn't have a CO. And at the same time, we had permission from the head of the building department, Mr. Samuelson, to use the space. And it was secured by a padlock from the outside. So, that is what happened. We did have that approval. Following that meeting, legal asked that we not rent the space out. We had one more booking for the season. We canceled it. We've canceled any bookings since then. So we followed the decision of the building department that we could use that space and since then we learned not rent it and we haven't rented it. Related to the wood rails, let me speak to clarify that because I do understand where some confusion could come from related to that. The intention of making the change was 100% safety. That was it. And again, I know this council cares about safety. You wouldn't want a dog or a child, even worse, to be at risk. So I would guess that if I came to you and said, it's a rickety structure, we want to improve it, you might have said yes, you might have said no. If you had said no, then we would have dealt with that. But the intention was to change the wood up for metal. When we got flagged, when the project got red flagged that day, the contractor kept the wood. So we have both the metal and the wood railings available to us. And if the decision is that we just put the wood railings back, we'll do that and we'll make sure they're safe. So either way is okay. I think it's more safe and more durable to have the metal. But if you say, no, just go back to the wood, we can do that. And again, we'll do our best multiple times a year to check and make sure that those wood railings are in good condition. And then the third point that you brought up was related to consistency, which I get. Look, you can't say yes to everyone who comes and asks for something. I get it. And you have applied, various thoughts and rules. And at the same time, and I also understand that you often follow the recommendations of staff, right? And we've got a great staff for town. And at the same time, I think Mr. Enright is accurate that in this case, in this circumstance, Ms. Levin said the same. We weren't getting more square footage. We weren't trying to do anything fancy. All we wanted to do was make it more safe. That was our intention. Removing the encroachment in this case would mean removing the entire deck. That's just the reality of the way that it works. I'm very much understand that our deck is on your property, the town's property. I'm a voter in town and a taxpayer in town. I'm part of town, but it's on town's property. I get that. And I do believe that in this case, looking at the entirety of the circumstances, there's a whole lot more benefit to letting this deck that's been there for 46 years stand.
So there was no other construction except for the fact that you're replacing a deck railing going on.
There was construction within the interior of the
Okay, because to Ashley's point, that's what triggers this process is, when we pull a building permit, that's when these revocable encroachment permits are looked at. It's not that's ultimately what happens. And so we are following the process that's been set forth by, you know, whether it was those of us sitting up here or future or past council members and our staff. This was the process that we put in place to adhere to.
And one other point I want to make too is I just have a hard time believing, and I'm not sure where it falls, that between the HOA, the builder, and the owner, if you were removing the railings, honestly, had no clue that you needed to at least apply to the town of Telluride for a certificate of appropriateness. That is something that, would have triggered it as well.
Three of the four officers are new, hadn't been officers before. So I think that's probably part of what went on. And I should have known. There's no doubt. I should have known and made sure. I certainly know that now. And of course, we'll follow the letter of the law in any situation moving forward. I don't know why. The only thing he's explained to me, the contractor, is that, I mean, you can imagine in the middle of a project that's always running late, because all construction projects are, he was just trying to get it done. It doesn't excuse it, but that was his reason. He's like, it's going to be a day, we'll get it done. It's not the right decision. He's learned from it as well, I know, but that is indeed what happened.
So I have a couple of more points to add from the building department.
Great.
So first, the HARC CA was not applied for replacement of the deck railings until September 16th of 2024. It has been held in deficient status since then because we need to get the REP before we can then review the deck and approve the deck. So that's just one date there to keep in mind. However, it is the opinion of our building department. So Sam has relayed that it's not just the railing that's at issue here. Once the rails come down, you can't just then put rails right back up. So the entire deck needs to come into compliance with the building code. We're not just talking about an REP at this point. We're talking about re-engineering of the deck. You can't just replace those rails. The whole deck has to be brought into compliance with code, not just land use or permission to use town or public property. It's also potentially reconstructing the entire deck as a result of these rails coming down. So it's not as simple as just putting the old rails back up. They're down now. We know that. There's more issues that we're going to have to deal with. That's where we come to the reconstruction possibility of the deck. Without that engineering, we don't know what that's going to look like in the future, and we don't review that until this REP gets taken care of. So that is another issue. But another thing I want to bring up just to frame this issue for council is why REPs exist. REPs are permissive use of town public property. The assumption is against REPs. We don't encourage them. That's not something that we want. And in fact, it's Public Works' position that we're trying to do away with as many REPs as possible. So when you have an existing element in the right-of-way that an REP has been granted or has not been granted, once that element is touched, for any reason, it doesn't matter why, for safety, for aesthetics, any reason, once that element is touched, the idea is that they should reconstruct that element in compliance with all codes, and the REP should also go away. So we're not looking at just maintenance here. We're not looking at just safety. If we really are discouraging the use of REPs, we're trying to say once you have to reconstruct this element for any reason, the REP is going to be, well, it's going to be revoked or just not renewed once the element is reconstructed in compliance. So that's where we are here and why town takes the position that this deck has been touched to the extent that a full remodel might be needed of the deck. And once that does occur, it should occur on 100% private property.
Ashley?
I have a question. Kathy, is there other examples of a time where there was a situation such as, this party is in, where there was, changes made, remodel, whatever that was, where we allowed, not us, but a town council allowed for the revocable encroachment permit to be maintained?
I have kind of a partial example. It happened back in 2023. 302 North Spruce was the address. They had a retaining wall that was approximately 5 feet into our right of way. They chose to dismantle, it was a dry stack wall of some sort, dismantle it, and they wanted to upgrade the materials and rebuild it. During the permitting process for that, we noticed it was in our right of way and they had plenty of room to pull it back onto their property. So we went through the process. The reason why it was kind of a compromise is at the corner of the lot, there is a large mature fir tree. The concern was if they pulled the entire wall back, it would damage the root system of the fir tree. So a compromise was come upon in that case to allow the property owner to keep a bump out. We consulted an arborist, or they consulted an arborist, to ensure that the root system was kept as safe as possible to maintain the health of the tree, while the remainder of the wall was pulled back to their property. So in that case, council did vote to approve a revocable improvement for that section of the retaining wall, because town also deemed that maintaining the health and viability of the tree was of general aesthetic benefit.
But in every other instance, the revocable encroachment permit has been rescinded as part of the redevelopment, whether it's, replacement, remodel, whatever of the property. In those cases, it's been rescinded.
To my knowledge. And like I said, in this case, they were required to pull as much of that wall back onto their property line, which in this case, it did involve their kind of a reworking of their landscaping in their yard, because the grade of the road was, I want to say 4 feet lower than the grade of their yard where the retaining wall previously exists. So it was at some expense to the homeowner, unfortunately.
Great. And Elena?
I have a question, I think, for Ally. You were saying that now, getting back to the deck, now that it's been touched, it would have to, like, regardless of the revocable encroachment permit, it would have to comply with like safety code. Hypothetically, if we had our building inspector go inspect it and the remaining structure complied and they could put the railing back on, would that like, is that a possible kind of middle ground mend to this situation?
So I think we would need to preserve the REP or just grant the REP in order for them to be able to just put the railing back on. Trying to,
like, if it were structurally sound and they were like, actually, this is.
yes, are you saying would that, if that is the case and they can just put the railing back on, is it still considered a substantial remodel at that point that might trigger a revocation of the REP? Knowing that we don't ever have to have a reason to revoke the REP, so they can be revoked at any time. It's just our practice that when an REP element is worked on, that it be rebuilt in compliance and the REP go away. So I want to make that clear. The REPs can be revoked at any time. It doesn't just have to be when an element is touched. Here, I don't know. I think I'd have to talk with the building department to find out if it was just the rails, if that would be enough for them to deem it desirable to revoke. But I think it's Public Works' opinion that these are always desirable to revoke. So as soon as someone touches anything, we want to have them reconstruct in compliance, because we're trying to do away with as many REPs as possible.
Right. And basically, we're saying that, when this condo was built and the deck was built, it was basically a mistake to allow a deck over town property.
And I think to draw it back further, I mean, the reason we're pulling these back ultimately is to protect the community and to protect the town from lawsuits. Somebody trips or somebody like whatever, who knows? Like, I mean,
fairness.
I mean, but I think like if we go
space get to be on public space.
Fair. Yeah, that's true too. I mean, I think really what it comes down, to me, it just comes down to the fairness component to it. I mean, Kathy just gave an example. I know I've voted number of times on revocable encroachment permits. Most of us here have, and we've taken them back. And I don't think that there's a single property owner that was happy that we did it ultimately. And I don't think we love doing it, but it was the policy because it was deemed to be an appropriate policy. And so I think the question is, are we sitting here right now saying that because of this deck that this policy isn't sound? And if somebody can explain to me why that is the case, I could change my opinion, but right now, I don't think that there's anything that we've done in the past that has made me think otherwise.
I think the thing that feels different about this one to me is that, you know, I live in this a lot of us live in this
Yeah,
neighborhood.
we do.
Most of us.
Yeah.
We all do.
Yeah, this feels so minimally invasive. And if anything, like I've used it as a shelter. I've seen it used as a shelter. Like I don't see the detriment to the community. And that's why I think I'm having a hard time. There's a few reasons why I'm having a hard time with this one. Cause I also I love rules. I love following rules. I love enforcing rules. That's I think why we're all here. But this just feels a little different than something encroaching on a sidewalk. Like it's in airspace. I can't touch it. Like that's why I
it's still because the property line does extend into the sidewalks. The sidewalk isn't fully town property is what we saw. There was a measuring tape. It's still
Yeah.
going to extend. I would assume the width of that bench, because I bet that bench sits entirely on private property and doesn't come into the public right of way based on the image that we saw with the measuring tape prior. Or it needs to go. But I looked like based on the photo that the property line comes into the sidewalk, that's private property, and that's probably about the width of that bench. So it is going to have some overhang. I think the part that I like, the part for me that's the biggest sticking point is that of course you guys love your deck. I would love to have a deck, but I can't extend my private property over public property, even if it does have some sort of benefit to the public in some way, or if it gives me great enjoyment. It's inappropriate. And the fact that I've lived in Telluride my whole life and I've seen generations of, different building priorities and stuff like that, and things were let slip through the cracks in the past, that we're trying to give people the same level playing field, and not that it be like, oh, well, you were here 50 years ago and you got to do whatever you wanted and now you're here today and now you have to follow the rules. It's like that to me feels like that's the fairness that we're trying to create, is that, we wouldn't let new builders encroach over because of the great benefit it would have for the people that live there.
right. But the fact that it's already there, if this were a new deck, I would be like, absolutely not. But
I'm looking at it as revocable encroachment permit means temporary encroachment permit. And it's going to go away at some point. We have all of these triggers to when it would go away. It wearing out and needing to be replaced with more durable materials is a reason for it to go.
That's right. We're not on a witch hunt.
So that time has expired. Should the realtor have told you guys that? Yes. And that's on them. I think that's ultimately like sort of the original ignorant sin, I guess, of this whole situation, is that the full information was not given to you about your property. But it's not our business to be saying, well, they really love their deck, but those guys only loved it partially.
Yeah, they don't love their deck
So
as much as these people love
we're
their
gonna
deck.
really give it to them. Like that's not fair. I also would like to note that when we build our units, we put decks as many places as we possibly can, and some of them are just a railing with this much sticking off the side of the house, and that's not totally useless. It is not as nice as a big deck where you could put a bunch of furniture, but there could be some deck. And we have put smaller decks than that in our own projects to ensure that people have some outdoor space, even if it's just room to stand.
Dan, you get your hands raised, and I'd like to try to wrap up
Yeah.
council comment and then see if there's anyone in the room or online for public comment, since this is an action item. Dan?
Yeah, we still might end up disagreeing, but I do agree with what Ellen has said, that, yeah, we're not talking about new builds. It's talking about maintaining things that have existed historically on this. We do have our own precedent that then we are now contradicting from the home that Kathy highlighted on North Spruce, where there is a threshold at which the impact is so great to the property owner, that removal of the tree, that we are willing to still accommodate an REP. So there is a threshold, because clearly the loss of a very mature old growth tree in a residential neighborhood is going to be impactful for the property owners as well as the neighborhood and that community. So we can see nuance there. This was the body that approved that REP at the end of 2023. And so this to me still seems consistent with our own precedent, that there is nuance, that we are allow for some flexibility here. I just continue to go back to the fact that I just don't view this as a big impact for us as the town of Telluride. I think it is generally beneficial to the citizens broadly and clearly beneficial to the property owner. So with all that in mind, I continue to advocate for approval.
Then we should change our
Question-
policy and allow all
Absolutely.
private owners to be able to extend over the public right of way to enhance their
That's different.
lives.
I don't see those things as tied together in the slightest.
I don't see a tree and a personal deck as being tied together. in
I
any way to-
I say that what the point is, there is a threshold where you are willing to say, because the way in which you're framing this conversation is all REPs are going to be ended. We're going to have these triggers and thresholds.
It's a threshold, but I think
But
preserving a tree that is like part of.
and what I'm saying is, please, if I can continue speaking, is that there are circumstances to which you will then re-examine that and change your own stated.
I think that is a fair statement, that there are some very unique circumstances in which we would be willing to extend the revocable encroachment permit, and that's why the policy is written the way it is. But an individual property owner's use of their own deck, to me, does not rise to that standard.
And that's what we all get to vote on today. And what we determine is, in our best opinions, based on the facts we were presented, do we allow the permit to continue and figure it out, or are we consistent with the town staff recommendation of having it conform? Any other comments before I go to public comment on this? Is there anyone in the room for public comment? Seeing none. Tiffany, is there anybody online for public comment?
No.
Okay.
Mayor Erico, if I may, I've got one last staff comment to make.
Sure.
If you are leaning towards approval of the deck, I would ask that in that approval, if the engineering report does reflect that the entire deck needs to be reconstructed to meet code, I would ask that the REP not be approved. So if you are approving the REP today, I think it would be contingent upon only replacement of the rails. But if the deck has to be reconstructed, that the REP be denied. And we will only know that after an engineering report is submitted.
Okay. Thank you for that. Before I ask for a motion, is there any other further discussion amongst council?
I move to deny a revocable encroachment permit number REP-25-03 for Douglas Levy to maintain encroachment consisting of a second floor deck in the Davis Street right-of-way for the benefit of the property generally described as 615 West Pacific, Unit 303, and known as Lot 21, Block 03, South Cornet Creek condos, according to condo map and as amended by the lot line adjustment and defined and described in condo declaration, the most recent amendment recorded on 05/19/2022 at 476709 San Miguel County.
We have a motion from Ashley. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second from Geneva. Ashley, how do you vote?
Ashley, yes.
Geneva, yes.
Elena, no.
Me and yes.
Dan, no.
And Teddy, yes.
Sorry, guys.
It's the consideration is denied. Sorry, guys. It's a tough one for us.
There's a motion to keep the old rails.
We've already had.
We've already had the motion, and
Would you make a motion?
we've already made a motion, and we just voted on the motion to deny. We're sorry about that, but with the process and the information that we review, I think the council has voted on the matter.
Next one.
Okay, that brings us to agenda item 7E. That is consideration of a revocable encroachment permit, REP 25-04 for Columbia Telluride LLC to maintain encroachments consisting of balconies and bay windows in the San Juan Avenue right-of-way and replace existing snow melt and an accessibility ramp on the corner of the Aspen Street and San Juan Avenue right-of-way for the benefit of the property generally described as 301 West San Juan Avenue and known as Parcel B, Block 1, West Telluride, according to the condominium map of Columbia Hotel condominiums recorded March 19th, 2002, Plat Book 1, page 4185-4192, and declarations at reception 406252. And we still have Kathy and Ally in the hot seat.
Hello again, Mayor and Council. So the Hotel Columbia located on San Juan Avenue is going through the process of getting approvals for a pretty major interior renovation that they hope to start this fall. They have had, since they were constructed, some elements such as bay windows, balconies, some awnings, which I did forget to put in the motion and the title and everything. So I will offer an amended motion in a moment. In addition to those existing elements that will remain untouched during this renovation, they do have an existing snow melt that needs some upgrade and replacement, as well as improvements to their ADA accessibility ramp at the front of their hotel. Part of both of those extend into the right of way, although at grade and subterraneously. So a little bit of background on the Hotel Columbia is the property that they built on it had not yet been conveyed to the town. So therefore, even at that time, there were no encroachments onto public property because it was not public property. At some point when San Juan Avenue was conveyed to the town, there was got to back up, I skipped a sentence. There was an easement agreement between the two adjacent private property owners for these encroachments at the time. When the property was conveyed to the town in 1996, there was a plat that created Parcel B that had some dedication language included, and that plat is attached to the menu. It included a resolution that was not adopted, and until this time, I believe the issue was not addressed. Now that they are attempting to pull their building permits and go through the HARC process, it's come back up because these encroachments have been noticed. They did meet first with our staff legal counsel to see if they should be covered in a revocable encroachment permit, and the determination was that yes, this would be the appropriate way to address these particular encroachments. And then, as I stated, at the same time, they would like to be able to get the permission or the permits to cover the replacing or the existing snow melt and the ADA ramps. And because the renovation that they're proposing does not touch the exterior of the building, Public Works is recommending that you approve this revocable encroachment permit. And we are in agreement that the improved ADA ramps and snow melt system would be beneficial, a beneficial improvement to make.
Great.
So,
Kathy, thank you very much. Jim, do you have anything to add before we ask questions?
Sure. I just want to first thank Kevin and Kathy on this. This was a bit of a puzzle to kind of unravel. When we first talked about, what permission do we need to improve the snow melt and the ADA, those are kind of our two main focuses because those are the things that are getting altered through this remodel. And we were told, hey, let's go talk to the Mountain Village because they own San Juan right away. It's still in parcel. It's the larger gondola parcel that's owned down there. So we had a meeting with Michelle Haynes and David McConaughey, the attorney for the Mountain Village. And they said, hey, there's this I'd actually pointed out to them that there's this dedication language, but no resolution had ever been found in our records accepting the dedication. And they said, well, you should go back to the town of Telluride and see if they want their road that they've been maintaining for all this period of time. And so I brought that to Kevin's attention, and we kind of had a meeting. And Kevin had a little bit different interpretation on the language, that the dedication was effective and the resolution was really on the town accepting maintenance for that. But I don't think anybody really understood that nuance until we had brought this to, everyone's attention on that, and that this, existed. It's still shown on like the county's GIS as a parcel that's with the town of Mountain Village on that. And so that triggered us to look at our easement agreements for these balconies and bay windows. And oddly enough, that easement agreement actually terminates on dedication to the town of Telluride. And so that's a little kind of detail on why we're here on these balconies and bay windows that were built in this easement. But upon you guys accepting it, that easement actually goes away. So that's just some background on why we're here for that. And then the snow melt and the ADA ramps are pretty self-explanatory. They're part of the larger remodel of this property. So
Great. Thank you, Jimmy. Any questions from council for staff or Jim Mahoney as representative of the applicant?
No.
Seeing no questions, we can bring it back for further discussion, but I can open this up to public comment since it is an action item. Is there anybody in the room for public comment on this? Seeing none, Tiffany, are there any hands raised? There are no hand raised online, so no public comment on this agenda item. Any further questions, concerns, comments from council?
I just have a question, because so the awnings that come out, is that then what, like, the additional, is there outdoor seating then that goes underneath them for the restaurant?
I'm Bridget.
Yeah, I can answer that. Do you mind stepping up to the microphone just so they can hear you on Zoom?
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
We inquired about whether we should come forward for some cafe seating along San Juan, but forgive me if I'm a little wrong, but on the numbers here, but what we were told is that because there's not a sidewalk on the far side of San Juan, we don't have enough depth on the existing sidewalk to be able to have, to ask for an encroachment or whatever it's called, to be able to have cafe seating.
Because
there.
it's just that little indent is the only seating along San Juan, right? It's like, but it goes into the building. It's
Yeah,
not
it's on
actually
our
on the
property.
right of way
Yeah.
anyway.
Right.
Yeah, and on Aspen Street, but again, that's on our property.
And during COVID, Cosmo asked for seating across the road
street.
right away, and worked with the Mountain Village on a license to do that, because that was kind of the only available space for that. So
It's the best back.
And just like to clarify that the awnings, there are currently awnings that do exist on the building, and
Right.
it was part of the application. It was merely an oversight on my part that I didn't include the word awnings in the list of encroaching elements. And that's why, and it wasn't brought to my attention until it was pointed out in an email from Mr. Mahoney this morning. Thank you very much. And at that point, it's too late to alter the memo. So Tiffany suggested it just be a verbal amendment upon approval or denial. So
And those are retractable awnings. That's really for sun control.
Any other questions from council or any discussion?
Yeah, I think I find this situation a little confusing, and some of these maps are kind of hard to interpret. The bay windows that are overhanging on San Juan Avenue, is that correct?
that is correct. Yep.
On the sidewalk.
Okay, what What makes this significantly different than what we just heard?
In to maintain consistency with staff. Do you want to take it?
Yeah. So this is only an interior remodel. They're not touching these encroachments that are on the exterior. I think Jim can probably provide more information there, but just the deck has already been touched. To come into code, it probably would need to be completely demolished. Just talking about the prior application. In this case, this is just the exterior of a building this is cleanup. So the interior is being remodeled, the exterior is staying the same with respect to these balconies and the bay windows, I believe. The awnings you might want to consider differently.
Yeah, and that's correct. Ali's correct. And I think the other difference here, and having heard that whole situation that you guys had to deal with before, is that these elements actually, in my view, and I know Kevin has a little bit different take on it, but until you guys actually approve the resolution, which is your next item, I believe these are covered under an easement. They were also specific design approvals allowed by the town of Telluride when this was originally constructed and approved in 1995. And I actually had a conversation with Dirk DePoctor this morning, and he asked me what my hearing was, and he was involved in this project. And this was a specific approval that was allowed for by the town to have these bay windows and balcony and awning projections out over what was private property. Everyone knew then that that's what's going to become San Juan Avenue and a public right of way, but it was still approved through the town process. Where in your past application that you guys were talking about, there sounded like there was a lot of missteps in that process. And as soon as we knew and brought this to your legal's attention, we filed this application as well.
So is the feeling that basically because this was privately owned, where San Juan Avenue was privately owned, there was not a public right of way there. And then this was approved as part of the building construction through the town. Is the position or the feeling that easement, then there was a mistake in that easement didn't continue forward even with the right of way when it was implemented? Or is that what we're arguing about?
I wouldn't know on the actual easement. I mean, I was still in high school at the time the easement was drafted, so I don't know why it was drafted the way it was, but Kevin probably has a little more insight to that.
Not much, because I was only in college at the time, so I'm just a couple of years ahead of you. What I'll also share, there's another bit of information that I think is relevant. This was a comprehensive redevelopment or development in the first instance of this site, but it did include an alignment of San Juan Avenue that was part of the town grid, and the town vacated that to allow this overall development to go forward. The same with the Oak Street alignment as well. You may know there was a vacation of a portion of the Oak Street alignment as it comes down south of San Juan to permit the gondola, and then to the east, Camel's Garden. So there is an element here where we did have a right of way. We gave up a portion of that right of way to get a right of way in return that we thought would still meet town requirements and standards, but also allow some flexibility for the overall development to go forward. And then, as Mr. Mahoney points out, there was this kind of reciprocal, well, we'll have an easement in place until the land is actually accepted or dedicated to the town. I think the dedication did occur in 1996, which would mean the easement then was terminated in 1996. I know there's a different position on that. I don't know that it really matters if you proceed forward and agree to this resolution. If the easement did continue to exist, I think an equity point of view would also be, if it continued to today, let's say that the effect of the grant is not effective until your resolution this afternoon, there would be an argument that this land had that easement still on it, and the town should recognize that easement in some way. And a better way to do that would be through an REP, which is revocable versus an easement that's not subject to revocation unless there's something very specific in that easement that calls for the termination. And hopefully what I'm trying to say is, if you accept the one course of action, then there's actually an easement on the property. And if you are saying the easement was vacated in 1996 when we think the dedication took place, then the improvements occurred, as Mr. Mahoney pointed out, and the town approved that actual development application that permitted those encroachments to occur at that point in time. So either way, the town is in a considerably different situation, I think, than the prior application. And I think considerably different than any application I've ever actually seen on an REP.
Okay. And so what we're saying is that what's in front of us is to grant them the revocable encroachment permit and not, is that correct?
Well, an easement would require 2 readings of an ordinance, and I would normally not recommend an easement because generally it's a permanent right in property.
Yeah, I just want to make sure everyone was clear on that.
And we actually asked Kevin about,
That's right.
Of course you
we would prefer an easement.
That, of course.
I have to say,
And I
it's a little
prefer
scary.
REP.
Can I just add, this is a little scary from my standpoint, because we're going from a written document that is a permanent easement between 2 private homeowners or landowners to a revocable easement for, balconies and bay windows that are integral into the structure of this property. So, when Jim and I were discussing and Jim was working with Kevin, we're taking some real risk here as a landowner. So I just want to make that point.
And so I just want to understand, for consistency, in 20 years, when the decking needs to be replaced on these balconies, we would, to be consistent, remove the REP.
I have to tell you that the decking is planned to be replaced.
On these stuff.
Yeah, I mean, we can, I guess we could not do it, but the decking is planned to be replaced.
I think it's such a different situation though, Elena. They had like approval with the town for those with the property versus
And then
individual residential homeowner who put up that deck without asking permission in the beginning.
And an easement.
Know that we don't know that the person who put up the deck did it without permission, do we? I don't think that came up.
Was
There was
part of it was
there was
that
nothing
it was
affirmative that
there,
would indicate.
and then a revocable encroachment permit was granted after it was built.
But, okay,
I think that
But
that's. a
so
huge
it is
difference.
different than an easement. Legal that we believe that,
Yeah,
that
yeah,
is a
but-
different
but it's-
situation.
this is where I just like, for consistency, if the whole reason we do REPs is because we can revoke them to bring everyone into land use code, and the Public Works Department, they push to not have REPs, I feel like this feels a little contradictory.
Well,
I want to allow for it. I'm having a little bit of a moral, like,
I mean, I tend to agree with you, but I mean, from my perspective, 2 readings aside and Kevin's desires aside, like if I was you, I would be fighting tooth and nail for an easement right now, personally. But I think this, the REP does preserve our rights and the town's ability to make decisions in the future as they see fit. And so, I'm sitting here and I'm not sitting over there. And so that's why I am okay with this REP. But truthfully, like, I mean, if I was if I had bought a hotel, like I would.
That was one of the things that we were gonna ask through this process was what was the temperature on an easement? And, Kevin's already opined a little bit that staff would prefer that the REP process, but I mean, we would be happy to come back and ask for an easement. I mean, that's what we've presumed we'd had until this was brought up.
Because there was one in place. with
recorded
a
document
different
to build it.
landowner.
It's
That's the
recorded.
difference to me.
And then I think that I would be supportive of an easement to maintain the way it's been going and to be clear about what REPs are for and what easements are for.
yeah, like something isn't sitting right about what just happened and why that decision was justified and what we're about to do right now. Like that.
I see the difference, but I think that it's too much background and we should just do it in the proper category that it belongs.
And an REP is more beneficial to the town, even though they may have every right, and we may agree with them that an easement is the way to go. Having an agreement for an REP gives the town a little bit more flexibility in the future to what to do. So I could see why I see
why the town's position might be, but I feel.
that's right. But
I feel like it was
let me
a
just finish.
mistake.
Let me just finish first. But that's the difference between the previous one and this one, is that they had a legitimate easement, and for whatever reason, and we all weren't here in a decision-making capability of why that easement went away. Was it as simple as just the transfer of land made it go away? Or was there a misstep to not have that easement in place that they were originally granted to by two adjoining landowners? And so that's the difference between this one and that one. And if we say, hey, guys, come for the easement and we grant it, that puts, that just gives town less flexibility in the future. And that's okay, because we
never
personally,
said that before.
I love hotels and hotbeds and all the economic development that it brings to our community. And I'm a big proponent of it. So I'm good with an easement personally, but it depends what we feel is in the best interest of town.
So I'm confused because legal just said that this was not an exterior remodel, it was just an interior, and that's the big difference between what we just did. And then we were just told that there was going to be an exterior remodel.
I think what we just heard was transparency about a future project. And so I think, which we all know is going to happen. Like, we all know that a deck over the course of however many decades will need to be replaced.
But it's happening right now, it sounds like.
It is happening right now. There is actually an exterior element to this. The facade over the restaurant area is getting replaced right there. I did not know that the deck materials were also being replaced and that the, let's see, windows and that the railings will be increased to come into new code by 6 inches. So there is an exterior element here of this remodel, according to the notes that Bridget just kind of passed to me on this, that do touch the balcony and the bay window area. So if it's more appropriate to come back for an easement, we are happy to do that as well. I think that's something that we want to go whatever route is best to preserve these design elements that were approved by the town. And I think make that building a fantastic building down in that area.
And there's one other point too to think about, and I'm not saying it's right or wrong or whatever, that there's also public benefit to this. I believe so, but
Like, it's all about a stretch study.
Yeah,
I don't know if that's
tax revenue.
No, I'm just saying.
ADA, yeah.
And the snow melt is a public benefit.
I'm talking about the bay windows and the decks, because that's.
Also so if you look back, this was a PUD on this property when it was originally approved, and I don't have the PUD agreement in front of me, but there's been significant public benefits that have been provided throughout this PUD, including on this latest amendment to the PUD, in the form of like a cash contribution, I believe was the latest on this, but there's been a series of public benefits. And you also do have the ADA and the snow melt, which I think those are appropriate to be in an REP, even if the bay windows and awnings and balconies are in an easement on that.
So I guess the first question is we want to encourage them to come back with an easement request or not? I mean.
And on that, I do want to get some clarification because it sounds like there's a discrepancy between what our staff is saying and what the applicant is saying. It is the assertion, my understanding, please correct me if I'm wrong, that your assertion is that the building is still under an easement for the town of Telluride. And our legal staff is saying that easement has already been vacated in the late 1990s.
And I think it gets even a little more complicated. So let me read the language because I think it's kind of operative. I don't think this made it into your packet. I can certainly broadcast it if you want to see it. But the easement for the bay window and projections is found on page 2, section 4. And it says, Telsky shall grant an easement. Doesn't say that this agreement granted the easement. It says they shall. No one has found that. I haven't found.
No, we actually, I have that
Oh, do you?
document. Yes.
Oh, okay. I don't think I was provided that. Okay. So that does change then the first step of it, which would be, you may have an equitable right with Telsky.
So there was, and Elena, these plats that are in here are wildly confusing, old plats, and I deal with plats on a daily basis. And so I will try to find that easement, but essentially there was this language that Telsky would grant the easement in the approval for the replatting of this whole area that led to the Hotel Columbia being built. And then there was an easement actually recorded, and in that easement that was recorded is the language where it goes away. And I have that here, and Kevin, it's recorded at reception number 298768.
Okay.
And it was in May of 95. And it was a whole larger agreement, and there was. So easement for bay window and balcony projections. Telski shall grant an easement inuring to the benefit of GC for bay windows and balconies associated with construction of the Hotel Columbia to extend no further than 4 feet south of the Lot B, Track B property line. There's also access easements in here. And then in section 8, it talks about all easements granted herein shall terminate upon conveyance of Track B from Telski to the town of Telluride. Track B was actually identified as the San Juan Road right away in those banner replats that are there. So, and then I don't know that Kevin and I have like a fundamental disagreement on this. I think we're both on the same page. Like, I could read the language on the plat that says basically that Telski and the people who did the replat are dedicating Track B to the town of Telluride. And then it talks about the town of Telluride shall adopt a resolution prior to assuming maintenance of that easement. And when I talked to David McConaughey at the town of Telluride, his interpretation was, I think they need to pass a resolution to accept and assume maintenance. He read it as accept and assume maintenance. I think Kevin is reading it in a very reasonable interpretation of it was accepted. And in order to assume maintenance, a resolution would be adopted by the town of Telluride. That step just never happened. And so there wasn't clarity from anyone. I think that's evidenced by, like, if you look on the GIS mapping by San Miguel County, that's all under Track B. It is not shown as a separate road right away and ownership of the town of Telluride. That's all still on the ownership of the Mountain Village. So it's confusing.
And can I just add that there hasn't been a difference of opinion between applicant and the town. When we first applied for our PUD amendment and went through HARC, we had conversations with town and we had conversations with Mountain Village. And there was just general confusion. And for a while, we were going down a path with Mountain Village.
Yeah, we'd actually assembled an application.
And so they're like, well,
and that's where they said, does Telluride want their road? And that's why we're here.
Yeah.
Can I ask Kevin a question? Kevin, if we were to go down the path of an easement, can we grant an easement only for these specific elements? Or so only for deck overhangs and awnings and retractable awnings and whatever else? Like, we don't necessarily have to grant the full easement all the way down to the ground, correct?
Yeah, and let me just also back up and say, look, I'll take whatever direction council wants to pursue on this. If you are more comfortable with an easement or a limited easement or a bifurcation of an easement and an REP, we'll take whatever direction you have on this. And I recognize there are certain things that are a bit unique about this. Certainly you can craft an easement for any number of uses or limited uses. What I have seen in the agreement, and again, this is the original easement agreement or the agreement to convey easements from April of 95. And that had in it language of, let me just get it, bay window and balcony projections. And that's again found at page 2. I'd like to just take a look and take a look at the language of the actual easement that was subsequently conveyed. I think that would be a very reasonable starting position if you want to move to an easement and REP bifurcation on this or some other form. I mean, you might also feel that an easement for things like the snow melt or the ADA ramp should be granted. I think that probably would be a little different. And there's probably not the historical record in the 95, 96 agreements that called out for this easement to be conveyed. That would make some distinction between those two. But look, we'll take whatever direction you are comfortable implementing. Just recognize an easement, 2 readings of an ordinance. We can get that to you at the next council meeting, and then you could have it approved at the subsequent one after that. Just let us know what you prefer.
I think just to close out my thought on that, like my preference would be that we do go down that path. I mean, we are all here at best for 8 years, and this hotel has stood for a lot more years than that and will stand, I believe, for many, many more years than we're going to be on council. And I think it's important to protect the intent, if that is our intent permanently.
Ashley?
I also think that there's, there is a difference in that this isn't just deck space. This also incorporates the bay windows, which are actual like part of the building as it was constructed. And I recognize that the way things were done in Telluride in 1970s is very different than the way things were done in 1990s. And it feels like there was an intent here for this easement to be something that would carry on, and that maybe kind of fell through the cracks in a way, because you wouldn't approve the building of physical structures, not just decks, if the intent wasn't then for this to be continued on with the physical building in perpetuity. So I would agree with Mian, with kind of her feeling on that. I think that, maybe there's an REP for some of the other elements, maybe like the canopied stuff. I don't know, but I'm happy to figure out kind of a compromise between these two things. It feels like an REP is specifically on physical pieces of the building that are built as part of the architecture seems different in that it's not just like a deck overhanging and things like that.
You have never built interior space on a revocable permit, basically, and you built it on the easement that then, based on interpretation, is either there or gone or somewhere in the middle. And that's a pretty big difference to me. Elena?
Yeah, my question was going to be for Public Works, like knowing that these exterior elements are also being remodeled, would that change your recommendation in the staff memo as to how to move forward with this, or would you still recommend an REP?
I am not really sure how to answer that. I guess I was under the understanding that this was solely an interior remodel with the exception of the ADA ramp and the snow melt. Oftentimes when these get brought to our attention, there's a lot of back and forth between, I work with folks in HARC and planning and building, what their desire is. Occasionally, if it's something like a historic shed that is encroaching on our property, which we do have a couple that we have requested be moved, that have been moved, and we have a couple that have been requested to stay where they're at and on the recommendation of HARC because of the construction and the value of the shed, et cetera. In those cases, we've requested that they be allowed to stay. The decks, I really don't feel comfortable answering that on the spot. I don't know. I guess we would
That's
have.
fair.
To be fair to staff, it wasn't in our application one way or another, whether it was, I'm just rereading my narrative, and it just talks about the history of why these are here and what we're seeking to do. So we're not aware of kind of the HARC approvals on this.
But we do have a PUD amendment approved and recorded with, full architect. And I'm not saying anything, but we have gone through that process. We do have full planning.
And a CA for those elements.
Yeah. And I think whether it's separate or combined, the living space and the outdoor space, an easement is probably a fair request, depending how what Kevin advises and how you negotiate it out. But, because it's a little bit different of a circumstance.
I mean, yeah, if what makes this situation so different was that there was an easement, I would hate to do an REP and have a future council or even just have the own contradiction in our face of the whole point of the REP is when there's a remodel to remove things that are out of compliance with the land use code and encroaching on the property. So to me, that just like immediately doesn't make sense. So I know that it gives the town a little more power, but I think for consistency and the long conversation we just had, an encroachment seems like the right way to solve this rather than an REP, because I.
An easement.
Sorry.
Yes.
Easement.
We follow.
Easement, yeah. That just like, because otherwise it just feels like there's this contradiction within like this hour of the meeting that isn't sitting well with me.
I agree.
So Kevin, what's the process then? Do we just not make a motion? Do we withdraw this as an item?
I was going to suggest a couple things. One is I think you still have an REP. It's been duly noticed. You could take action, I think, on an REP and limit the scope of the REP to, and this is what you need to figure out. Do you want to limit it to the snow melt system and the ADA ramp? Do you want to include the awnings in with the REP? Do you want the awnings to be in the easement?
I'd prefer to do this. I mean, I personally would prefer that we do this all together, whether it's easement and then REP or
That's fine.
whatever it is. But I think let's look at the whole thing holistically so that we make sure that we're not doing anything on the fly with
Okay,
this.
then my recommendation would be at the next meeting, we can come back with an ordinance on first reading. I would also think if you're going to table the REP, you should probably table the resolution. That is the next agenda item on this to avoid this issue of does the easement disappear when the town accepts the dedication. We come back for the first reading at your next meeting on July 22nd. If that is approved, then at the second reading in the August meeting, we would bring back the revised or narrowed REP. We'd also bring back the second reading of the ordinance. We would bring back the resolution accepting the dedication of Tract B.
Is everyone okay with that?
Yeah.
So
Move to
that is
continue.
our direction. Do anyone need
You don't have
more clarity on that? We're good. And then Kevin, we would skip the next agenda item, which would be 7F and then go to 7G. Is that correct?
Yeah, that'd be my recommend, unless Jim, you feel, but I don't think you want to have the dedication.
No,
Yeah.
I 100%
Yeah.
agree with
Okay.
Kevin's recommendation. And
Okay.
this is actually probably a better path than we were on. Because I know Bridget had a lot of heartburn about the revocable nature of
Okay.
this. So
Okay.
I appreciate
Do
you
we
guys.
want to give
Come-
direction about what things we want to be in the revocable versus what things we see as appropriate for an easement?
I mean, I personally rather have legal tell us that, but that's just my opinion.
Well, it feels like.
I
we're going
want
in
you,
that
I want
direction.
direction from
You
you.
want direction?
Yeah. And I think the only distinction there is we know it's windows and decks / balconies. Do you want the awnings in there? Or do you want the awnings in the REP?
I think the awnings feel like a part of an REP, the awnings and the snow melt and the ADA stuff.
Okay, can I just
That's
be,
what I-
you know, you should make the awnings not permanent. They have to go through Hark anyway. And most of the awnings in town, I don't know of an awning in town that's part of a permanent easement.
Yeah.
I'll
think
just,
that-
I feel, that feels,
you guys are supporting us doing the right thing here. I'm gonna.
That's
Windows and deck / balcony elements.
Yes.
Got it.
and
on
awning,
an
ADA,
original,
snow melt. for
original
REP.
approved footprint to not exceed, they can't expand it or anything like that, that
Yeah,
it's.
and we have a
Yeah.
great exhibit already
Yeah.
from our surveyor on that we can just custom make for the exhibit that shows exactly where those things are at. So.
And then as far as the ADA compliance component to it, is that?
We did work with that's
Did you work
where
with
it is
same
on
people?
the site plan. It's being relocated per the building department.
Yep.
That's where they've asked us to put it.
Okay,
And it's the new ADA compliance on that.
Okay.
Through.
At the corner.
Consultant and our architects. I don't know if it'll look exactly the same as the new ones on Main Street, but it is up to the new standards on that. And it was a public improvement as part of the HARC approval. So,
that would be part of the REP. Is that what
yes,
it's-
yes.
Great. Thank you guys so much.
Yeah,
Thank you for
you.
bearing with
Do
us.
that. I'm
Yeah.
sorry to keep bringing you guys these.
Nope, you're all good. Jim. All good, Jim.
I will see you guys tomorrow for.
So many maps.
So again, we're going to skip over 7F now, and then we're going to go to 7G. Introduction and first reading of an ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, submitting proposed home rule charter amendments to a vote of the registered electors at the November 4th, 2025 regular municipal election concerning a town council and mayoral attendance standard, and directing the Telluride Town Clerk to publish the ordinance in accordance with the Colorado State statutes and the Colorado Constitution requirements for home rule charter amendments. And Kevin is here to present.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Kevin Geiger. I'll introduce agenda item 7G. I don't have a presentation for this. I did a presentation at the last time. I think I could pull back up if you want to, because I think Tiffany probably still has access to some of those. But I think we can just get through this on our own. You had a meeting on this issue, both an informal kind of agendized but not specific work session item on April 1st. Then you had a formal work session on this on June 3rd. You provided me some very specific direction on possible changes that you would like to present to the voters for the Telluride Home Rule Charter, and those would be presented to the voters at the November 4th, 2025 regularly scheduled municipal election. Those changes would relate to amendments in the Home Rule Charter relating to attendance standards or vacancy provisions. And what we looked at, and you will recall kind of the broadcast or the PowerPoint I had on this, it was our recommendation that really what you should be doing is putting these provisions in the vacancy provisions that are found at both section 3.5 for council members and 5.5 for the mayor. Those are very clear on what in the previous or current instance results in a vacancy. And if you were going to implement or have the voters implement standards for attendance that would result in a resignation or a vacancy in that position, that those should also be embedded in the Home Rule Charter, and the vacancy section we think is the most appropriate. The direction that you provided to me in the last meeting on June 3rd was that the trigger you were looking for was 3 consecutive absences from regular meetings or failure to attend at least 75% of the regular meetings in any 12-month period of time. I think the language that I've provided to you should capture that amendment. And if you're looking in your packet materials, you should be able to find this. I just went to the wrong page, so let me make sure I get to it now. It starts on approximately page 243, and you'll see there's an actual ordinance in there as well. And the ordinance includes the red line and new language we're proposing be submitted to the voters of the town of Telluride. I think that's enough to get you through an initial discussion. I did provide in the memorandum that right now the language is drafted as failure to attend at least 75% of your regular meetings in a 12-month period. There was some suggestion that maybe it could be phrased another way if you miss more than 25% of the regular meetings. So that's embedded in the memo. I don't have a preference either way. I just think you just need to make sure that you're clear so the voters understand exactly what the standard is. Again, we have the consecutive, missing 3 consecutive. We understand that. If you want it to be fails to attend or misses more than, we don't have a legal preference.
Okay, great. Kevin, thank you very much. We've discussed this at great detail. Any further questions for Kevin? Seeing none, there's nobody in the room for public comment. Tiffany, any hands raised? There are none. Unless you have any further discussion, I would entertain a motion.
Just have a quick thing, and it's mostly about like, do we care about what constitutes attendance or not? Is it that you show up for 1 minute to be counted as present, or is that you attend over 50% of the meeting? I just thought that maybe is one piece that's missing, or do we not care? And we feel like this is the first step in the right direction and this is enough.
I think it's a good point.
It's a good point. I think
point.
maybe
was gonna
some
bring that up
reflection of
too.
participation, like voting,
What's that percentage?
versus like there's attendance where you can just be at the meeting, but you have to vote on the items. That's how you participate.
Or you have to attend at least half the time of a meeting.
I hear these
You get in the weeds
statements.
on that, but
Yeah.
I do want to consider workload on our clerk's department, assuming they are the ones who are going to have to track and keep
look at Tiffany.
a regular.
That it's fine.
Thank you for that, but
Yeah.
it would be very easy to
Thank
track,
you for
but thank
pointing.
you.
Yeah, great.
Yeah, but-
Thank you for saying that.
I think the policy is pretty lenient in that a full meeting attendance is fair.
Currently count as an attendance.
Even if you attend an hour, 10 minutes.
10 minutes, you don't have an absence.
But if an absence didn't mean anything, so.
Right. I do think we should I think we should define what attendance is.
I mean, in the minutes, I'll typically note, like, left the meeting at 10:13 a.m. so that it's noted at least that that person only
13
attended for
minutes.
2 hours, but yeah.
Dan?
I mean, I'm fine with putting something in. but like, you know, Ashley today was running around during lunch and then was a few minutes late coming back from lunch.
3
Not to
minutes.
call you out, but I'm saying, but as an example, like, I don't want to count that as an absence for you. Like, you were clearly here the entire day. So making sure we allow for that, or allow for a few minutes gone.
I think 50%
I like
that you have to do 50% of the day. Because again, there might be a situation where you do have, like, you know, we've talked a lot about doctor's appointments, for instance.
Yeah.
You might be able to be here for most of the day, but then you need an hour. That shouldn't count, I don't feel. So I think 50% of the meeting
Counts
you
as full.
attend, it counts as an attendance.
You want to make it majority, like 51%?
Sure, 51%
Yeah.
of the total meeting time is attendance.
Does that work for everybody?
We're doing it off of time, not votes, or.
I think time.
Time.
Yeah.
Time's easiest.
Feels
Like
easy to track.
non-voting conversations are also important, so I don't say that that part of the meeting is less valuable.
I don't think this is perfect, but I think that it's the correct direction. And I just thought that that was something that we should
It's a great point.
clarify.
If we decide that we want to have what attendance means, Kevin, how do we adjust this discussion?
Yeah, what I would suggest, and I think to get you to second reading, I think you can put something in a motion that instructs me to insert that. But I think we would just have an insertion of section 3.5 and 5.5 that would be a paren. Failure to attend 3 consecutive regular meetings, and you just have a percent there, or a paren there that says, which shall be 51% of the entire meeting time. I don't know. I feel, I don't mean it the wrong way, but it's going to feel a little clumsy, but I think it's a warranted point.
Yeah.
Add attendance to like our definition section, where we don't need to actually define it in the ordinance.
Yeah. I mean, you'd have to do a separate action under, you could, I suppose you could do it as part of your rules of procedure. And you do that every November. You'll have that opportunity in November. I mean, this is the charter, so you want to make sure that if you want it in the charter, that it goes to the charter because it has to go to the voters.
Is it easier though, like if we determine, oh God, this 51% thing is really messed up, that it's easier to change a definition of attendance later on?
Oh yeah, I think that's an important point as well. You could change the rules of procedure very easily, resolution versus charter. You know what you're doing right now. You did a work session. You're going to do 2 ordinance readings, voters.
So then should it be that, that the definition of meeting attendance will be in the rules of procedure?
Yeah, that's what I would do.
Okay.
Yeah.
Seeing that discussions through, any other further discussion? We have to go to public comment.
Yeah, the only other thing I'll mention, I think I failed to mention it, but you definitely wanted it and it's in there. I did insert the provision that I think you wanted to see, that an extraordinary majority of council, the remaining 5 of 6, can excuse the absences of that council member or that mayor. So that's in there as well.
That's fair.
I don't think I mentioned that in my original discussion.
And then once we're done with this, with the amended motion, we're good to move forward after public discussion, final council discussion.
Yep. Just remember, this is still first reading. You got to go to second reading. And then Tiffany has a lot of publication requirements that she has to meet to get a home rule charter change to the ballot in November.
Yep.
And they're very specific under Colorado law.
Tiffany, is there any hands raised online? Okay, there's no one in the room. Any further discussion on this? If not, I would entertain an adjusted motion.
I have one more quick question for the motion, Kevin. Should we be calling out the 51% and the change to the rules of procedure right now in the motion, or just that we will define it in the rules of procedure?
I think in the motion, you should just say with direction that attendance will be defined in a subsequent amendment to the council rules of policy and procedure. That's fine.
Got it then.
Great.
Okay. I move to approve on first reading an ordinance of the town council of the town of Telluride, Colorado, submitted proposed home rule charter amendments to a vote of the registered electors at the November 4th, 2025 regular municipal election concerning a town council and mayoral attendance standard, and directing the Telluride town clerk to publish the ordinance in accordance with the Colorado state statutes and the Colorado Constitution requirements for home rule charter amendments, and further directing the town clerk to set this matter for second reading and a public hearing on the ordinance for the council meeting on July 22nd, 2025, with an amendment in which there is an insertion in section 3.5 and 5.5 stating that attendance will be defined within the rules of procedure.
Kevin, you good with that?
It's fine.
We have a motion from Mian. Do we have a second?
A second.
We have a second from Dan. Mian, how do you vote?
Me and yes.
And yes.
Elena, yes.
Neva, yes.
Ashley, yes.
And Teddy, yes, it is approved unanimously. That brings us to agenda item 7H, introduction and first reading of an ordinance of the town council of the town of Telluride, Colorado, amending Telluride Municipal Code Section 2-1-100B, municipal campaign finance. And whoa, Tiffany's over there in the hot seat.
Yes, haven't been here for a while. Thank you, Mayor, council members. So as you all know, we have an upcoming election this November. And prior to each election season, I typically go through all the codes and reread them. And as I was reviewing our code, our campaign finance section of our code, I am recommending one small amendment. So municipal elections do have to comply with campaign finance regulations, as you all know. And in the past, those filings, there are 4 required filings during an election cycle. Those could be submitted to the town clerk in a hard copy or emailed to me to be considered timely on the due date. Our current code states that if those are sent electronically, that the original has to be filed in my office within 7 days. And I just went through all of our campaign finance forms to align with the state and also for the accessibility laws. And I made them all electronic online so that they're accessible and easy to submit electronically. So an electronic version is actually preferred to be submitted for these forms. So the recommendation is just to remove the requirement in the code that those originals be submitted to me within 7 days. I will still accept a hard copy form if that's preferable to a candidate, but I will push the electronic form. So that is the recommendation. And I will note that the Colorado Secretary of State has had their online portal, their electronic portal for campaign finance for many years. It's called Tracer. So this really would align with the Colorado Secretary of State on how they accept their forms. We would also just be accepting them mostly electronically.
Great. Tiffany, thank you. Any questions for Tiffany?
Sounds great.
Seeing none, there's nobody in the room for public comment. Tiffany, can you use your go-go gadget arms to your computer to see if there's...
I have it here. No hands are.
Okay, great. Unless there's any further discussion, I would entertain a motion.
I move to approve on first reading an ordinance of the town council of the town of Telluride, Colorado, amending Telluride Municipal Code Section 2-1-100B, municipal campaign finance, and direct the town clerk to set the matter for second reading at a public hearing on July 22nd, 2025.
Second.
We have a motion from Dan, a second from Ashley. Dan, how do you vote?
And yes.
Ashley, yes.
Elena, yes.
Geneva, yes.
Yeah.
And Teddy, yes. It is approved unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tiffany. That brings us to 7I, consideration of adoption of a resolution of the town council of the town of Telluride, Colorado, authorizing the acquisition of certain deed restricted real property known as 295 Mahoney Drive, Entrada, Unit H, Telluride, Colorado, 81435. It's located within the town of Telluride, San Miguel County, state of Colorado, and Zoe will present this agenda item.
Thank you. I noticed a typo in my introduction. If you can tell, I copied this memo quickly. So we're not talking about Silverjack, but instead of the Entrada unit, but the dates are correct. So on Friday, June 27th, we received this intent to sell. We must exercise our first right by July 12th. So we wanted to get it on this agenda to meet that deadline for discussion. This is an Entrada Unit H. You can tell here it's a tier 2 unit, a 3-bedroom, 2.5 bath. With that, we did not have time or a chance to reach out to staff to gain their interest. But I did update the list here with this additional unit from our town properties acquired through first right tracking list as well. So with that, I don't think I have any additional information from this morning on any of the other pieces.
Great. Zoe, thank you very much. Any questions from council for Zoe? It is an action item. There's nobody in the audience. Is there anyone online?
No.
Any further discussion amongst council on this?
Feels like we sent one to staff this morning. Send this one to the public in the afternoon seems fair to me.
And we, I mean, we've had a few lotteries recently, but it has been a while, so it'd be fun to have another lottery for the public.
So I will just note in the memo that this deed restriction does not require public lottery. The owner's preference is that the town purchases it. If the town doesn't purchase it, they'll have an identified buyer. So lottery is not their preferred option.
So the seller has
Excuse
a
me.
buyer in mind.
So the seller has a couple people that might be interested.
Then why do they want us? Just
Because it's faster for most people.
But why would that prohibit us from putting it into a lottery?
It wouldn't. We would have to purchase, I mean, they are not required to put it into a lottery. So if you pass on the first right, which is fine, they may put it into lottery, but they may also just sell it directly to a buyer.
But whoever buys it,
Yeah.
then in a subsequent sale will be required.
That's
And that, yeah, because that'll adjust their deed restriction.
I feel a little like that's a have your cake and eat it too. Like you want the town to buy it, but you also want to pick your buyer.
Well, that wouldn't
No,
be
no,
the
no.
case.
Oh.
So that their preference is the town to exercise the first right of the buyer. If that doesn't happen, then they will just select a buyer on their own.
But if we buy it, we can put it in a lottery, right?
Yes.
They want us to buy it, and if we buy it, they have no say or.
Right, right. So that's why I'm saying if we bought it and we didn't save it for a town employee, then we would presumably put it in a lottery.
We would definitely put it.
And I'm not
Yeah,
understanding
there's no
what
other
I was being
option.
corrected about.
Yeah.
I don't think I corrected you. Sorry, you're looking at me.
No, I thought you, if you did not exercise your first right, that you were in the assumption that this
I
would
think
go
we
to
should
a
buy it and
lottery.
put it to a lottery.
Thank you. Because today.
I had said, then we misunderstood because I was saying, let them privately sell it.
Oh,
Under
okay.
their
Then I
deed
don't
restriction.
agree with you. I think we
that's
should
fine.
buy it and put it to a lottery.
And I could go
I think
either.
we should buy it and put it to a lottery.
If that's what people want, that's also fine with me. I mean, I've tried to keep a consistent position on this one of this is what their deed restriction allows. This is their understanding when they bought their unit, allow them to operate under those. But if they wanted to buy it and we wanted to buy it and put it to lottery, that's also fine with me. But my first preference is
They
do
said,
not exercise their right of first refusal. Yes, I understand.
Yeah, and they want us to buy it. That's
Right,
their
right.
first choice.
If they didn't want us to buy it, I don't know if, but if
And
they
I
want
will
us
say,
to.
I think that's something to consider just from the town's position. Obviously, I think the intention is that you would prefer lottery than it going to a seller. But the preference, I think, will most likely be their majority of the town just because the ease of transactions with the town. But whether we want to be that middleman is something for you to discuss in a bigger picture.
I don't mind.
And I don't think in this circumstance, it's a little bit off topic that, we could go like, if I was the buyer and they said, town's not going to buy it, but we want you to put it in a lottery, that they wouldn't put it in a lottery because they would want to pick the strongest financial capable buyer.
And it takes more time.
Yeah, which
Right.
makes sense.
So
Let's buy it. I think that there was like feeling of we want everything to go to lottery.
I'm good with it.
Yes.
So
Say that a
if
little
they
bit.
don't want if they want us to, if they have a buyer picked out and they really, really want to do that, those are the only times when I'm inclined to say, okay, I'll let you exercise your right.
That
to
right that
sell
you still
to
have.
whoever. So, yeah, so I agree, we should buy it and put it to lottery.
Everyone good with that?
Yes.
And then, unless there's any further discussion, I would entertain a motion.
Wait, do we need public comment on this?
I asked for it.
Oh, I move to adopt a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, authorizing the acquisition of certain deed restricted property known as 295 Mahoney Drive, Entrada, Unit H, Telluride, Colorado, 81435, located within the Town of Telluride, San Miguel County, State of Colorado.
Second.
We have a motion from Elena, a second from Mian. Elena, how do you vote?
Elena, yes.
Ian, yes.
Geneva, yes.
Ashley, yes.
Dan, yes.
And Teddy, yes, it is approved unanimous. That brings us to agenda item 8, Telluride Liquor Licensing Authority. There are no items for the Telluride Liquor Licensing Authority. Agenda item number 9, administrative reports. And with the administrative reports, we go to 9A, and that is the manager's report. And Zoe.
Even direction from that last one. Okay, great. So I'll try to make this as time effective as possible. From our communications team, we had a joint merchant meeting. So as you all know, we have started a bi-monthly merchant meeting with twice a year joining the town of Mountain Village. This was, I think, wildly successful. Look forward to our next one. We heard from Team VOA, the town of Mountain Village, the tourism board, Flight Alliance, and Red Ski and Golf. So it was a really well-rounded economic update from a lot of our key stakeholders. And we were able to focus on regional economic trends, air service, tourism updates, and other community vibrancy efforts. And the town was able to share a bunch of information from our projects and really where people can find our information. So it was very educational. We didn't have too much input from the community, a couple questions, but overall, I think it was a great presentation for our business community. We also had our Lift 7 neighborhood planning meetings since our last council meeting with a public open house on Tuesday, June 10th. To further engage the community surrounding the future of the Lift 7 neighborhood. Residents and stakeholders were able to view and give feedback on conceptual plans. And if you weren't able to attend and interested in learning more or seeing some of those boards, you can visit our bit.ly/chair7 car hinge engage page. We also had an open house for the gondola station planning, and this was on June 11th. We had over 100 community members participate for both, regardless of the weather, because the weather was not participating for us. But they were able to provide feedback on 3 proposed design concepts. Again, we still have an online form for those that weren't able to attend at bit.ly/TOT gondola station. And in addition to that open house, the project team presented to the Smart Gondola Advisory Committee on June 16th and the council retreat, as you know, on June 12th. So the consultants are now incorporating that community feedback and stakeholder feedback to develop and refine the final concept that will guide the future design and implementation efforts. And that bit.ly/TOT gondola station, again, is that engage page. Just a reminder, the town's text notification system is a great way to stay in the loop about town projects, road closures, water shutoffs. So text Telluride to 38276 and continue to look at our engage page to actually participate in all of the big projects that are going on in town. I provided just after continuous feedback from the community, including some public comment from our last council meeting, just provided a little bit of a property tax update and community clarification within our manager's report. Just recognizing the rising property assessments have prompted concerns across the community. And so we wanted to provide a little bit more context around the town of Telluride specifically in our property tax collections and fiscal structure. That being that Telluride's mill levy remains among the lowest, even compared to some of our special districts, that our charter caps the revenue growth. So we cannot collect more than a 7% increase annually, regardless of the changes in the property values. So this protects residents from that sharp year-over-year tax increases, and that the property taxes are a small part of our town budget, about 5% of our general fund. And so with that, just we provided a table of property tax breakdown on $1 million resident value to help kind of paint that picture. From housing development, I won't go over all of our projects. There's not much changes from the Canyonlands Tower House public-private partnership, still expected a spring 2026 completion date. Same with our second phase for Shandoka Building F under construction with November completion date. As you know, Virginia Placer 2A and 2B, we are now moving forward with the value engineering in process, and a revised GMP for phase 2 was approved by town council at the June meeting. So we're moving forward for 2A, still working through 2B with our staff. And then we touched on the Lift 7 neighborhood planning piece with Carhenge and Lot L. Our next steps is to, for Carhenge, complete the conceptual PUD and preliminary subdivision applications by August. Looking to come to council with that and continued community engagement opportunities with stakeholders. We are looking to do a more specific stakeholder group with some of our affordable housing constituents, specifically at Shandoka as well. And then for Lot L, looking to complete the preliminary plan, cost estimates and financing strategy by mid 2025. So that will be coming to council in June or the second meeting in July or August. For the housing needs assessment, we finally have a date on the books to go over the final report, which will be held at the San Miguel Regional Housing Board meeting on Monday, July 7th at 1 p.m. And more information can be found at SMRHA's website for the housing needs assessment page.
That full report is released on their website, just
Yes.
FYI for everyone listening.
Thank you, Dan. And I believe a press release went out from SMRHA. I'm going to follow up on that as well. From our lovely clerks department, as we all know, the 2025 regular municipal elections are among us. So they will be held November 4th, 2025. As you know, there are 4 council seat vacancies and a partial term for the town meeting moderator. A candidate information session is scheduled for July 17th at 5:30 p.m. at Rebecca Hall with an option to attend remotely. And all information can be found at bit.ly/TOT elections on the town website. And for all of these bit.ly links, you can simply go to telluride.gov to find all of these, but these are the direct links to these pages. Nomination petitions will be released on August 5th. Also want to do a shout out for Tina Rutherford, as she's going to be attending her second year of the Clerk Institute in Fort Collins to continue earning points toward her certified municipal clerk certification. And this institute offers 120 hours of coursework in public administration, managerial skills, interpersonal skills, and so much more. Accessibility forms, we've touched on in her last presentation, Tiffany, that we are really looking to digitize and make sure we meet the requirements for accessibility. So the clerk's department has worked diligently for the past 6 months to convert most of their forms online to be accessible for liquor licensing, short-term rentals, campaign finance, record retention, and municipal court. They also have an internal contract tracking system now for staff to track contract expiration dates, renewals, and certificates of insurance. So bravo to them to doing a lot of work for internal and external operations and streamline our workflows. They've also streamlined most forms requiring notary blocks to require only one notary as opposed to multiple notaries for many of their forms. So efficiency, convenience for the community is what they are looking to do and who rely on the services. And then also just a continued reminder for town council public comment. The email address for town council public comment changed to townclerk@telluride.gov. from clerk comments at telluride-co.gov. So please direct citizens to submit comments to the new email address, which is townclerk@telluride.gov. Of course, there will be still forwarding of that other one, but to get people used to that new address. And the deadline for inclusion in town council packets for agenda items is noon the week before the meeting. Comments submitted after noon on Wednesday will be uploaded to the document center as part of the record, but won't be included in the packet. Still a shout out for Lane's Place openings. If you have a toddler who is walking between the ages of 1 through 3, and you're looking for childcare, email childcare@telluride.gov for enrollment information. For finance, I did pass out our updated financials just to highlight for our real estate transfer tax. Through May are at 46% of the budget, which closely aligns with being 42% through the year. For sales tax, March sales tax revenues collected in April have increased by 6% overall. Retail in town has decreased by 2%. Out of town retail has increased by 32%, while retail for food and beverage sales has decreased 3%. Revenues from lodging, property management, and short-term rentals have also grown by 19%. And while we'll look at that at the end of the year, we do kind of attribute our software to helping with a lot of that efficiency in collection of tax revenue as well. Just by looking at occupancy numbers compared to our increases in tax revenue. For the short-term rental excise tax for affordable housing, this revenue source has increased by 42.9% in April compared to 2024. Again, we could maybe attribute it to some of the software efficiencies. Town lodgers tax, the revenue from the sources increased by 23.2% for April compared to 2024. And more information, or you can dig down to the numbers in what's provided, and it's also online for tax reports at bit.ly/TOT taxes. For historic preservation, planning, and building, as you know, over the next year, we will be working with our consultants for our comprehensive plan. So the community kickoff will take place on through July 21st through the 24th with Logan Simpson and staff leading engagement events, roundtables, and listening sessions across town. Also, as part of this process, a survey will be launched in July during the comp plan kickoff to collect data to inform the development of the comprehensive plan. Consultants and staff are currently reviewing the results from the annual Telluride Community Survey that we just discussed to determine what topics should be delved into more deeply as part of the upcoming survey and what topics should be added. And if you have any additional input, council, we can reach out to Kristen as well as they formulate that in the coming weeks. So with that, touching from the Marshal's Department, continuing to remind everyone of e-bike safety. I won't go over those in more detail, but all of our other bike rules for town pathways and town right-of-ways. For parks and recreation, campground is open. Online reservation booking windows are posted on the town website. The third booking window for online reservations between August 11th through the 20th and August 24th through September 9th opens on July 8th. And the town park pool is open with the schedule online. Recreation programs, registration is now open for swim team, adult softball, swim lessons, and adult soccer. And special events. So recent events on town property with the augmented music, the Food and Vine Festival, the Bluegrass Festival. And upcoming events on town property are the Show Bar Series, Yoga Festival, Community Fiesta, Plein Air, and the 4th of July Bash. Quickly on the 4th of July Bash, for more information, you can visit bit.ly/TOT July 4th Bash for more information on scheduling. But just to remind everybody that the parade staging is at 10 a.m. 11 a.m. is when the parade starts. And then in the park, our bash begins from 12 until 5:30, I believe. 4:30, excuse me. And then at dusk, we'll have the laser and drones show. So regardless of any weather disruptions or anything along those lines, there will still be a great patriotic display with our drone show. Yes, Ashley.
I just want to clarify for the listening public for the parade. If you're interested in being the parade, you just have to show up at that 10 a.m. staging. You don't need to apply online or anything previously, correct?
I don't know. We don't, the town does not put on the parade. So that's
I'm
a different
pretty sure you just
entity.
show up at.
Like you to register.
Like you register.
But you don't have to pay or anything. Just go on and say, I'll be there.
Do we have the website for that?
Someone wants to find.
I'm gonna
Okay, great.
find it.
Teddy will find the website should you want to register to be part of the parade, but it is free and always fun to do. But again, more information for the town sponsored events, TOT July 4th Bash.
Okay, and that website is tridejuly4parade.org.
Perfect. Nailed it. Did you want to register?
Parade is really fun.
Yes.
Parade is fun.
Thank you. For Public Works, just quick updates on our Main Street accessibility improvements. Ramps completed our Colorado and Pine intersection, north and south mid-block ramps at Oak and Colorado, north and south mid-block ramps at Spruce and Colorado, and north and Fir. What's next? Ramps to be completed prior to the 4th of July, so they are working diligently. Southwest and southeast corners of Colorado and Fir, although we do have rain now, but northwest ramp at Colorado and Aspen, and north ramps of Colorado and Willow. So stay informed, visit bit.ly/TOT Main Street or text Main to 38276 to have more information, and that is being updated regularly. Pacific Avenue improvements, South Tomboy Road reconstruction is complete. Telluride Gravel, or TGI, also finished pouring the north side curb and gutter and sidewalk between Davis and just east of South Tomboy Street. TGI will move toward completing the accessibility ramps on the east side of South Davis at Pacific and continue installing curb and gutter and sidewalk on south side of West Pacific Avenue between Davis and Tomboy. Stay informed at bit.ly/TOT Pacific Avenue or text Pacific to 38276.
I have a question about that.
Yes.
I've noticed with the new ramps, which are great, that now they're not aligned with previously painted crosswalks. Do we have a plan to repaint those? There seems to just be sometimes a little bit of confusion about where people should stop or go into.
So I'm not the public works director, so I'm going to make a statement that is more of an assumption, but I do know that we have the mill and overlay coming up in the fall. And so I'm sure that we will be repainting at that time, whether they're doing spot painting along the way. I do not know, but I will bring that up to our public works department.
Just something to throw out there because they are misaligned now.
Yep. For our crack seal and spur bike path repairs. So the crack seal program has been completed and will continue in 2026. The bike path still contains numerous cracks that require patching rather than crack sealing. So patching efforts will continue throughout the year with the goal of completion by the end of the year, followed by a repaving schedule for 2026. I know we're getting a lot of comments on the bike path because it's being used right now, but I appreciate Public Works working so diligently on a lot of those cracks and having a good repaving in 2026. And then for the 2025 paving program, I won't go into that too much detail, but that will be looked to occur. The first one was in the spring, and then the second one will be in the fall. Work is set to begin has begun in June 2025, but won't interfere with the major festivals. And the overlay is expected in early October. So maybe that also has to have a piece of that painting question as well. Mahoney Bridge replacement, looking for that piece. We're at the 30% concept approved and are moving toward the 90% design. For water and wastewater, we are still working on the sanitary sewer rehabilitation. So that relining project for that trenchless lining of the pipes. And that continues. And to learn more, visit bit.ly/TOT sewer lining or text Telluride to 38276. Also, I don't know if you've noticed along Main Street, and those signs are about to change, but the Water and Wastewater Division has launched summer outreach focusing on water conservation, particularly tips to reduce water usage, encourage proactive habits ahead of potential drought or low snowpack years. Also, public education on annual backflow testing is ramping up, highlighting its role in preventing cross-contamination. And to support this, the division is implementing new reporting software to streamline compliance and testing notifications. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Any questions for Zoe?
I interrupted her with mine, so.
I would like to clarify that after looking at the 4th of July website, you can sign up until July 3rd at 5 p.m. And there's a very simple form to fill out online, and it'll take you 30 seconds. So please jump in the parade, have some fun. It's one of the great traditions of Telluride. So there you go.
And thank you to that group who puts on and organizes that parade.
Absolutely. It's not easy to herd cats for that thing. Great. That brings us to agenda item 9A1, unless anyone has any questions for Zoe, I should follow up with that first. And that would be the rental housing policies implementation update. Tiffany, do you have Delaney online?
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. Hi, hello from sunny Kansas City. Presented to you today is our most recent update from the rental policies implementation. We are 6 months in, and we feel like we have a rather decent handle on how this has been going. I won't read verbatim the memo that I have provided to you. I hope that it was digestible. I tried to make it as short and sweet as possible in the verbiage, and then included the updates to the table for you. Where there is an update from the packet material, as of the end of June, we had provided 149 renewal packets, and starting for July, we are running into the second implementation for households that have increases in excess of 11% if they chose to do an implemented lease procedure. So starting for July 1, we are now seeing people come back for sort of their second round. And the change is that for August renewals, which have already gone out, that's an additional 14 renewal packets that we have provided. And we are up to giving 60 days to people for their renewal packets. It's been shrinking down from 45 days since January. We've been adding a few days onto it each month, and we're now at about 60 days where people have their renewal packet, which gives them a full month to return that packet to us. I guess I would entertain any questions.
Great. Thank you, Delaney. Any questions for Delaney on the information she provided in the packet?
One question I have, Delaney, is on the breakdowns of the rent changes for it. I'm particularly interested. So first, it's, as everyone could see, outside of Shandoka, almost all of the rent changes are going up. In Shandoka, it's closer to an even mix. But my question is, for those that saw a rent decrease, what percentage of those 22 were studios or one bedroom? Approximately, if you know. It's a tough question. And
no, that's okay. I have the table I can pull up to get kind of a rudimentary answer. It isn't just studios and one bedrooms. We have had larger units where there's larger family sizes, and therefore the denominator to divide to get the AMI based on household size. Sometimes having that larger household actually ratchets people down a little bit. I can try to find that. Let's see. It looks like I've got, there's a 4-bedroom. Oh, sorry, no, that's a household size. 3-bedroom went down and 2 1-bedrooms in January. In March, they were both 3-bedrooms that had a reduction in rent. In April, there was a 2-bedroom. And in May, 2 of them were 1-bedrooms. And in June, it looks like it was half and half, 1-bedroom and 2 bedrooms.
Sorry, I think we just missed February as well.
We didn't have any decreases in February that I can see on this table. Oh, wait, no, you're right. Sorry, I'm trying to get through my screen here.
No
We
problem.
had 1 1-bedroom and 2 2-bedrooms 3 1-bedrooms and 2 2-bedrooms that went down.
Okay.
Sorry, that was not the data I had prepared by bedroom size. Apologies.
No, sorry, it's a,
Tip of your spreadsheet. That was great.
it's great. Yeah, it's a nuanced question. So my back of the math calculation, I count 8 by what you're saying. I was just tallying along 8 different 1-bedrooms amongst that. So approximately a third of those rent decreases were 1-bedrooms. I know the percentage of the overall units of Shandoka, 1-bedrooms and studios, maybe 10%, maybe 15%. I forget exactly. I'd have to go back and check. If you, I don't know that you'd have that number off the top of your head, Delaney. The point being, they're overrepresented in the data. Again, this rent scheme, you all know my position on it, but I just continue to believe that it is bad for our tenants. The majority of people are seeing rent increases, especially when we're seeing survey data that shows affordability is the biggest issue facing our community. I continue to think the town of Telluride is going the wrong direction on this issue. Thank you.
I have a question. Is Delaney under Sunnyside for the vacated column? There's a red cell in June, and I wasn't sure if that was meant to note anything or just sort of an errant format.
Oh, I think I just didn't change it back when I was formatting it. Apologies.
Oh, all good.
I have a question in that same vein though, because it says that there were 2 vacated units in June and there was only 1 scheduled renewal. So does that mean that there was another unit that wasn't scheduled for renewal that became vacated just outside of their typical renewal timeline?
It would have been somebody that would have been scheduled for renewal, but they gave us well in advance notice that they were going to be vacating the unit. And so we didn't count them under the renewal column because they had already told us they were going to vacate.
Okay.
And I remember in the past, we had sort of asked if it was possible to get some information from folks about why they're vacating, if possible, without specific individual identifying information or anything. And I'm wondering if there's, because we have been hearing a lot from Sunnyside folks, and that's where we have the most vacations at the moment. If you have any sort of feedback as to reasons why people are moving out or where they're going.
Yeah, and I'm glad you asked that, Councilperson Shawnette. We have some folks who aren't really telling us why necessarily. We are making the presumption that it is because their rent is going up, although we've had a couple of people vacate at various properties whose rent was not changing. And in one case, it was going down significantly and they still decided to move. Particularly at Sunnyside, we have 4 households that have been given the opportunity to purchase either in the region or just outside the region. And this is anecdotal, I suppose, without anyone being with us at these meetings. We've had a few tenants thank us because they said it gave them the impetus that they probably should have taken a long time ago to look into the opportunity to purchase. And they're now making that move. And ultimately, I think that's been the goal of our housing program for decades, is that it is a stepping stone for people to get to that place.
So 4 out of the 6 vacations, those families or households have purchased units in the region.
Correct.
Wow.
I think that's great.
That's awesome.
Have the other 2 units then in Sunnyside been filled, or are they vacant at the, or sorry, the other 6, now that those people have moved on, are what's our vacancy rate in Sunnyside? Are those remaining vacant or are we filling those?
So they're not all 6 vacated yet. If you'll look at the table, one of them is vacating in August and 2 are vacating in July, which typically means mid-month or end of the month. So of the 3 that have been vacated, one of them is, I think they're moving in yesterday or today. And that's a 4-bedroom unit, and we already have someone placed in there. And we have a 2-bedroom unit that has been offered and we're waiting on an answer. And we have a 1-bedroom unit that we're kind of holding on to for recruitment purposes for town employees.
And are those folks that are being placed in there are from waitlist?
For the 2-bedroom and for the 4-bedroom, yes.
I do just,
Wow. Congrats to everybody who bought houses. That's awesome.
I do just want to note, in case it was missed, the vacated is one component, but then there's also the legal, the JDF 99C, and that's where the town issued the notice of non-renewal for it. So those ones are also turnover units, but just through a different process. Go ahead, Delaney.
So they're not.
Excuse me.
What we have found is that when we can't get people to comply with our deadlines and then we give them an extension and they won't comply with the extension and our backlog continues to grow, when they get the legal notice, 95% of the people who have received those notices have almost immediately given us the information that was overdue. And that's why you might see the renewal numbers, if you consider the JDF notices in the total numbers. There's very few that have actually left. We did have 2 vacations at the boarding house from individuals that received the JDF. Sorry, my screen just kind of froze for a second. So you'll see that there's the 2 vacations. Those were folks that received the JDF. Others who have received it are either working through the process with us or have corrected rather quickly because the title of the notice is quite frightening and we agree with that, but it is a form from the state. And that's what we're required to use.
The delay for those people reporting, do you feel like it's because they're just busy and they're not realizing how serious it is, or that they aren't reporting because they know that they're going to be out of compliance? Or I'm just trying to figure out, why people are delayed. It's been a mixed bag of everything. We have people whose rent has gone down significantly so it wasn't about them not being in compliance. And a lot of people do say that they're busy, but or they're just gone. We've had some people ask us if we can change their renewal time because it falls over off season and they're gone. And in a couple of those cases, we've actually worked with them on giving them a different start date on their lease so that when they go to renew next year, it's helpful. But we can't help when somebody's lease comes up for renewal. That's just the date that it is, which is why we're trying to give people their packet 2 full months in advance of when they are supposed to renew.
Great. Any other questions for Delaney?
Just on the note of sort of time, because you noted it in your packet, how impactful this is on staff. Yeah, as well as the residents themselves. I do favor going to a longer runway for people, for both you and for the residents. Are there other components from your perspective that would make your life easier or would streamline this process while still meeting the goals that have been adopted by council?
Thank you so much for that question, because I was going to make a comment and ask a question before we completed this session. One of the things that staff and I have been discussing is when we are doing the 6-month implementations for folks, if we've already met with them 2 or 3 times, 2 to 4 hours, going over the nuances of providing deductions and what we need exactly to show their income for the past 12 months. What we would like to do, and what I would like to ask council to consider, is when we come up to a expiration of a 6-month lease and we're going to do the next implementation, instead of recollecting everyone's information, We would like to just give them the letter that describes what their next implementation looks like and what the options are for them with the new lease, and simply do that. There are a few scenarios with some tenants, they believe that their rent could potentially go down at that next 6-month implementation if they were more diligent about putting money into a savings account for a first-time home, or if they put extra money into their retirement, and we are willing to reconsider their income at that time. But as we're approaching about half of all of our leases now through the rest of this year are going to be that second implementation of leases. And if council is comfortable with us doing more of a minimized review for the ones that simply want to take that next implementation, we would, I think that would help to answer your question.
I would be in favor of that. Yeah, thanks for advocating for it. I've also had the thought of like, is there any appetite or any willingness, or would it make sense from your department's perspective to have the option to solely submit your tax return? And that, for, you know, I know we had discussed it somewhat when we went through the policy review, and we decided against it because not everyone has access to tax returns, but the majority of people do. And then if there are extenuating circumstances for other people, then you allow for that examination. I was just thinking of ways in which paperwork can be more uniform and streamlined, both for residents and for you and staff. And something like that, I think, is very broadly applicable in the vast majority of cases and would be easier from both perspectives, in my mind.
Sorry, I'm not sure I understood the first part of your question when you asked about submitting the tax returns. Were you talking about doing that early?
Or doing it annually, having a system for it, and for those who are planning to renew their leases, then you just look at your most recent, say even 2 years of tax returns to make like something like that. I know it's the trickiness of, oh, if you review in September and you're looking at a tax return that was filed in April, income has changed. I just view the collection of 12 months of pay stubs annually and then the review of that, especially when working multiple jobs, or if you have a side hustle that's a private, you know, your own business, those types of data collection bits are very cumbersome and would just require a lot of work on both ends, and how to get most of the same information or get most of the way there, but make it easier for both staff and for residents.
I love the idea. After doing over 100 of these, there is no one answer for everybody. And we, more than anybody, would appreciate, oh, I guess the tenants would appreciate it too, just as much. Every situation has been very different. One thing I will say, and I'm going to say a thank you to the local employers who have been providing what we call a payroll summary. They can literally plug in a date range, so we don't have to get multiple check stubs from people. It's just one simple payroll summary on one page. For better or worse, not everything goes on people's income tax returns. If we could just collect the tax return and call it good, that would be great. We'll take any ideas.
What doesn't go on a tax return?
What part of the 8 months out of the year working doesn't go on there?
Like how many hours?
8 out of
work,
12. And
those
how many
income,
hours?
But it doesn't show hours.
Hours, sure. Hours.
So like you can't like make all your money in the summer and then go out of town in the winter, for example. That's how our rules are set up.
Sure.
And like earn where your
Where the
income
income
is
is
earned.
Location wise.
We're open to any suggestions, though, to simplify it. And I also want to give a big, huge, giant thank you to all of our tenants. Most of them have worked through this with us very patiently. and graciously, because it is a lot of work for them. And in the end, I think we're at a pretty good place. It's just a lot. It was a heavy lift and it still is a bit.
Any other further questions?
You're doing a great job. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I just add one thing about Voodoo? Nobody asked. Just so everyone is aware, that 2-bedroom, we are, I think, a day or two away from having a decision for the applicant for the 2-bedroom that you opened up to the general public. The last 3-bedroom was filled last week, and we have 1 studio because somebody who lived at Voodoo was able to purchase a place. And so we do have another vacant studio all of a sudden. So if you know anybody, because they don't have to show the work history anymore, please send them our way.
Great. Good news, another person moved towards ownership. Any other questions? Great, Delaney. Thanks so much for the detailed update. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
That brings us to agenda item 9B, attorneys reports.
Thank you, Mayor Kevin Geiger. I'll just present one thing for an update. Council's aware of this, but we had some exciting news yesterday. The Colorado Supreme Court has elected to accept certiorari review in the Butcher Creek Common Open Space, the PUD issue from the Butcher Creek PUD. This was from the July 3rd of last year Court of Appeals decision that found that an amendment to a PUD can be effected through a citizen initiative and in a vote of the electorate. So the Court of Appeals decision that I just referenced is now up on review to the Colorado Supreme Court. We haven't been back to the Colorado Supreme Court since about 07, 08 when the Valley Floor case went up. The difference there was, in this case, jurisdiction is not compulsory. In the Valley Floor case, there was a right to take an appeal to the Colorado Supreme Court. In this case, it's discretionary. And in fact, about 5% of all cases where certiorari is requested by a party to a proceeding, only about 5% of those cases are actually accepted by the Colorado Supreme Court. So this is an interesting development. We are on a tight briefing schedule. We will have our brief due mid-August. There will be about a month for an answer brief and then about another month for a reply. And then we typically have and anticipate there would be oral argument at the Colorado Supreme Court in Denver, Colorado. And we think that'll probably be scheduled sometime in the late fall of 2025 or the winter of 2026. And then after oral argument, sometimes it can take quite a bit of time on the Valley Floor case. We argued that case in February and didn't get a ruling until June. So stay tuned. There's still a lot of process to occur on this, but it was a very interesting day to be accepted for a certiorari review on this issue. Can't read the tea leaves, but we will have another day in court with the Colorado Supreme Court on this issue.
Great. Thank you, Kevin.
Sure.
That brings us to 9C, unless anyone has any questions for Kevin on that. 9C, council reports, and we will start with Elena.
So I have a HARC meeting that I want to report on. The HARC board is planning to meet with Logan Simpson to talk about the comprehensive master plan. They haven't set a date yet, but they're going to be part of that conversation, which is great. And the big thing that I really wanted to talk about was a work session about Lot L. Obviously, we are the applicant. We didn't have a super stacked meeting, but we spent a lot of time talking about this. So there's some obvious concerns about mass and scale given the nature of what a parking garage is, and that definitely came up in the meeting. Again, this was just a work session, which I'm glad we're doing because it kind of gives us a lot of guidance. But the design that was presented that we saw as well, we saw it here, right? Am I making that up?
No, council is not.
No, we haven't.
Council.
We haven't seen it. Sorry, I'm
at
getting
the
my
July
confused.
2nd meeting
Okay.
to do session.
So we saw design, and there's not a lot of stepping down in the design. And like I said, just by nature of what a parking garage is, it's not, Yeah, and our design guidelines aren't really written to accommodate buildings like that. The only building that is larger in the whole town is the high school, and that was pointed out. So they sort of intentionally broke up the building, and you'll see that the eastern facade is kind of a different style and built to look more like a transit center, for like the bus to pick up and for it to be a parking garage entrance. And then the rest of it is designed to look like kind of townhouses and apartments. And then there's like a proposal for a childcare facility on the west side of the building. And one of the things that I think is worth pointing out is that the eastern facade really looks commercial in the current iteration. And I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing. You know, it does tell people what it is because it's a parking garage, but it's not consistent with other things in that area. In the current plan, the upper level is uncovered and will need to be plowed, which was definitely flagged as maybe not something that could be improved upon. And then there was discussion about maybe instead of sort of having these three identical parking schemes, that maybe we could consolidate the parking to like the lower parts of the building and do more residential on the upper parts, which are like more desirable locations for housing. So that was an interesting thing that came up from the work session from the board. And let's see, I have so many notes, but I'm trying to pick what's worth telling you.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Does this design or this I don't know if you even call it a design, conceptual proposal, does it maintain all of the parking that was outlined in the feasibility study that we did?
The
Or is it
design
different?
presented does. The edits wanted from the Hark board maybe impact how much parking we can get. And the big thing, there's a few other things that I want to mention, but I'll go ahead and jump to the big thing. Is one of the big suggestions was that maybe we break this into two buildings, which sort of impacts the utility of the build. And if it gets shrunken to the point that it isn't providing the parking we need, are we losing the benefit of this big project? So there's definitely a lot of things to consider here. They really pushed to explore more options about going underground, but with the water table and the cost, that might not be feasible. I think we would all love to have all of our parking in an underground. Let's see, there's a few other notes that I wanted to say. Hold on.
I know.
Yeah, they were saying that we're just missing open space within or between. And that is something from the design guidelines that you need to have open space. And right now it's just like one big expansive building, which again, it is the nature of a parking garage. So there's some contradictions here. The northeast corner also sticks out a lot because that's kind of where they're trying to receive the cars to enter, which, you know, I see the design utility of that, but it is contrary to stepping down in design guidelines and not having, you know, 3 stories on a corner. And there was some public comment that wanted us to do less parking because Mountain Village has the potential for more. And there was some public comment about this being a great idea, and we don't want to have regrets in hindsight about not building it to actually fit our growing needs. There was lots of empathy from the Hark board to the architects that this was kind of, they called it an impossibility. And then there were big concerns around the pathway to the ski lift from the parking garage. So that was like maybe 2 hours.
The public or from the Hark board?
Mostly from the public. I can't remember if anyone from the Hark board said that, but I don't think they like disagreed. I think, yeah.
I just mean,
yeah,
like what is the purview of the
right. Yeah, it was mostly from like the
neighbors.
Yeah. But yeah, the Hark board was like, you know, I would say a lot of empathy, but also just recognizing that this build might not fit within the design guidelines and how to sort of shove a square peg into a round hole.
I just pulled it up when you were talking about it. I think it was when you said something about it being particularly urban. I think this looks great.
I do. Oh,
Like-
none of that was my opinion. I can
No,
tell
I
you
know.
my opinion, but I
No,
don't think
I
you wanna
was-
Hold our opinions
Yeah.
to ourselves.
Yeah.
It's from like a general public.
We're not going down that road.
Like, go, like you can go and look it up on our website if you are interested in this to take a little look further.
And email any thoughts and comments to us.
Yeah, I would
mean-
particularly point out the park area on the west side of the building. There's a large park area. And the overall square footage of the proposed project is smaller than the parking garage. So there's a net gain in green space, which I think is important to point out.
Yeah, because that was actually one of my questions was I thought that I briefly looked at these, but I haven't like really hammered in, but I thought that there was going to be like the river side, which is the north side was supposed to be kind of integrated more as green space park area there. Is that still the case? with
Yeah,
this
so
proposal?
the river trail is maintained and a paved sidewalk has been added. So there is sort of this like promenade of the river trail. I would say nothing was like with measurements, so I'm kind of guessing, but I would say it's at least as much green space as is currently there. And then adding this whole park playground area adjacent to a proposed childcare center on the west side of the building, which would be a huge asset to that end of town. Because there's not really a park space, I wouldn't call Chair 7 a park. It's a dog park.
Um,
Yeah, wetland.
and we'll have a chance to discuss it in great detail later. So everyone
Yep.
take a look at the park meeting and the public too. And now's your time to speak up.
And thank you so much for that overview of the HARC meeting. And just as a reminder, that was a work session. So staff is looking to integrate some of those points and it will be coming to council for a discussion
then go-
independently as well. And no decisions.
No decisions have been made.
Through the formal process through P and Z and HARC and all of the others as
Yeah,
well.
the work sessions are great because it's a back and forth conversation. So
Yep.
we can really
This
hammer
was
out some of the concerns.
Very preliminary.
Are we gonna see an updated version from what we saw at HARC? Are they gonna implement?
Yeah,
some of
we will
feedback?
continue to progress throughout this lengthy process ahead of us.
Cool.
Great. Anything else?
Not really. I guess I'll just comment that we had a great community fiesta. Not as big of a turnout, but still with limited marketing and kind of a word of mouth attendance. It was a really fun event. From Kathy. Sorry, that was from Kathy.
Awesome.
That's all.
Great. Thank you. Geneva?
Yeah, we've got a THA subcommittee meeting tomorrow morning. We will continue discussing the guidelines revisions. It's now our July meeting, so we've been sort of marching through the guidelines, creating some recommendations to refer up to the full THA board, which is all of council. So again, if you are an owner, now's a really good time to tune in to see sort of what we're discussing. All of these proposed changes will be on the radio at a council meeting as well. But the sooner that we get feedback from more owners, the better. We've had a few come attend meetings and give input, which has been great, but we would love more input. So,
And this is likely the last time this will be discussed at the THA sub as well. So we are nearing the end of that part of the process, and then it'll be coming up to here at the full council soon.
yep. And then I'll just repeat again, since I'm our SMRHA representative from the town, that there will be a presentation of the housing needs assessment next Monday at 1:00. You can find the agenda and the Zoom information on the smrha.org website. And hope to see folks there tune into that.
Awesome. Geneva, thank you very much. Mian?
I actually did not attend any meetings since our last meeting.
All right.
Oh, girl.
Ashley?
I did attend meetings. I'll start with, I've got SMART pulled up, so I'll start with SMART. Right? That was June 12th,
Yeah,
right?
that was one I didn't.
Great.
That didn't
Okay.
get to, yes.
I just had a moment of like, wait,
No, no,
is that in
you're
that
right.
timeline? So we had a SMART meeting, nothing super interesting, at that meeting, with the exception of a discussion of some of our, emergency partnerships that we have. So we have an agreement with the county to assist in emergencies, and that conversation has now kind of brought into looking at Mountain Village evacuation plans and kind of what would look like if there was particularly a fire situation, a wildfire situation in the Mountain Village, and how smart buses could be used to assist in helping evacuating people out of that area. Mountain Village and Telluride have similar constraints in that both just have a single road that goes in and out of the towns, which adds its own, issues if you're trying to do a mass evacuation. I will say Mountain Village has kind of its own specific difficulties in that obviously it's a much bigger space, and getting to people and stuff like that is going to be a little bit trickier than Telluride, where we have the significantly more dense population. So we just discussed that and kind of, the meetings that were had, and just the understanding of figuring out what how SMART could assist and what the best plan is for that. And I'm sure there's going to be more information about that. I requested that we also look into seeing if we could do some sort of like a test of the system to see how long it would take to evacuate, kind of what the procedure and how long that process would actually take. That was, like I said, probably the most interesting thing at SMART. We discussed that we've got the new mobile payment system with token transit. It's an app for people to pay. So it's transitioning away from cash only. So on the few routes where we do charge, the majority of the routes within SMART are actually free, but the few routes that we do charge on, giving people a mobile opportunity so they didn't have to carry cash, and then also allowing them to potentially purchase like season passes or longer passes that would allow them to utilize that. So we're, that's a new thing that we're executing and just getting the feedback from that. And then I also had a Parks and Rec meeting. So I'll pull that information up. Yeah, so on June 18th, we had a Parks and Rec meeting. There was the Hanley Rink schedule for 2025 and 2026 was presented and approved. So that's for the use of the rink. So if you have, hockey, kids in hockey or participate in hockey, curling, all that was all approved. And then we also they looked over the Hanley Rink hourly rate for the winter program fees, and that also passed. So the rates for that are solidified for the next season. Kind of the biggest discussion though there was the discussion about the seasonal winter community housing project. So for those that might not be familiar, in the winter time in the parking lot at the park, there is an opportunity for people to bring in vans and campers and stuff and have them hooked up for the winter and live there seasonally. There was some good discussion on that. There was talk about whether or not there should be a restriction on like the material of some of those vehicles. There was some concern about, people who brought in more like thin or canvas kind of sided vehicles and how those are really not practical and ultimately led to a person leaving. And just talking about how there was some vacancies in the spaces there, and just how to better present that to the public so that people know that it's available, and to employers so that that all of those spaces are getting utilized in the winter months. So that was interesting. But overall good feedback on that, and the entire parks staff had no complaints or anything like that. So I hope that continues again. and it sounds like it's going to. And then kind of an exciting thing that I want to bring back on everyone's radar was the discussion about the oval redevelopment. Those plans were re-presented. They've already been approved, so it wasn't a discussion about the plans themselves, but basically bringing them back up because we're going to start hopefully moving forward on implementing the approved plan. So there's basically the plan that's approved is to put some hardscape for courts in about 2/3 of that oval green space, particularly for pickleball and basketball courts and stuff like that, so that gets a more recreational use. There was some adjustments with some of the green space and all of that people really liked, that made it a little bit more friendlier for, loungy, use, like for people's use of it not being like in recreation. So that was great to see. The overall sentiment was that people were really excited, and just wanted to remind the public again that these plans were again approved. And so the project isn't being discussed because they've already been approved, but to look for these improvements coming in the near future.
It sounds like you're saying there were some changes.
There was just about some of like the planners and stuff like that, not like the actual like space or like the use of that space is not changing. It's just like kind of a more of a beautification-y type vibe. But again, everyone was really excited, and I think that the opportunity for more courts, specifically with the popularity of pickleball and the amount of use that our basketball courts and stuff get, the basketball court, I should say singular, is really cool. There's also a handball court that's going to be implemented there. So it's kind of, there's some cool stuff, and it's, I think that was a very thoughtful plan that's been proposed for the use of those spaces. What other meeting did I have?
I'm just going to jump in really quickly and
Oh,
just be
okay.
the broken record on this one. Once again, I'm just going to reiterate that I feel as though taking away gathering space for this community when we are so confined at this point feels problematic. And if we are going to go into our budget season and look to allocate funds to that project, I would really like to see that same amount of space be dedicated someplace else with the same level of usability, because there is a concrete pad in that park that could be potentially re-envisioned for some of those uses. And I think that we keep lamenting the loss of community and then keep taking away the spaces where we can gather. And so I'm just, once again, going to go on record saying that I'm very concerned about this.
I think that the proposal that the Parks and Rec has approved is good. And I think that the movement of the warming hut and that redevelopment for the wash stand and stuff like that, working at Bluegrass, having that space, it's not grassy, but like it's much more usable as like a hangout space without the old warming hut building there. So I think that there's some compromise, and I think that it's going to open up new spaces to be utilized in the park in different ways. So I hear your concerns, Mia, but I also think that that spot that used to be occupied by the warming hut is now a great place for people to gather as well. So I think that there is compromise, but I think that ultimately there's a lot of pressure on the facilities in the park as it stands right now, and creating more space for those activities to happen in the park that can't happen other places. We're not gonna put a pickleball court in Elks Park in the middle of town, stuff like that. So I think that
And we would love our neighboring communities and governments and to add to the recreational amenities of the region. I mean, I think that's another important part of it. As we grow, we need more, and we need more now, and we need more in the future, and spreading them out is a good thing. So I'll throw that in there as well.
Just a question, because I know that part of this master plan had sort of also included reimagining the entrance to the park and like the area north of the bra. So like all of the little bike paths and ovally, and that would be the next phase after the ovals? And
Yeah.
is that going to become more of a, if that's a more cohesive space that can be combined with the bra and the grassy area for gathering, is that sort of part of that vision, or?
That is, and I think like I probably would stop saying this as much if that project was put first versus this. Because I think, again, I mean, we've all heard what I've said. I just think that we need gathering space. So I think, if the projects were flip-flopped, I probably would have a lot less consternation. But right now, we all know how budgets can go, and I would rather put our budgets to making sure our community can remain a community. That's all.
Anything else, Ashley?
Gondola subcommittee had a meeting as well. It was mostly on the station planning stuff that we've all been reviewing. Again, there wasn't anything super new presented in that, just the continuation of the discussions that we're having as we're going forward. And that's the wheels turn really slow, but it was cool to see the presentation from, we got some information presented as a whole from what town of Telluride was kind of thinking that we saw in our most recent gondola station planning meeting that we had. And then the ideas from Mountain Village and kind of how all these different, visions that are unique to each place. It was cool to kind of see everyone's visioning as we move forward. It's, again, still very early in all of this, but that was kind of the bulk of that, was getting to see those visions as they're being presented. And I'm going to be quiet now. I feel like I've eaten up a lot of the time.
Ashley, thank you. No, very informative for us and the listening public. Dan, you're up next.
I'll help make up for it. Mine's quite brief. The only things I really had was planning and zoning, which was a pretty brief meeting. There was a work session around the comprehensive plan. We're going to get those details here in it, so I'm just going to keep moving on that. That was the main focus of that meeting. And then there was an IGA meeting. I believe we were all at that as well, so I can pretty much leave that. The big notable things from that was a sneak brief of the housing needs assessment, as we've said multiple times. Next Wednesday, the 7th, at 1 o'clock, there's an SMRHA meeting on that. That'll go more in depth into it. The full thing is released now. Please look at it. It's 350-ish pages. And there was an IG working group update around many topics. And I don't even know that I can summarize it. I don't remember. I don't remember what we talked about there. We were all there. There was too much going on. All right, that's all I got. Thank you.
Dan, thank you very much. I do not have anything to add. That brings us to 9C1, designation of 2 members to the budget working group. Zoe, you want to take that?
Oh yeah, thanks. So we casually did this last year. And I found it very helpful. So I would like to invite council to appoint 2 council members to this working group, that when we get to kind of the stages of the budget where council input on what additional data would be helpful for us to present, or what are some questions that council may have, just so we can better present the budget to council and be more proactive on that presentation, I think would be very helpful, just so it's not you're asking the questions and we're not prepared for it. So I don't know if there is any interest by anyone. Ashley, great.
I'll do it.
I like being
on it.
If Ashley,
cool with them.
good with Ashley and me in, I think that would be helpful. It should be a low commitment. I mean, I'm not asking you to do every single budget meeting, but when we get toward the back end of here's the budget, or here are some of the complicated items that we'll need to work through, getting that feedback. Last year examples was obviously our rental housing policies, which we met with some council members prior. That was very helpful. So things like that. So if Ashley and me are available, I think that'd be great.
All right, that brings us to 9D, related organization reports. And we do not have any, so that brings us to 9E. If you have any comments on our payments, please provide those comments by email. Agenda item number 10, Telluride Housing Authority. There are no items for the Telluride Housing Authority. That brings us to agenda item 11, executive session. Kevin, I have a quick question for you. Since we're not going to discuss 11B, do I read it, not read it, and read it, mention we're not discussing it? What's the best tact forward for the listening public?
I think we should just do a motion for 11A and indicate that you're not going to have an executive session for 11B.
Great. Perfect. So executive session, 11A, gondola fee, Telluride ski resort lift ticket tax for a conference with the town attorney for the purpose of determining positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiations, developing strategy for negotiations, and or instructing negotiators under Colorado Revised Statute Section 24-6-4024E and Section 4.6.c of the Telluride Home Rule Charter. Seeing that, do I have a motion to go into executive session?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion from Ashley and a second from Dan. Ashley, how do you vote?
Ashley, yes.
And yes.
Elena, yes.
Geneva, yes.
Me and yes.
And Teddy, yes. Time is now 5:25 and the executive session has been concluded. The participants in the executive session, Ian Fee, Ashley Von Sprecken, Dan Enright, Kevin Geiger, Hayden Brodowski, Zoe Denal, Ellen Eleven, and Geneva Shawnette. For the record, if any person who participated in the executive session believes that any substantial discussion of any matters not included in the motion into the executive session occurred during the executive session, or that any improper action occurred during the executive session in violation F of the open meetings law, I would ask that you state your concerns for the record. Seeing none, the next item on the agenda is adjournment by mutual consent.